think like I make a game like
Oh.
38 kill in EMEA.
Okay, clicked the wrong thing. Hello, chat. How are you doing?
So like they contact me for the some trial, like and I was excited because like Vitality is my dream team, Canada, and just we practice the make
Hello,
well.
everyone. Hello, hello,
and,
hello.
Yeah, I joined them.
And when it comes to you, a little bit about your career, would you be able to tell us about you? You know, maybe what agents you like to play, how long you've been playing Valorant for, and so on and so forth.
Reprovise,
like,
thank you
since
so
the
much.
beta.
Thank you, thank you.
And,
Tier 3,
I
thank you
play
for everything,
like,
Reprovise.
I'm a flex player, so I can play like the Breach, Kaio, Duelist, like
Yeah, flexing.
Initiator and Duelist.
You love them all? You love all the
Reprovise,
agents?
thank you again.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Really?
30 months
Yeah,
as well.
really,
Tier
that's
3,
banger.
crazy.
Oh wow, your teammates are
Multiple
gonna love
gifted.
you.
Thank you for everything,
Speaking
mate.
of your teammates, it is
Andy
it
as
does
well. Andy
seem
Power,
like
thank you so
a
much. We've got
big
Oreo,
leap,
thank you.
you know, to go from playing
33rd
tier
Lostra
2
as
to
well.
playing
Thank you for
with
the 25
some of
months.
the best
Apex
players
are
we've
making
ever had
playoffs,
in
that's
Valorant.
bold.
How are you
And
feeling about
Raggy T,
that? How are
Raggy,
they
thanks so much for
treating
the Prime
you?
Dude,
And
thank
do
you
you
for that.
feel that experience difference?
Yeah, I feel like a lot. I mean, in practice, like this, like so speed, like it's really like different from T2. And yeah, like I'm super like happy to play with this guy. I watch them every time, and now I play with them. So yeah, I'm really happy and proud.
Is there any other
Debated
players
10
in this
gifted
league
in
that you're looking
Sideshow-
forward to maybe
Sideshow's
playing
chat?
against,
What do you mean?
someone else? Have you been watching for a long time?
Chat, thank you so much for the happy partner. I didn't
nothing.
realize it was today.
Really? Why?
I don't know.
Because a lot of people
So what,
kind
have
of
we
don't
been a
see
partner
them
for
as the
2
same
years?
team
I
in
think that makes
2023
sense.
Anymore.
Yeah.
But for you, you're still excited to play against a team
Yeah,
like
really.
that?
Yeah, that's a super good team. Like there's a lot player. I mean, good players. So yeah, excited to play.
Bone
them.
Catcher as well. Thank you so
Alright,
much for the
thank
Prime.
you so
Thank
much
you,
for
thank
joining
you.
me, and I cannot wait to see your debut.
Gifted
on
5
stage.
in Sideshow's chat and no free gifted. Slug coin goes crazy. Slug
Nobody
scam.
expected
Wait,
this.
why
Come
can no
on,
one
what
gift?
happened?
You asking me?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
asking
Chat,
you.
every time I can gift
I mean, I assume that
10
probably
free.
they had
Why
this
can't
conversation
anyone
before
else?
Bangkok was even a
I
thing.
just got like a
Well,
bugged account or
to me,
something.
it's more about discussing the solution, right?
Jeff
What
Allen, thank you for
issue
the tier
also,
1. Appreciate the 8
and
months.
thinking about the
Skinner
roles
for
and
the
how
Prime as
it's
well.
going
Thank you for the
to,
4 months.
Vitality look right
Thank
now,
you,
because
thank
he was
you.
telling you himself.
Klepto, by the
about
way, thank
how
you
he
for
has
that.
the
Thank you for that.
flexibility to play
He
on
somehow
the
scammed you out of
flashes.
5
He
gifted
also
as well,
has
mate.
duelist, but Vitality, really, they
You
already
bleed the
have
money
all that.
today.
This is the thing. Like,
I reformed
I
Catboy
get
with the
worried
22
when I
months.
see a
Thank
tier
you so
2
much for
player
that
going
also,
into
dude.
play
Thank
tier
you,
1
thank
and
you.
he talks about his
Thoughts on
flexibility, but then
Sideshow's
only
head?
mentions flashes
I mean, it
and
looks like an
duelists, which
egg.
of course Vitality have
No
two
doubt
very
about
good
it.
people that can fulfill those roles.
Avanox with the
Yeah, I'm a
Prime.
little
Thank
bit
you with the
worried
5
that he's
months.
kind of coming in and having to
His
fit
account was
into
a
these
brand
other
account.
roles and flex around the rest of the team.
His account
But
was a
given that,
brand
he had a
account.
great performance against
What?
Focus and Challengers. Like,
The guy
he's
thinks
playing
he's
as a
the
mandatory, so
Nike and
I'm looking forward
Adidas
to
of
seeing how he
Valorant.
gets
What's
on
going
in
on?
Yeah, exactly. But
Brand
again,
account.
thinking
I didn't
also
even know
what
that's a
Trex brought to
thing.
the team, all the different roles that he played, the Brimstone, the
Cassis
Rise,
30
and then
with the
also
Prime. Thank you for the
Fade,
whole
the
year.
Silva.
Appreciate
There's many
that as well.
questions, but we will find some answers finally today.
We will, and I would love
Wait,
to
should
find
I be
some
on a brand
answers to the side
account?
of Giant X as well. They didn't make
Am I
any
a
roster
brand?
changes, but they've had time. Kukuka,
Yeah.
they've had time. They
I
did
think
not
so.
go to Bangkok, and I want to see what they've been cooking.
And I was so excited to see this roster at the beginning of the year because I think that it has truly full potential.
I don't even know what that
And I
means,
think
to be
that
honest
for
with you,
a
chat.
team like Giant X, after the expectations were set, and knowing that they are in the group that they are, this is probably the best week to play against Vitality. You have a new map pool coming
Best week
in
to
that
play against
Pearson has
Vitality,
loved
that
in
is
the
very
past,
true.
That Icebox, that Ascent, those
Best
kind of
chance to
maps,
upset
no,
them.
no big changes have been added.
RK2K with
I
the
think
Prime.
that
Thank you so
question
much.
to me
Appreciate the
is
11
more
months.
on what the meta is going to look like for them.
I'm glad you mentioned meta because Pipson told us a little bit.
Brand
of what
accounts
he
can't
thought
gift free
of the meta.
subs.
He said,
It doesn't
"Yeah,
sound
I
like it's
think
worth
that, this is the meta where you have to disrespect
Chat, thank you for the
some
happy
things
partner
individually to be
anniversaries.
able
Thank you,
to
thank you.
be successful. What do you make of this, Billy?
I think this is crazy because obviously we didn't see a Tejo at all come out from Giant X during
Yeah,
kickoff.
what did he
and
say?
now I'm thinking we're not
Is
going to
it
see a
still here?
Waylay
Can I
at
still
all
scroll up?
either. So they're obviously very set in their approach, which is fine, but we just need to see that actually come to fruition.
Please don't say
I
it's
do not
done until
mind
it's
if they
done.
do not stick
Let the
or they
round
do
of the
not
match get
navigate
finished.
the same meta that
What
we
did I
saw
cast,
in
man?
Bangkok and that we kind of expect the
Jaws,
Breach
thank you
Tejo
so
that
much
you
as well,
mentioned,
dude.
They did play the Vice. It doesn't matter to me
Only a
as
brand
long
if
as
you
he's
have
been able to
March.
teach them that.
I mean,
If
that should
you
be
are
happening
not following the
kinda
meta, but you
soonish.
found a
I
solution
say
to make it
soon.
work in your
It's
way,
in
welcome,
motion.
You know, like so be it.
I
don't
mean,
know if
this
it's
is kind
gonna
of
be
what
soon.
he said at kickoff too, right, Billy? And we saw
Yeah,
no Tejo.
I think so. I think if they're able to push their play
Sluggy,
style
what's your
into
morning
this
routine?
region as
Do you
much as they
wash your
can, then that's
face
how
with
they will find
sparkling
success.
water?
Well, this
What the
is the
hell is going on
moment you
today?
have all been waiting for. The
Pansy,
drought
thank you
is
so
over.
much for the
It's time
35
to
months.
kick off
Congrats
stage
on using
one
Twitter
of
so much
VCT
recently. We did
EMEA.
get we done one tweet, one reply. We're doing great at the moment on Twitter. You're not wrong. Jumpy, thank you so much for the Prime as well. Thank you, thank you. And Dai Carbonara the 14 months also. Appreciate that. So does that mean that I'm a brand then? Maybe I need to change my YouTube.
Call separates triumph from defeat. Can you take the spotlight?
Dude, why is this so quiet compared to everything else?
You stay in the dark.
Philly Dilly, appreciate the 33 months.
But your decisions.
And it's Moritz, thank you with the 11 months as well, dude. Thank you so much for that.
Or worse.
You're going to be doing bits for every right prediction in the EMEA. Dude, I'm kind of confident in my EMEA pick'ems.
Audacity.
That's kind of nice.
Overstrained. Ego or team. Sacrifice or save. Aim. Sense. Chaos or control.
Make the call.
Tanuki, thank you so much, Tanuki. Dude, tier 3 as well, Tanuki. I appreciate you doing that. Hold up. Let's get this back to normal levels. Tanuki, thank you so much for the 6 months, dude. Appreciate the tier 3. We had Dank Lord as well with the Prime. Thank you for the 3 months also. Moon, like I said, you. Thank you for 29 months. Artist said he's got dirt on me. What does that even mean, dude? Like, I haven't got a whole locker filled with dirt of him. Come on, man. You can't be in a glass house throwing stones, man. Artist won't say anything. That's all I'm saying. Iristaz with the tier 1. Thank you for the 26 months. I appreciate that also. Thank you, thank you.
It is the reigning champions of EMEA stepping
What are the odds
back
for this
onto
game?
the stage, fresh from the global event, going
Let's
up against a
think.
Giant
Vitality,
X that have had a lot
longish
of time to
run.
fix things,
Gotta
to get
change
better,
some
and
of
this is
the
a very
maps.
important map, Peter.
Yeah,
New maps in the
absolutely.
pool.
Oh, Icebox is going to be instantly
Oh, but
banned
they
by
didn't
Giant
pick one of the
X.
new
Our
maps.
first map is going to be
They got
split,
away with
then
no new
into
maps? Okay,
Lotus.
well,
I'm
I would say
surprised that this is not going,
65-35.
the other way around, because
If
I
there was an
remember-
Ascent
oh,
in
yeah,
here,
never mind,
or
yeah.
like an Icebox,
I
wait,
read it
there's no
wrong.
epic thing. What's
Hexen
going on
banning
here?
Icebox? Is this allowed?
Where are we?
I think that maybe
okay?
it's because
Yeah,
of
if
the
there's an
meta
Ascent or
still
an
not being
Icebox, I would
established,
probably
and
be
they've already struggling
saying-
enough maybe throughout
I'll probably be
kickoff.
saying
But
it's
I was
like
also very surprised to see
60-40,
Ruber with his new
but-
haircut. It looks pretty good.
I'll
Just in
give,
case you saw
I'll give
someone
Giants
and you
35.
didn't recognize or you were missing some white hair. Looks good on him.
Yeah, I think you make a good point of like, you know.
Why no
Icebox
crowds on the
maybe
Wednesday again?
to
I don't
not
really
play it
know.
because I think even though
Maybe
maps are
people weren't
quite
turning
vast
up on
to go, you need to
Wednesdays.
Consider all the different agent compositions that you can
So
play.
I get. I mean,
they're so
to be honest,
diverse
it's just
now,
to
right? So
save
maybe they're just
costs.
not fully comfortable.
Probably have to hire less people
They want to
when
see
there's
what
no
others
crowd.
are playing first, right? So that they can set those expectations.
I can't see
They
any
were
other
one
reason
of the
for it.
teams I was actually really excited about for Icebox. I'm sad. But let's talk about...
Is Trex their
let's talk about
6th
the
player
match we
now?
will
I mean,
see
I
here.
imagine
We
he's
just-
on the
we don't
bench and they're
see GX
trying
that much
to.
at all. So it's
they're
even
trying to
a little
find a
bit difficult
change.
to read into what they can bring,
Yeah.
which is why I think that is incredibly exciting.
I think that we will see surprises no matter what. As you were mentioning, Sue, Giant X did play this map. They did it with the Vice and the double controller, Sky and Raze. That
Papo?
we've seen
Oh, yeah,
that.
he
We
changed
also
his
see it
hair.
in game changes.
Honestly,
for that
this looks
matter. And I
this looks
think that
better.
there's very big learning points, especially I'd see them leaning maybe towards something that Pipson did in the past, also using that double duelist.
Yeah, potentially. I think they have players that would be able to jump onto that. And
Why
I
is
think as
Trex
well,
leaving
like, the
though?
big
I mean,
question
I don't
was
think
they
it's
were running the
leaving. I
Sky
think
on
he
this
got
split
kicked.
as well, right? Which we
Damn, we're not hanging around here, are we? We're going fast. Okay, Giants go for Cypher, Teo, Breach, Yoru, the classic. I mean, we got the classic. We got the new meta, it looks like.
3 times in his life.
Yes.
Twice Harvard last year, no, 2023 on like Pearl, and he played like one Omen in 2021 when we were still doing
Makes
like
a lot of
qualifiers,
sense.
everything pre-franchise, and so maybe this
Everything
is one
makes
of the solutions
sense. You got the
that
passive
Vitality
pressure
has
over
found,
towards
moving
B on attack.
him into the
On
roster.
defense, it's
Yeah, I
decent.
think
You can
that's
take a
great
lot of
point
map
to make. So
control.
we
You can
did
clear
not
some
expect
areas
him
to
jump on
TP
that,
in.
as you say, with the
You
few
got
times he's
multiple
played it, but
flashes.
I have have to gravitate towards Giant X. You know, having purple on
Does
that
it
Yoru
hold
who
mid
wasn't
that well?
having
Not
great
really,
time
but you
on
can
the
punish
Lotus
middle.
kickoff, and I think as well, Cloud on that Taeho will be really interesting to see.
Pipson, you cheeky devil. We don't want to do the meta stuff. They do the meta stuff right off the
No
bat.
waylay?
But
Honestly,
it's
I
time
think
to
that's a
jump
good thing.
into this
From
game
the
and
waylay
throw
we've
this
seen, I
over to
think
your casters.
no waylay's
Show
good.
them some love.
K-Corp are a
Here's
little bit
mid-Phantom
crazy. They
Biz.
might try something like that.
Thank you so much, folks. Yes, we've got a beautiful game lined up for you here today. Vitality and GX.
Hey, 7 with the Prime. Thank you for the 5 months. Thank you, thank you.
Put to the test down on that stage.
Yeah, he's been
Do you prefer this comp or do you prefer the Sentinels comp? The Sentinels comp is only a Viper Cypher diff, right? Or am I forgetting something?
They've actually gone and playing the smokes, so it's definitely a little bit of a
honestly,
role
Eva's
switch from
fine.
what he's been playing recently,
With how
but I think
Zelsis
that was the
plays
reason he's in this roster. Flexibility
Viper, I would
Now, on the
rather the
other side of
Viper.
things,
Like if I
I
have a
think GX are
Zelsis,
even posting about it,
there's
how many
that
sort
fearless
of
at middle.
cracks they've had, how much work they've been putting in behind the scenes.
Godly
really is the
Lyrical,
ultimate
thank you
test.
so much
You've
for the
got a
tier 1,
team
bro. I
that hasn't
appreciate
had
that.
much time
Thank you, thank you.
based off playing at Masters, but also
Chat, thank you for the
they played at
partner
Masters.
anniversaries.
This is the top team
Thank you,
coming
thank
out
you.
of EMEA, even if they didn't.
2 years, who would have thought?
And we'll have to wait
Why
and
do I
see if they're gonna be
prefer
able to
Zelsis'
reset,
Viper?
recover,
He's honestly
even
the
with that new
best
player
at holding
and
middle
come up
in
against
this map.
Pipson, who,
Probably in the entire
as I
world.
said, you know the drills have been going on while that break.
Okay,
Well,
split.
before the
We got
barriers
Giants
go
on
up top,
defense. We got
split Lotus
Vitality
Haven. That's where
on
we've ended up
attack.
today. I'll ask you in a
And
moment.
Chad, is
Do you think
the
VIT
sound
is
levels
favored
good? It
either
looks like
team
it's
if
alright.
Someone's coming in feeling that little bit stronger. For now,
Straight up
barriers
sight
are
hit.
up.
Damn,
The
they wanted
game
to
is
straight
away.
up sight
1:30
hit.
on the clock. Vitality on the attack side, and already
No
a
way.
lot of presence towards this A side. In fact, Durka's gone in with the spike, I believe, going for the plant now after that pick, and
BP
they
at
have
the
got the
back.
site
Sure.
wide open, looking for more control though. Up
Oh my
towards
goodness.
Heaven, but with a flash in hand, Kicks goes down, and the
It's a nice
trains go
reaction from
GX's way,
Giants
at
though.
least for now.
Insta lose sight. Real fast over towards A main.
Easy for them to get back into this one. Yoru clone throw now. Sivo doing well to find one back and give them that extra advantage.
Damn, he's got a rough
Still
posture on him.
lurking in from behind. He's been spotted though. That's all the
Oh, it's a great
information that they
smoke.
need.
Oh,
Sivo's
it's a great
still
smoke. I'm
running
not sure
into this
about the
one,
idea,
wanted to
but
try and take that fight versus Cloud. But now in the post,
Dude,
it's
super
gonna become
winnable,
so
man.
difficult to clear that remaining player of Durka, already wrapping all
Might be
the
able to
way
get it
back
half for
round
free
into
peaks.
position for exactly where the plant is in. And in fact, he's managed to bait the steps.
Unlucky. Imagine he got half here. I think he might win that.
Defusal, knowing that Cloud is not going to be on it, waiting for that additional tap. The time is too far gone. And
So well
this is gonna
played
be
from
the ego
Durka.
peak at the
A
end
little bit
to
unlucky
close
from
out the
Cloud.
round.
He had him close and he thought he was just going to insta
Beautiful
swing.
start for
Looks
Durka.
like a
He
tech
opens
pause, honestly.
and
They're
closes the
talking a
round,
lot.
playing with the time in the
Vernon with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 11 months. Tricky
Straight
Valo with
into
the Prime as
site.
well. Thank you so much for that, dude, as well.
Teammates
Thank you,
flooding
thank you,
through main,
thank
but it
you.
was all down to Durka. If he falls, spikes on the floor, and problems can come from there. But instead, it's a nice, easy
Durka,
finish,
yeah,
if you wanna call it that.
he's good,
Couple
man.
shots
He
from
just
up and
rarely
in
makes
that
mistakes
put
these
them
days.
across the line. That's a
He used to make a good
1-0
amount of
start
mistakes.
for Team Vitality.
Now he
And
doesn't really
we
make
jumped
too
right
much.
into a tech pause.
This
works
is all
out well for
Pansy's fault, by the way.
Looking
If
at the
anyone's
beat-up,
wondering.
how we've ended up split Lotus Haven.
Tweeted that today's going to
Do
be
you
a
think
good
this is
day.
gonna favor either
First
of
round
these
in, of
teams, or
course.
Is it all up in the air?
It's difficult because going into this match, obviously you're going to favor Vitality. Like I think that GX have always been that sort of middle of the pack team, like we saw a couple of years ago. Being
What is the
able
usual
to
cause of tech
slightly
pauses?
move
It's
themselves
normally,
forward,
I mean,
getting
players
to
will know
like a champ's
more than me,
position,
but
last
from at
year
least when I
being
was
fairly
coaching, it's like
underwhelming.
people can't
I
hear
think they've got the
people.
players to
Normally-
make this one competitive. I don't
normally
think
what
this is gonna
happens,
be a whitewash
the
and
voice
easy
comms
win,
are normally
like
a little bit messed up and
dominant
people
performance,
need
but looking
adjusting,
at the maps that
or
have
like a
come
mic
up,
won't
okay,
be
sure,
working.
you saw some weaknesses from Vitality when they played against the best of the best, like losing.
That's what it used to be
a
back
map
in the
to
day. I
likes
don't know
of
about it
T1,
these
but
days.
then they beat a DRX. Like they've played the best of the best at this map and been able to show it. The same for the next.
Jafar 6 with the Prime as well. Thank you for the whole year, mate.
I'm always going to come into a match like this and favor
Is the
Vitality
banner at the
because
bottom
of the
new?
caliber of
Yeah.
players, because of how they performed recently at a Masters, and because we haven't seen that much from GX. But they are just one of those teams that no matter what form they're in, I always put a roster of these 5 players as a dark horse. Like they could easily
My expectations of Sivo,
make this group really interesting as if
just
it isn't already.
hold his own, to be honest.
And maybe steal a map.
Just role play.
Do I think they
He
can
doesn't
win
need
it?
to
Well, they're
do
gonna
anything
have to
crazy.
Be on a different level to where they
He
were
doesn't
in
even need
Kickoff.
to frag as heavy as tracks, to be honest, because the rest of his
Steal
team's
a
so
map, an
skilled.
expectation perhaps, but taking the
You
series,
Farah
that
with
will
the
be an
Prime as well with the
exception
3 months.
to the
Thank you,
rule
thank
for
you.
GX.
I think it's literally
Coming
just
in,
don't make
I mean,
mistakes.
we've already seen Clouds popping off, but
Don't make
losing out on the
mistakes and
pistol
let
here,
everyone else just
Vitality's
win.
map pick, it would have been a nice start, but
He
very,
can
very
frag heavy
early
though, for
days.
sure.
Still, we get that tech pause out of the way as the players mount the stage. Now, I think the thing
See,
for
thank you, dude.
Vitality is, you know, you talk about that turnaround time, going to a Masters event, it takes out that month-long preparation. You're playing on old patch. You're having to run it down with some of the best teams in the world.
If as a coach you see one of your players struggling from mechanics, is there anything you can do to remedy it?
And I think changing your
I think it's like different depending on it. Like what you're saying there is, I would hope that that wouldn't happen, but I guess like the only reason that would happen is because I'm changing them onto a different role, in which case it will just take time. And then I would just kind of just say what I said there, when like you don't have to force anything, just try and not make any mistakes.
It's not that you can't overcome them,
but I would always just spam games, man. I'm an hour spammer.
Kind of a back foot of preparation. The thing is though with Vitality, not just in terms of
Befema, thank you so much. Befema 2810, the tier 1, thank you so much.
Rob, the manager, was saying some, or GM, what was his official title? He told me earlier, I can't remember.
I think he likes to be referred to as
Do you think 100 Thieves and NRG need to make changes? No, I don't. Does that mean they won't make Does that mean that they won't make changes? No, I'm not sure these days. I thought no one really was going to make changes after kickoff, but there end up being a lot. Yeah, I don't think they need to. If I had to say out of the two teams who I think was more likely to change to change someone, it would be 100 Thieves. Just because I think some of their stuff conflicts slightly. I talked about it on Platchat a little bit. I think there's a lot of people that want to open that team that maybe don't get a chance to op. It's weird being an opera in this game. There's like quite a few oppers that when the op agents are out of meta, they struggle, to be honest. Right? I'm not saying that Boostio is a hard op player, but that's how he used to frag heavy on EG. Cryo also. Something also. Like it's weird. It's hard to like reinvent yourself. But I think people can opt more on roles and agents that you think like that aren't tier 1 agents, right? You don't need a dash. Like I think you could opt a little bit on like Teo and stuff like that, really. I'm not saying you're making picks and stuff, but I think you a lot of times like util flush them out into the open. Like it's not bad in terms of the role you're playing. Like there's something Gecko op, it wasn't too bad. I think people need to lean more into that. Winnows with the Prime, thank you with the 5 months. Thank you. Phoenix Fisher with the 24, thank you with the 2 months, bro. Sorry, thank you with the 2 years even. What I meant to say. One Eric's as well with the 15 months. Yoru struggled on Yoru, but he didn't op that much. 2 rounds, right? I think we were counting it. I think I asked. Tech pause explained. Pansy? Oh no, what's he tweeting now? Where's this going? Sorry, chat.
We've got the little transition of fire, but the fire has been put out.
Her explained it's just because she's in the building. That's crazy.
Love to see it.
Another red comes back.
We want more of that from Tom. Give him the time. Well, 1-0 for Vitality. They started out winning the pistol. Durka opened and shut the round, and now GX,
so Ducks, yeah, like I said, Ducks secured the round. They're allowed 2 deaths.
There's some sheriffs here.
And we got 2 sheriffs, so maybe an outlaw on attack happens next round. We'll see. They won a late fight A with a stun. Drone goes in, stun, double swing. You can salvo back if you want it. Okay.
They're forced back by some of that early utility.
Ooh, okay, this gets a little bit weird. So Les is the other human drone that can maybe make a risk like Durka just did.
Similar place though, you know.
But at the moment, they're out of drones, but they still got a human drone.
Like him having a more aggressive role within the team. Like there was a world where, if you think back to when Cloud was on Na'Vi, yes, Cloud was on Na'Vi, for those of you who've only been here a couple of years, he played the
Boostio Killjoy op. Yeah, he used to do a lot on Fracture, you're right. A lot on Fracture. Honestly, quite a lot on Lotus, if you look at it. I'm not saying it was all the time, I'm just saying it was like 30-40% of his kills.
What I really like here from GX is the opening pick doesn't result in them stagnating late into the
round.
Dude,
4-person stack. Dude, Vitality might get owned here. 30 seconds. Keep an eye on the human drone going over towards Heaven. He's the person that needs to make the next play, really. And I imagine, oh, lovely Omen flash. Oh, it was nice though. I give this, you got to give Les his dues here. He played this so well. He played it super well. Damn. Very, very nice. He'll take that. That counts as a 1v2 clutch.
For Sivo. to put 2-0 on the board.
They kind of messed up with the double swing.
Start.
I still think Les played really well.
Whatsoever. You're not gonna
Like, I
sit
think
there
Les
and
played really well.
smile if
Takes
you're
the first
anyone
duel
else
with
as
the
a
Omen
Vitality
flash and then
fan
just
looking
stays in
to
the
go,
smoke.
"Cool,
Everyone
okay,
else
that was
looking
a
at
little
him,
bit dicey,"
right?
but
That's what enabled the
These
second
are
kill.
sort of confidence building rounds, like getting your
Ah, the
team a
second
clutch
guy.
that was
They really
pretty
messed up
well
the double
needed, if
swing
I'm
there.
honest.
Oh yeah.
Like
Oh,
he swung out and then the second
Not a
guy's
bad
out
one
here
whatsoever.
jumping. Like
It's
we
sure
gotta
frustrating that
either
they
the
don't
first
take
guy
it over
does
the line,
this. They
but
like
are
both
now gonna
baited for
invest
each other
back into
and then
those
no one was here
rifles
to get
and
the
have a
kill.
chance to
Either way, it was a good
do some
eco.
real damage because there are a few
Could've won
extra
it.
guns being bought back up here by Vitality.
Yeah, well, I mean, we came into the last round
Yeah,
saying
so
that
they were
GX
allowed
weren't
2
looking to
deaths.
fight back,
They
and-
got 4,
it
but
seems
the
I
2
was
people that
very
had
wrong
the
about
ghosts
that.
can buy up,
Like
obviously.
you said, though, great start.
Got kill trips
Placebo,
on
you're coming
site,
in
info trip on
thinking, you know,
heaven.
you wanna have impact,
Dude,
and
this
well,
info
certainly
trip on
did. That
heaven
blind
recently has
catches
been
Durka,
very
but he
strong.
still
Alright,
wins the
okay.
Dude, they love
I
this
don't
little
think that even
TP
Cole
stunning
went side.
cross.
It didn't actually, you can see.
Like at the moment, we know the back of
That's a
screens is like the
remarkable
weak
fight. We saw
spot,
the same play in the
but
pistol round,
unless they're
but doing
gonna
it here, Tom,
play
in a
it,
round
they're gonna
like
keep
this,
losing
with
A
rifle as
site.
well. It's audacious, but it's worked out in Purpo. Well, he's taking a leaf out of his book,
And they
trying
got
to
out of there.
retake A
Because we can
main.
see a pivot
A
towards
side,
B
I
would be
should say,
incredible.
but
They don't know
Vitality have gone
about
back to main,
at least
fought
one,
up into
maybe
heaven
2.
now, and they've got free
I was
space
about to say,
for a B rotate.
GX have got their whole team committed to A. Every single player is
Yeah, but
currently
they
sat
don't
within
know
that
about
site.
it
That's
yet.
one of the quickest rotations I think we've ever seen.
We
from a
didn't
team.
see any of the
I
Omen
think they're
util,
starting to realise
other than like smokes.
Tomazi
Like we
will
didn't see
be,
the flash. We don't know that
well,
he's
basically
committed.
the one defender.
He could
This
still
is
be
looking like
anywhere.
a team that's gambled while having the low buy. GX are the ones that have the guns.
Normally we talk about these rounds as a pump fake, you know, you pretend to
30
throw it and
seconds left.
then maybe they think you did. They threw a fake ball this round. The A site was gone.
Echoes, hello mate.
Boots on the
Thank you so
ground,
much.
back
Keep
in
it as well.
elbow.
Hello.
And then they've rotated into heaven. Now granted, been slow since then, but that might even work out in their favor. It all depends
15
on how
seconds.
Tomazi
Tamazi.
closes this
It's
site.
good smoke from
He's
him.
isolated for
Ah, it's
12
unlucky.
seconds left. Caught with the paranoia. Bought himself a little bit of time. TP's backside as well.
Ah,
They've
it's
caught him.
unlucky, man. He
Sage's
bought so
looking
much
the
time.
right way in
Plant
heavy
just
traffic,
comes in,
and that gets a
stun.
plan for
It was
Vitality.
almost great.
Placebo.
And
Knowing the
okay, this
single
guy's
is
playing
far
well.
more
He's see
important
what I was
when you've
talking
got a
about
player like
just like
Dirk. You
playing your
don't
life,
need
playing your role, and
to
not
be getting
dying too much,
aggressive.
not making mistakes.
We'll do
Like
that job for you.
he's doing it.
And more for the remaining 2 of GX. Yeah, it does start to question whether or not this fight is worthwhile. I'm just gonna try and fall off this.
It's like
course,
he's
but
not trying to win the round by doing anything flashy. Just his
this really is a
presence
chance to
alone,
just
his
do some
util
extra
alone's
damage.
been
He's
good.
expecting players to still
Had
be
nice
within
impact
heaven,
at the
they've
moment.
fallen back.
Staying alive
He just
1v2
looked to save,
round
but,
before.
all in all, a fantastic round from Vitality, but it does scream a few danger signs for me that GX was so heavy in that rotation. Like they, sure there was quite a lot committed. Obviously Durka was within the site before they fell all the way back, but
Where's
to
Trex?
basically go all
They
in
kicked
to
him.
that manner and have no clue on the other side of the map other than, okay, can Tomazi stop their whole team? It's a little worrying. That's just the
I would be
start
so
where-
down for a
and he couldn't
timeout from
move
Giants.
backwards because they'd also put
I
the
think
salvo
you've
on.
at least got
And he's
to.
genuinely fishing a
You've
barrel at
already
that
had
point,
2
quite
times
blind.
rounds.
Where's he
Yeah,
gonna
this is
go?
good.
Left and right?
This is
It's kinda
one of the
tough in that
easiest
move.
timeouts ever, though,
Narrow
right? 2
alleyway,
times
3-0
rounds where
start
you've
for
seen the
Vitality.
TP over
And I agree with
towards
you, GX go
B,
for that rotation. It's
and you
not a
know
good
that
sign from our
if this is
perspective, but
screens
I
here,
can
you
understand
know
it
that
from
it's
theirs.
done in
It's
front
the
of
exact
screens.
same thing
Omen
that
flash in
happened to
front
them
of
2
screens, but
rounds
there's
ago.
no
You
util for
think
back of
this is the
screens.
pistol? He's
So you
also
definitely
found the pick.
prioritize back of
So
screens.
even for most
Either
teams, if you're
prioritize
gonna
back
go,
of screens or
okay,
you
let's come in,
prioritize
let's
fighting
fake it,
A
and then either
main,
you
even,
TP
sorry,
out,
A.
or if you die, we'll just rotate anyways. When you get that kill, that's often going to be them going, oh, okay, maybe we just commit. Maybe we just finish the strat now. The dominoes are already falling, and these mistakes happen. GX would have been ready for that, but instead they fought tooth and nail for a site that was wide open.
So sad. that
Oh yeah,
Dixon
we got the
doesn't have
lovely
his,
overlay.
outfit from the video the other day. Have you
So,
seen
I have,
that?
yeah.
money's not great on these.
Demon Slayer intro.
Get up. They were looking
Yeah.
good.
2 guns.
No,
They could try force with
I
it,
think
but
that's honestly the best Pipson's ever looked. I think he should bring it back full
is
time.
Giant X an
sure he'd agree
Ascension
with you
team?
on
No,
that.
they're not.
He definitely doesn't. He
They're
responded
franchising team.
to the tweet saying he doesn't.
Oh, okay.
But he was very clear with
It's
the
like,
fact
oh,
that
well.
I think he said something along the lines
They
of,
used to be called Giants, and then they
"No,
merged with
but maybe we can
XL.
make some sort of deal." That was not.
That was
to
like
me,
last
that
year,
was
I
to
think, beginning
a
of last
staff
year.
member at GX. But
Okay.
Hey, maybe
But-
they qualify to
But you're
championship
here to
comes
let him
back.
know today that you're down to make a deal with him too.
Okay, Yoru ult.
Get him in that costume.
Yoru ult to keep it nice and clean. Let's see how Giants want to handle over towards A. Looks like we're, instead of just prioritizing here, we're just actually wanting to like hold A with one.
starting off with the aggression on purple.
Yeah, I think this is a good way to do it, and I think later we'll see the anchor prioritize there.
Scurrying in the other direction. There'll be no fake to the back of A, and there'll be no Durka for the late round either. He gets picked off in a trade for mid control.
Yeah, I guess there was a trip here. I wasn't fully looking at the minimap.
I think there was a trip just behind the smoke. So I think he's walked directly into that, and he was revealed. There's a very, very easy kill for the defensive side. Now they've kept on to some of this aggression. Obviously, you have to take gambles.
The VCT logo. I can get rid of this, right?
To play with. I don't
believe this. There you go.
There's any way to get out of this though. Maybe a stun, hoping to come through, but no, it's just a raw fight among. You give that to any player on Vitality, there's a good chance they win it.
Running ahead of the aftershock.
Bro, why's my breach stun? Got me like 3 rounds so far. Oh my goodness. Looking easy. Dude, A is so weak for Giants. So weak. They gotta sort their A hold out. 2-9 loss bonus. Everyone should be able to buy. The 2 that saved the guns in the round before this probably got low money. Maybe light armor.
GX is going to start to feel the pressure to put a round on the board fairly soon, or at least have more control over how the round is going. It feels like we're playing Vitality's game.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing. I don't mind a lot of these initial setups that we're seeing from GX, like to try and, okay, I'm going to use the salvos early in the round, like start that timer to get them back for any sort of retake or delay. But with those aggressive pushes not working out, and ultimately,
how did Sen hold A? They fought here a good amount. Honestly, they just fought like all of this area way better.
Okay.
God, this is a buy rounds. At the very least, Vitality picked this because Giants are getting rolled over.
Expected a bit more recoil in every direction. 4-0 is Vitality score, but we're looking for 5. Listen, you know what I said. GX, 3 rifles left to try to hold strong, and it seems like they're going to put all their eggs in one basket. That basket is the B site. And it looks like A is the one being taken. So for Vitality,
yeah, another finish over towards A. I guess the eco round towards B didn't fill him with confidence.
Pretty much locks in the round. I really wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, Vitality on this one. Even in the 3v5, they're okay to use an ult. Still very early in the game. They want to try to get as much money as possible.
Early days on Vitality's pick.
Oh no,
yeah, and it's going to force them to save as well. And honestly, it's relatively big, right? Like, you got to think sometimes save for the loss bonus. Like, they're actually not going to have that much money. Like, they're only going to get 1,000. I know they got guns and everything, but
it seems very all in.
You can safely hunt here.
You can.
But at the moment, you just want to prioritize your own money. Merlin Pants with the Prime. Thank you so much, Merlin.
Don't have depth to what you're doing with the tail.
Do you think the Pro Valorant scene became more snowball in the last year? Yeah, but that's just, the game's always been snowbally, just teams have got a lot better at doing it.
They're probably just going to keep pushing.
Like the average team, way better. Like if you actually look at like 2023, about 5 teams that could snowball well. 2022, there are about 3 teams that could snowball well. Now, there's like, honestly, it's like 30 plus.
He tried to TP with the timing, so Safe would be looking the other way. It very nearly worked out. Because Safe was certain, why would he TP into the sun?
What does snowball you mean? If this is a mountain and you put a snowball down here, picks up all the snow and gets bigger and bigger and bigger, right?
He went forward. I'm not certain he would have been safe at the back anyway.
So it's like that.
I think that might
momentum,
be
basically.
I think he was like, oh, I've got to move.
Yeah, I'm in trouble. Picked the wrong way.
It's not going great. 5-0. Vitality looking like the new player and
okay, a lot of money.
Lack of prep time
Giants low buy. 2 saved guns.
Yeah, maybe. Just how it seems like they're having a great
every single time been struggling over towards A. They put the Cypher back towards here. They're still not prioritizing the right positions, though. That worries me a lot about.
And their goal is to like make a name for themselves.
Yeah.
He's been very happy to play these more passive. Like,
okay, cages go up over towards A. Insta drone clear towards here. This is great. It means we can have a much heavier rotate. The good news for Vitality is Less is close, and he can call his team back if he wants to. And droning over towards A is really good against Cypher, right? You can normally only really kind of create one question mark, whereas like a Viper can do it multiple times, so the drone isn't as impactful. This is very good from Leicester, right? He heard the drone, he knew that they re-cleared it, he knows that they've walked off, and there's probably only one person here. It's gonna be hard to get inside though without the TP.
40 seconds on the clock. Either spike is down or save's being called. GX with some legs to stand on, and are avoiding a lot of that utility that will come in.
Yeah, and that's why they're gonna start using the ults. We've still got that trip that might own them.
Heaven hold for GX. It's Cloud.
Wait.
And West Side.
How
Cloud
is...
has just gone down to the
Ooh,
salvo
nice
from
shots,
West
bro.
Side. Here to save the day. It's
Okay, that's how they're gonna hold A shot.
side.
Really nice
This
shots.
was looking like a
Dude, I was
stacked
trying to look at
scenario
how Cloud died in
Vitality's
events
favor,
here.
but this is quickly spiraled out of control.
10 seconds left.
A chance potentially to make a name for himself. Got to try and stick this plant through, otherwise there won't be enough time. And well, it now just comes down to the last couple of kills.
I
I
tell you what, though.
Definitely crispy.
Tell you what, he did good damage.
1v3,
1v3, managed to take it down to a 1v1, makes him win one round, makes 4 people rebuy. Like, he did good.
The kid's got skill.
Yeah, that was the thing. He was talking about the pronunciation of his name to
There's a lot of debate.
to King Rob Mulligan.
King Rob.
Oh yeah. Damn, it's a lovely round from you.
Yeah, basically saying that
Hello, Saint. How we doing, mate?
Sivov, Sivo, Sivov, or Zywoo, depending on what name you like. So he's aiming high. I appreciate that, you know?
Oh, absolutely.
Did he just say Zywoo?
He's shooting for the
You
stars.
gotta go for broke.
Shooting for the stars. From what we've seen, he doesn't miss much, so let's see how
Oh, it's an absolute classic.
Maybe Syria will go for brokey.
We'll see. We'll see. Deep play towards the spawn.
Okay, creates a little bit of pressure here, but as we can see, we got the camera for this, so Vitality, super aware that this is the most common defense side Yoru ult, and we put a camera really far back to clear if he TP'd away. Dude, that's a great sign for Vitality, by the way. Putting our camera here because they have a, because they have a Yoru ult.
An advantage that they gave away. They've avoided the early danger, and now it's the scrappy fight on the choke point, and they are winning, passing it with
Dirk is
flying
in trouble.
colors. The spike is left in the open, even though Dirk gets out. He's got to go back in, and in the process, he is mowed.
This will be a lovely
down.
round from Giants if they can keep 4 here.
We said GX needed to get their hands on the reins pretty soon. Seems like it's mission accomplished.
Oops.
This is all about how much damage can Les do. Position known.
Yeah, he needs to do damage.
His team's in an excellent spot, so taking away anything that he can would be massive, but I think definitely a little bit more wary about.
How do they know Yoru would ult A and not middle? Mate, no one Yoru ults through middle, really. Like the most common set strat is here.
The fact is, though, I think a really stellar round in general from GX.
Like if you literally look at every team and you go fast 10 seconds, what is the only set Yoru ult? There's maybe 1 through middle. There's probably about 20 from here.
Forced him back into a
I guess it's
clump
percentages.
with the rest of his team, and then when they actually went to fight, I think there was an excellent stun that came through.
Dude, the Cypher trips are getting him a lot.
Yeah,
West Side's doing a good job of mixing up his trips. We're seeing over towards A. Last round got 3, started towards B this time. Want to see the rounds with the trips again. We're talking about the K-Corp? Yeah, that's the K-Corp ult. Truman White with the Prime, thank you for the 7 months as well. As a casual viewer, do you think EMEA is the more boring region to watch? They definitely try and play the most default slow rounds. Not saying that's boring, but that's definitely what they try and do.
And there almost was here as well. Purpo's just down to 28 HP, and they're having to bring Cloud in to cover that gap now that he can't quite fight through those smokes.
Another early engagement that hasn't gone fantastically for the side of GX, but
I mean, it didn't go too bad.
Again,
the same thing, right? The cages go up over towards A, create the question mark, into the drone out, now they can rotate more over towards middle. Les, once again, knows about the drone, can call his team back, and pretty much to see how this has been a protocol each time from Vitality. Like he always just stays close for them to re-clear it. Becomes a very easy call when you're getting info like this. Drone goes back to create a lot of pressure over towards heaven. He saved 1 cage. Wait, that's a defense cage.
Has just been met with death. Like, we haven't seen a lot of success from him so far.
Maybe not this round either with the early tag up, but
That's
Wait,
really
this is a nice round from Vitality. Dude, they're pretty good at this map. I'm liking a lot of what I see here.
Through mid, Cloud forced out onto the Raptors. If he goes walking back, he's not gonna like
Keep
what
an
he
eye on the
finds there.
time.
Vitality though, they give
Dude,
up that control.
I complimented them and then they
Behind
decide
or
to
at
go
least
over
staggered
towards
so
B
far
with
with
15
12
seconds left.
They're getting into heaven, and GX have not moved. They've kept the 3-man stack on this side of the map. Durka grabs one.
Durka, does he have time to
Runner down
plant?
one.
Oh
still
my
need
god,
to
they
deal
actually
with
have
Tamazi,
time to
and they
plant.
do.
I cannot
Just in
believe they won
time.
this.
That plant will come
I can't
in
believe they
with
won this.
half
0.5
a
seconds to
second
plant
left on
as
the
well.
clock. That is a
Oh my
narrow
goodness. The
margin.
overall like macro is pretty
believe
cool
they
with like
called
the
that
drone going
rotation.
over towards the re-clear with the
this
camera and the
reminds me of like
salvos to make
an
sure you can get
old
info if
school
they fell
CS
back.
fan.
Like
You
all of
could
that was
watch
awesome.
Pronax,
And then
and
they
he would
decided to
call,
go
like, the
B
most outrageous
with 3
thing
people
with, like,
heaven at
7
25
seconds left, but it's
seconds.
like, it's fine because I've got all of my stat. He'll just
And then
headshot
Dirk
us.
is just
That's
a
Dirk
monster.
Right there. Just runs in, jumps down, insta headshots the guy, TPs away, and then his teammate just gets the next frag on the.
Absurd, mate. I reckon if you
clear. Like,
paused that at
that's
15
absurd.
seconds,
Like, that was literally half a
I
second
reckon you would
off
give
them
Vitality
doing,
5%.
Like an old school KC round where we're
Well,
just
that's it,
calling
I
them
reckon.
melons.
Yeah,
Instead, because of
A
the
generous
players they
5%.
have, it's genius.
Risky to say the least, but the reward, I suppose, amplified by it. The fact that GX still had 3 players there, no doubt.
How many do Giants need, in my opinion? I think it's done. I think Vitality look way too drilled on this map. Look at that. What the hell? It's crazy as well. And he's the person with the spike, and so he knows he has time to TP out and still get over towards the site and plant. That's nuts. Aston with the 20 months. Thank you so much, bro.
So if he doesn't do that, that's a GX round.
Dude, it looks so depressing. The Giants' coach room looks crazy depressing.
Unbelievable.
Wait, that's a real Yori behind him.
Vitality, that stun's caught him. Last is in trouble, and he still got purple. Those early engagements really have not been going Purpo's way so far, but this one, I'm pretty sure Les was stunned up on the initial fight. Elsewise, why would he not be around the corner?
Well, also, I think he
Big time. Hello,
he
mate.
ran
How we doing?
straight past Durka. So even if
You
he
may
got
always
the
worth
kill, he
staying
was
up
dead
for
anyway.
sure.
Durka was
I'm enjoying your work at the
just
moment, bro. Keep it up.
behind. Like,
You take a trade in that scenario. Well, I suppose they got it in the end with Durka
yeah,
down.
that's the thing.
Could have
Like,
been the 2-1.
Of all of the early engagements we've seen, I was about to say it's going well, but now it's going very well. Les has fallen. He's been able to dominate a lot of this A ramp control, be it with the cam set up just to watch if anybody tries to.
Okay, what's the
recoil.
call in the
Again, they're gonna
3v4?
put a
Dude,
lot
Giants have to win this round.
on one player. It's west side on the other
Let's
side.
see
of the
what's
map.
actually going to go
The
down
thing is,
here.
the last couple of rounds, they've been a lot more split.
Hello,
in
Amps.
their
How you doing,
defense.
mate?
It's not
Good to
been
see you.
this full gamble like we saw in some of the early rounds. That's why they had those 3 players there towards the end. But the question is, how much can Westside do? He had a fantastic round a couple ago where he was able to hold the line.
I mean, he's
almost
had a
individually.
good. I think he's responsible for both their rounds, to be honest, so far.
Fully committed. Again,
Fully
goal
committed,
of
and he
Vitality
just
right
didn't
now.
expect him
Sivo
to
take
ult
another.
directly behind him.
And that leaves Runner on 15 HP. No chance to deny that spike is what I would have said if we didn't switch to see the salvos. They came online just in time. 8 seconds now.
No
Safe
way,
catches
they're
one,
stealing
and they
rounds.
try
Absolutely
to
stealing
deny the
rounds.
plan.
Please tell me we have Tamazi's death.
Doesn't work.
Because you see a player running towards Sivo, that's not the player that died. The player that died was Tomazi, who
At the
used
back,
from the shadows, TP'd in and got insta headshot by a guy I don't think he knew was there.
Look at this, dude. How's he allowed to do that?
This, and then this.
That's crazy.
That's the kill. That's the kill.
Dude, he almost got a
literally
double.
TP'd
Took him
to where
down to
his
15
teammate was
HP.
And gets killed for it. There's pretty much a double set of errors.
Honestly, this new kid's
Fantastic
playing
play
well,
by
though.
Sivo again. And while Tomazi, he's 0-8 right now. He's having a real rough time.
Was that even a collat on Runner that took him down?
Yeah, it
so
was, it
low?
was.
Yes, I think it was.
A
Kinda he
collat
took
on
the bullet.
TPing Omen is you don't see it every day. But what a game this has been for Vitality so far. This map pick's certainly working out. Their prep is definitely holding up to the task, but Receival as well as
All right, pretty much a full spy for Giants. It's desperation time. We get the judge close.
0 kills. There we go.
There we go. Tomazi's got one.
All we have to do is talk about his kills. It's on the board.
Sometimes you need just a cheese kill.
Sometimes when you can't kill, just bring out the judge.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe this can be the start.
Pretty much what I do
That's
every
really
single
unlucky. Like,
game.
that last round is really, really unlucky on the timing. I'll say as well, I'm guessing they didn't hear the teleport from Sivo, or they just didn't think he would stick it. But that's the thing I'm enjoying, is like, again, a lot of players either come in with something to prove or lacking confidence. He's doing neither.
How's that a
Not at
one
all.
tap? What do you mean?
Not
That
at
was
all.
fine.
And also, like you say, but there's something to prove. It's just the fact that he's a smart player. He's made the right calls.
Just a
You
good
see
gun.
A lot of cracks in young talent when they come to this level, but very few showing here, if any. For Sivo, there's less.
It was pretty far. Yeah, but I mean, he aimed it right. He got slightly lucky with where the pellets went, but
they've got full control up in heaven. The spike will be planted, and it's safe up top, looking for a Zolt with one more orb, one kill, one pick. And he's in the game, but he also loses salvos if he dies. There's the ult online, but not for this round.
Durka?
Pressure falls onto
Doable.
Durka's
Fake
shoulders.
TP at one point
Not
once
the
he gets first kill.
surely.
Ooh.
No, never
I
mind.
thought it was going to be
Westside
first
on
kill,
low
sidestep
HP.
to the
They just
left,
wanted to
fake
trade
TP.
him out.
Could have
They
been
didn't
sick.
need to. GX,
Okay,
7-3.
I still think if they get
Ain't far
5, they're
from
done. I'm not going to lie.
I'd say that's
Vitality are
now
way
2
too
rounds
drilled
that
on
you
this
can
map.
basically put down to Westside.
Westside? I mean, he's won
couple
all
of
3 rounds.
3Ks that have been highly impactful.
Really?
In scenarios where, yeah, I think some of the fights are not necessarily favorable. Like they're going into trades, or in that case, just taking an opening duel. It's something for GX. And that's the thing, like, although there's been a lot of big plays, a lot of big rounds from Vitality, I don't want to say GX have been, like, slaughtered. At least the last, like, 5 or 6 rounds they've been in this map. They can get the last couple, this one might just become competitive.
Well, coming into this round, Vitality, a lot
Oh my
of
god,
movement
Insta.
online already. One going to be put in towards this A site. They want to fight, and they want it to be Purple leading the charge. He grabs his,
Ooh.
he grabs his
This was
kill,
cool,
and
though.
runners in with the utility for
You
another.
do
The A site
Teo
runs
ult
early,
here,
just a great read.
little
Vitality have been
angle
going for
where
that
they
spot
can
here
drop
with a
down,
lurker
and we're doing
or
the
whole team.
the
This time,
aftershock.
well, there's a couple
That's
players
nice.
towards middle looking to take that space
Salvo,
late, but GX
salvo,
don't wanna give them the
aftershock.
fight. The
Like
advantage is
this whole
already theirs.
area, literally this whole area
Used to clear the
is
trip,
a
but
kill zone.
not really been a switch
You
up
gotta play
position.
here.
They're happy to play this
Util doesn't kill, but
three-man
you can't stand
crossfire.
here, of course.
Let's hold in position.
It's a nice combo, though, to be fair, and they timed it well.
He's going to try and go towards the spawn. It's unorthodox. It's not expected by anyone other than Westside, who's probably the exact man you'd want in this sort of position. First shot.
Dude, he's playing
easy
great,
does
man.
it, looking
Oh,
for a little
is
more,
that my
won't
bad?
find it.
I felt like he was mid-duel.
Paranoia through, and players
I'm not taking full
completely split.
responsibility.
40 seconds left
still
now
did
for them
enough.
to try and find something.
Well, they've got to win 2v2s, essentially. No matter where they go, there's bodies waiting for them. Time is against them.
30 seconds left.
Oh, just now they've managed to find an isolated fight with the utility that was being lined up. The salvos avoided in the site being taken. Cloud stomps his way in. They heard him surely move towards the site, but do they expect the closed corner? No, they don't. It's an easy pick,
Okay.
but Kix gets his third. The plant will be the end of him, surely. They're waiting for
Oh.
it. No, he gets the spike
Ow.
down. I was waiting for Tomasi to round the corner.
Don't
Now
do it.
Kix
Don't
is
ult.
waiting for
Don't
exactly
ult.
that. They're
Okay,
low.
ult.
No, but the first is his. The
Oh my
fourth
god.
of the round and the ace on the card.
Surely
It's
not.
only Purple. A tough game so far. Fake TP out his steps, give him away, and Kicks his posted on the angle. He only catches
Tap of the
the
spike means
shoulder.
all.
The Rolling Thunder, though, still online, will buy him all the time he needs. He's seen the
No
angle.
way. How has he won that?
It's Kicks with an
How has he
ace to
possibly
put
won this?
Vitality miles into the lead.
Well, it only took 11 rounds for Kicks to
I
put the
cannot
first
believe
ace of
he's
stage
won
1
that.
onto the board. I think there'd be quite
He's
a lot of
planted
people who
next
would
to
have bet
someone.
that it would be a Vitality player to do it, but I don't know if they would have necessarily bet that it would be Kicks, but this is the problem.
Oof.
Again, I feel like there've been moments, plenty of moments, where you'd look at this game and go, okay, GX are in it. They're competitive. They're fighting for these rounds. And then
Oh.
a guy who was on 2 kills
Jesus.
prior to this round aces your team,
Jump
and
scare.
well, I think it all goes out the window.
Normally, if you see a clutch like that, it's a lot of 1v1s, and I know in the end, those two players, they were isolated. There was like a
Okay,
2-second
honestly, just
window
let's
that
pack
was
it up. Let's go to
perfectly
Lotus.
exploited to catch that fight. But most of the others were looking even playing field. I think second and third it was that he found on the site. They traded perfectly. The timing was there, but Kicks just knew he was already aiming at the second angle. 8-3, 1 round left in the half, and GX are coming in with next to nothing. A lot of weaknesses, but ults. Well, the ult that they have, Runner might be able to claim them some space towards the site. Whichever site they decide to go for, but it looks like it's going to be sent in straight to middle.
Whoops.
GX don't get much for that, really.
Side again. A lot of the rounds they won have been down to him. Cloud just walked into the open.
Oh my
Maybe
god,
not
look at this
expecting
all
anybody to
as
be there.
well.
That's a
Guy's
lot
got to
of
run to
utility
his
for
own
Westside
one
to
way.
try and escape. Still standing,
Ooh.
gets 2 for 1.
It's a little bit
Again,
lucky, but
he
he'll take
seems to
it.
bring them back when it looks like there's no hope.
Dude, is he actually going to be responsible for all of their rounds?
And you can already see these lurks. Look at where
That's so unlucky, bro. What the hell? Where have those bullets gone?
Never going to get the chance to take. And while we've just seen an ace from one side, it needs to be.
I guess he got a little bit lucky with the judge shot. That was payback.
What a masterclass this first half has been.
Yeah, they got a nice split for sure. They've been working hard on this map.
But triumph for vitality, everything.
Been working hard on this map, and then they got a couple of individuals popping.
But the suspension's held strong. We'll see if they can continue this win streak in the second half after the break.
For the second series, you want to come on, Fio? For sure, dude. Sounds good to me. You realize all of the K-Corp stuff you've done, they're going to change up their comps, right? Let me just mute this so we don't get owned. It felt like a fast half, to be honest, but like a fast half, but obviously we had the tech pause. How many red or yellow cards for Giants? Yeah, I mean, depends how strict you are. Vitality definitely did some good stuff. But there is some criminal rounds there, I'm not gonna lie. Tamazi? Nah, you got a judge kill B main. All 3 rounds are from West Side? That is true. 3k on Heaven. 3k on the 3rd round. I can't remember the 2nd rounds. Did he 1v2 or something? I think that's right. But yeah, he's the only one who's actually winning rounds right now.
Welcome back, folks. It's time.
As we can see, this is a good map pick from Vitality, though. They look drilled. Giants don't look good in it.
Certainly, that'll be the conversation for GX. They've come out of the first with 3 rounds on the board, but there were some moments where it seemed like there was hope. Really, though, it felt like
there's a couple of rounds where they had some nice fought behind it. Right, that Teo set strat round was pretty good. The one over towards here, like the floor is lava round, that was cool. There's some okay stuff.
Most of it seemed to come down to like
Vitality's still not playing great. They had some cool stuff, man. Don't get me wrong. I think they had some very nice stuff. Some very nice, like, new stuff, to be honest. I feel like less. It doesn't look like he's doing much, but he's actually doing huge well. He's very good at, like, info gathering for his team and calling them back. Like, it looks like Les makes the calling really easy on attack.
Well, he was the one to open and shut the first pistol round, and the door is shut firmly in his face. 5v4 to start with.
Teo damage, clear the back of site, TP over.
Go in for that aggressive TP. Take control over the site, and the cavalry follows suit. He's been spotted.
You saw him in the cage.
There's
a lovely timing on that flash. Oh mate, you gotta kill. Oh my god, I was like jokingly say you gotta kill everyone, and I felt like he was gonna do it after that 3rd kill.
GX with a pistol that is very much needed, and the climb back can commence here.
This guy looks good. Yeah, he looks really good.
Getting that under their belt is so
he had a crazy game against.
I think even if they don't manage to turn this building into what will be Lotus.
What's Mystic's team called?
You're looking back to some of the
more
Focus? Results is a
I think it's Focus. Yeah, he had a crazy game against them.
When they faced off against T1 and Liquid, and then it was a close defeat to G2, who we'll look at as one of the best in the world right now. Clearly, GX put the work in.
38 on Breach, yeah, that's nuts. Arshel, thank you so much. Arshel even, thank you with the raid.
This is
Upstream was good, dude.
Very worrying. Already going in for a little bit more safe with the classic, is more deadly than most people running whatever gun you like. That is
yeah, Cloud needs to go over here and pick up one of the guns.
And bear in mind, Mitch, this was just classics. They didn't
yeah,
invest into
it's looking pretty good for them to win it.
A few extra pieces. This is literally 5 classics.
Marzi, he's having a really rough one, man.
On the other side, for GX,
that's a nice way of putting it.
Running away, taking the spike elsewhere. They'll have to cross mid, but again,
the hell is that skin?
Real concern is that West Side is left alone. If he goes down, there's 3 weapons to be recovered. I'm not sure of what of those are actually rifles. One certainly finds the first. They know there's a target
New one?
there. Sivo's the one
Sigma Lone Wolf skin. Don't tell me it's actually called that. Part of me that's believing you that it's called that.
3v2 up against weaker weapons, classics for now. Plant that should be secured.
See Kicks is looking if there's anything to be had. I'm guessing that there isn't, and while Durka's shenanigans will meet the same fate, it was incredibly dangerous, but I like the fact that GX slowed down. They didn't
Yeah, it's called that.
They didn't go looking for
Dormo.
crazy fights to try and turn the tide. They were patient. That patience has been rewarded. Speaking of it, Kicks is going to try and be patient himself, knowing that the chances of
Kicks has got the Nova Classic
round
out. It does look nice though.
now fairly slim. He might be able to take a gun.
Worst case, you can just go down to that spike, but the damage is tempting. Those steps are heard moving right towards him. Lambs to the slaughter, perhaps. The stun is good. It's great. In fact, they have an idea that this is a danger zone, and it's
Okay,
cleared
good recovery.
Very well
Was
done,
looking a little bit
considering
rough.
that 3v
Another solid round from West
4v5
side. He's fragging heavy.
You know, there was one player isolated,
16 to
surrounded by
10.
classics. That can easily spiral out of control. A retrieved Bulldog, and who knows where we go from there. They've managed to put that one together, 9-5. The gap is slowly closing in on Team Vitality.
Yeah, this is
Okay,
the way
another
you kind of expect that
early
things will change a little bit.
timeout. They won
Only got
pistol,
yourself those saved over
they won
guns from the prior.
anti-eco,
Maybe they can throw a little
and
bit
now he's
extra in
called him.
for
He's
Azzy,
called him
but
his last
he's
timeout.
going to be down in the dumps, and that's the thing. I want to see if he can have a resurgence going into this attack side. I think a lot of the time the fights he was taking, we saw the sort of rundown on him isolated on one side of the map, or when you're trying to teleport and you get shot in the head. Sometimes it's a little bit unlucky, but if he can.
Where's
pick it back
Artis?
up, they're
He's
not
streaming,
out of
right?
this map just
He's
yet.
streaming
It's
earlier.
just whether or not there's going to be a complete.
Would Astra be a good pick on this map? Astra's fine on this map, yeah.
Astra
Astra Omen's like preference, really.
Aggression. Safe's been having a great game. Durka's been having his moments, and well, we've already seen that there isn't really a missing piece right now. And then sort of the alternative is either you're met with that aggression, can you win versus two of the best
Doubled
players
the raid
in the
members,
whole
yeah. This
region,
guy's stream's popping.
or do you walk into Less's side
Doubled the
setup?
viewers.
Both bad options.
Yeah, there's no easy choice there.
I'll be mad at
No easy
that.
road.
It's like, do you want to eat cat food or dog food? So I'd rather eat neither, but I don't have that choice.
Dog food's generally dry.
I don't know why you're actually thinking about it. It was more of an analogy rather than a. I don't want to know your answer. Because weirdly, you've probably tried both.
No.
Okay, so Giants called a timeout for this round, and they go for
I don't want to cook dinner.
4-1
That dog is
middle.
looking pretty-
Take B.
Little can opener, it's
Wait,
all
what?
good. Well, opening duel for Sivo.
Dude, he's
he
been
has
pretty good,
managed
man.
to take Purpo out of the action.
He's showing some confidence as well.
And it caused a lot of annoyances as we saw in the first half, but not this time around. Safe, very low on HP. It's an easy pickup. West side having a hell of a game so far. GX
They've
have
kind
been
of gave him a kill
struggling
back.
in that first half, but he was a standout performer in it. And he may
Yeah,
just
easy
carve a
call with the
path
info.
towards the site
We
for
got
GX this time
less
around.
on his own.
That
We got a
pick and
TP
vet
that
sends them
Dirk
to the
can
A side,
take
sends them
if he
towards
wants
less.
to. We got double kill trip on site.
Extra element of control, they'll be brave enough to take on this setup.
Double
Take
flash
on
to
this man
enable.
already being caught by a trap. They know he's close.
Oh.
Les smells the blood in the water, and he calls in for Durka to help him out. Creep up though. Oh, now it's being spotted. Runner, you
Ooh, that
better
was
get
kind of
running.
nice.
Kicks, takes
Jiggle
him down,
peek on
but
elbow
Spikes
so they
is there
can
as a result. It's
double
West Side trying
spam
to
through
clean
smoke.
back some element of control as Cloud takes over the site. They'll get a plant out of this and a man advantage.
Yeah, and you would imagine Tamazi just wins the round from
Sivo not much
heaven.
better off. They're going for the element of surprise, but that element has completely gone.
Dude,
Another
how many
triple kill for
3Ks
West Side. I
has
feel
West
like
Side
he
got?
almost has as many as they
It
have
might be
rounds
5.
at this point. The amount that he is being able to win them.
It's at
I will
least
say, though,
4.
I think Runner was a little bit hard done by because I think his spam lit 2 players to like sub 20 HP and just didn't get either of the kills.
Well, it'll show up on his ACS, I suppose.
That was him getting 5 HP.
Hoops and Beer, thanks so much, dude. Thank you for the 10 months. Favorite beer.
From this point,
Asahi's kind of banging at the moment. Not that I don't drink that much, but
felt like they were
Asahi
trying to
is like
claw their
the
way
banger
back
at the
into this,
moment.
But now, well, the ground's looking a bit more even. The uphill battle comes a bit Or gentle stroll, Durka straight down mid onto Cloud. It's not a great start. This is a low buy for Vitality, and they did a lot with the classics. Now they've got full sheriffs and a couple shields floating around. It's a lot more dangerous for GX to face off against in those 1v1 fights, as Cloud just found out from behind a wall.
Chat, any believers? It's 6-9. They're going to get their ults a little bit earlier.
Point to B, sorry.
Are they going to get their ults earlier?
Okay, doesn't get out of there, but he's
They might get
timed.
eco'd.
Now they can throw the salvos in, delay that a little bit further. And that's the thing. In these sort of rounds, okay, those cheeky plays are going to be great, but it depends how much you can burn off that clock. Okay, at the moment, we're at 50 seconds. But you look at the position of these attacking players.
Is EU the weakest
don't have any
region?
ground.
Luckily for EU, China
They've got to
exists.
fight for it somewhat blindly up
But
against Pistols.
If you
Playing
ask me
into
to compare them to the
Vitality's
other two
hands, but the clock
regions,
is
I would have a rough
forcing that
time.
play. The B site seems to be the target. They know Cypher's been on A. It's a little easier. They don't have that Sentinel. Util waiting. Flash from Runner. Hopefully get them up to heaven. The delay's been good. We've got 25 seconds left. Vitality rotating players in.
back.
Salvos just came online for safe as well. This is a big deal that GX... with
China
15,
better
they
than this
gotta go.
Tortoise
They gotta
region?
make it to the site. They've got delay utility.
I
You've
mean,
gotta
yeah,
run
you're not
through a
wrong, dude.
Cypher
I can't really
setup.
defend them when
We've
they're
got a
10
player
seconds going through
pushed
heaven
in
right
on
now.
it. 8 seconds
Like, how
left.
am I ever meant to
It's
defend them
outrageous.
on this round? It's like the most
Vitality, they
perfect time for that
pushed the boat
chat.
out when it came to
I can't
timing,
defend
but
them.
this-
It's like
the
you've
blatant
actually just
disregard
summarized
for
the
the
round
clock at the top of
in
their
one
screen.
go.
They'll get their kills. But Vitality won that with pistols.
Jesus,
and they didn't
guys.
even have to use them for the most part. Oh, that one's going to be talked about in the VOD review.
Yeah, the Tortoise gameplay is not wrong.
The pay save card thrifty. But yeah, this was exactly what I was talking about at the beginning of the round. It's when it comes down
What a
to
stun.
those late round
Oh my god, what a
decisions.
stun.
Like, okay, you lose some of those early fights, you lose some map control, you lose some positioning.
So,
and
sometimes
we've
I
seen
look
it
at
before, they just
Pipson
pause.
and he looks like he's going
But
to
last
explode.
time you saw Vitality, okay, they had the need
He just
to
starts
get
shaking.
aggressive,
It's
right?
incredible.
They were playing with literal classics. In this scenario, they had all of their utility. They had everything still online, and that's where you need to force them
Oops.
into making some of those fights. Instead, well, you've given them around, you've gifted them
Drone
around.
clears the site, double kill trip over towards here. Can
The safe must
they
have been sat there going,
get in a
"Salvo,
position to
Salvo,
kill
they
him?
didn't need them.
Yeah.
They didn't need them. Just hold the cross and pop a stun.
Ult
Beautiful
goes
stuff.
back a
From
site. They know they
Vitality
can
in
take
terms
this
of patience.
TP.
Westside's
Dude,
coming in with
Westside
fire in
is
his belly
just
after that last round. He's been
really
caught, though.
doing so much
Tamazi
work.
tries to make the sneaky play,
Tamazi,
pushes it away. Never mind. They don't turn in time.
some
And the
lovely
quick
impact
double.
from him. He's been
Answered
having a
back by
quiet
Safe.
one.
Doesn't
Let's
even
start
put
looking at this.
Vitality
1-9
on
loss
the
bonus.
forefront.
If they
In
lose
fact,
it,
with
they're
him
going to be
falling,
losing this one.
this one's
You
looking
got
done.
3
A
people.
three-piece
Let's
needed
include Safe. We've got 4
Icevo
people
the
that can't
way
buy.
back through. He's coming from heaven, and he's up against a strong setup. It stuns, flashes. Every player has something. In fact, 2 stuns, 2 flashes. They've got everything they could possibly want to work with. For Sivo, perhaps this round is already out of his hands. Unless he gets an opportunity gifted very soon. Could just be a game of playing those exits, and I think that's what he's going for.
I think also in this scenario, the money is actually a bit more important. Having his weapon, making sure that that's not removed, have something to fight with going into the next, so making it a little bit more costly.
Has the
but
split
really
become
good
attack-sided?
recovery.
It's just
Yeah.
comp-based.
I think that last round is enough to shatter
Trust me, we've
your
got the 100
mental
Thieves
in a lot
comp.
of positions, but
You'll say
we
it's
didn't see them pause,
defense-sided.
We didn't see them slow things down. They just went right back to what they were doing. And even seeing a little bit from Tamazi. As I said, like, it's not just him. Him and Purpo. I think Purpo, I don't want to say he's lost every single opening duel, but I want to say he's lost like a solid 70%. Like, it's been...
Wait, Asuna, you can't be here when I'm trying to silently flame your team, man. You can't. Stop lurking, dude.
First time on the stage. It's just,
Please stop lurking.
A little bit toxic, but you know, I'm here for it. 10 to 7. I think this is a pause. Yeah, it's going the other way. So just as we thought, maybe there was an opportunity for GX to call a pause. That is an immediate response from the Vitality camp. Because again, you're talking about, what, a 9-3 half. There were a lot of clutches. There were a lot of big moments that went their way that could have very easily made it a lot closer. But now we're not seeing those as much. And that starts to worry, because the difference now down to just 3. GX, it seems like, well, I'd say some of their players are starting
He's so
to come
praising
alive.
Westside,
One
he
of their
dies
players
every
has
time I
been
praise
alive
him.
the entire time.
Mate.
Westside is having a game, and that's the thing.
Even the casters are talking
Obviously,
about
we're
it.
gonna
Why
look
you
at
why you just saying it's
Sivo
just
as,
me?
oh, he's the new kid on the block. He's the guy coming from tier 2 into tier 1. bear in mind, Westside's only played, what, like 3 or 4 games in the Tier 1 setting at kickoff.
Ryan GB with the Prime.
Again. So
3, yeah.
the fact that
Vicer, what the hell?
Why
is everyone firing so many
this
shots?
Is what we were sort of promised, and he had glimpses at kickoff, but not to this degree.
I'm not wrong as well. GX's opening game was the BBL, right, where we sort of way underestimated BBL's power level. Like, he's had a rough start over at that level, and right now 22 and 11. First half, he was a standout. Second half hasn't really changed much. It's good to see.
Wendy Hulk with the Tier 1. Thank you, the 14 months. Thank you, thank you.
Good opportunity on the back of it. They're just down by 3. Vitality of weak weapons. I mean, maybe the biggest enemy for GX will be the clock. Certainly was last time this happened. And this time, of course, the rifle save for Sivo gives them an opportunity. And a few ultimates as well in play. Looking at Safe in particular, there's dangers, and the biggest
kind of fast. Damazi's feeling it now. Like there's the main gun.
Oh, Durka in the corner. Shooting out the utility. That was enough to give
A free rider Tomo, thank you so much as well, dude. Thank you, thank you. Well, they get a lot of money from this round. A lot of money. We're getting, we're min-maxing. We're getting the orb in B main. We're going to be able to get the plant. We're going to be 1 away.
Orb management. It's going to get Purpo ever closer to that.
They're in a really good spot, though, to be honest. How many ults are they up against? Aeol, Yoriel. Yeah, Papa with the kill as well. They let him hunt everything. You get an ult here.
If you don't come in, how you're going to
big round, chat.
A little bit toxic, then what's the point?
No punches pulled. Like I'm playing Viper over here. It's
how did Sen hold A site?
10 to 8.
I feel like neither are able to hold it. Yeah, but San Hardy, you're comparing a comp that on attack has passive pressure on A to a comp that doesn't have passive pressure. Like it's not even comparable.
There's lots of dangers on that Vitality.
It's a completely different game when you can create pressure here.
This is exactly what Durka did. It allowed them to sell fakes. It allowed them to sniff out the dangers ahead of time. One of those dangers in this round, hopefully, will be seen. No, they broke the drone on its way up. The fact that Durka's tucked in that corner is nasty. He always has a way out.
Even all the way back to the pistol round, they were predicting him to be there. Westside pretty much pre-fired him, so I don't think they're going to be caught off by too many of these shenanigans. Stun through, I like it. Good opportunity, even with the salvo.
Okay,
that's wonderful.
Well,
Fantastic
it's a pretty important pick. Omen flash hits the Omen, the ult speeds him up to get out of there, but this is a free site. They got 3 here. Do they try send it? Yes, they do. Teo into Omen flash. Teo? What? Oh my god. Yeah. Dude, we are not on the right POV. This guy's playing great, man. This is fast, like, big stage game. He's doing awesome.
You know, we talk a big game about nerves on that stage.
He was blind. I know he's blind, dude.
When it's your first time joining a team already who have quite the record starting out this year. And it doesn't look like there is any pressure on this man. Unbelievable performance for a debut, and look, it's not over yet.
Yeah,
no,
it's
the right path from what we're
what
seeing
a time
here.
to do it, and they managed to save a good amount of their ults. Not that these two are the
7
best.
kills above Durka. Debut doesn't go better. Like, I'll be
no, it really doesn't.
I'm not just 7 kills above the best player in the league. You know, it's gone pretty well. But
Stun Heaven.
they're gonna want to close this map out.
Salvo Vents.
Where they wanted the game
Stun,
to be.
trying to hope you go down into Vents to get a kill.
A little bit more competitive.
Safe. Surely you're not jumping in there, mate. Oh my goodness, it's good stun in the end.
He's being hit with so many pieces of utility, but actually,
dude, this is a weird round from Vitality. They wanted to like fight middle when they were here and here. I'm not sure you can call to fight this. You're just taking individual
kicks. Definitely had some struggles in the last round with the utility combo, but this is what GX have been doing a lot. It's just this.
You got to accept that.
Find something, pause. Basically playing the default.
Good reaction from Vitality, right? Lose middle. Got to get some map control.
As much as you
double push over towards here. They had the Yoros. They can TP back over towards A as well.
Patiently waiting, but that clock is ticking and they've been seen.
Yeah, leaves the Cypher who can sometimes check camera for Heaven. 5 seconds, gonna get a little bit weird.
Presumably not gonna be a huge change in direction.
Durka is 1 flash. Kicks his full util. If he gets a kill, he gets his ult.
Flash just to slow down the game a little bit. Same thing from Kicks. They know bleeding the clock is the main goal, but Purpo comes up
Gotta save.
huge. If
Hank, you
those
gotta
players
save.
are still alive at this stage, the round is under a lot of threat, but instead, a 5v2. What should be an easy cleanup from this point forward. In fact, I see them turn their back on the site. It looks like Vitality are making what, looking at their economy, is the right call. Getting out of here, saving those weapons for the next round.
Finances have
How did this get close?
been bolstered.
I mean, West Side, really.
Well,
West Side, and I'll tell you what,
only
they
had
got a
2
nice
rounds.
attack.
Like, it has been, there's a
Like, you could tell that
9-3 attack.
they'd prepped a little,
And
not
from
prepped, but like
the
they'd
second half,
pracked
it's
quite
been
a good amount because
glimpse
they had some
of what's
okay
been
like
a
set strats on
majority
defense.
GX
They just kind of got
victory.
run
And
over a
again,
little bit from Vitality.
At times it feels like GX overplaying their hand, like running out of time, or in the last round trying to flash through the smoke, and there were players on the other side of it. For now, though, it's all about holding on to those guns, and that's exactly what they'll do. GX now just 2
think
within.
Vitality can maybe gamble a little bit
Again,
more.
This is Vitality's map choice.
I don't know.
Map
This
where
was also weird.
if
Like
you look
this
at that
mid-round
first
call
half,
for me
they were
wasn't
having fun,
great.
They were thriving.
Like they wanted to
Now,
fight middle, but
it
they'd
does
lost
seem like they're
all of the
struggling a
map
bit.
control.
A strange face to split we're seeing in this matchup. Nothing but attacker-sided rounds
23
being
to
played.
12.
You know, even looking at GX, a lot of the things that were going wrong for them in that first half, Purpo was just being shut down every time they looked for opening aggression. That's a bad sign. When you move onto your attack side of split, you really need to be finding your early round aggression successfully. And I think the recovery from that point has been
That's
remarkable,
lunacy.
as evidenced by the fact that he's just
Okay.
taken down Durka in another opening duel. That didn't happen in the first half at all, I think.
I feel like Durka is meeting the exact same problem, though. It's these patient defaults that GX are running, the same that Vitality were doing, a slow-paced, okay, let's wait out some of that early U2 that we know is coming, and Durka's trying to pop flash himself into those angles where there are 4 people waiting. And they're so prepared, like I said, when he was playing on the edge of that box,
Asuna says low-key, I'd go for that play as well.
In their approach to dealing with
Don't know if that's a good
positions.
sign
He
or a
likes the
bad
flash
sign,
ball.
mate. I'll be honest, it's a
Shutting him
bad
out of the
sign.
game is something
They flashed
rarely
back.
able to do, but
You can't be
they
going
have
for
been able
that.
to do it. And you look at what they're doing with all their utility here. They are making it very difficult for players to make a play.
Online here for the side
Ooh,
of
bit of
Vitality.
desperation.
Putting in the rolling thunder,
Woman
but they're
flashed
inside
a
the
little bit
smoke
late.
with a shorty in hand. Purple.
Ooh,
It's nasty,
my
but the
goodness,
shot
stun
doesn't land.
diff.
And now Vitality flood in through the gates, left wide open
Wait,
by
is
that
Cloud
pick.
looking at sight there?
Runner's even blind in the corner, caught by the
Damn,
U2
bro.
and
Lesson
forced
Kicks
into
did
the
so
open.
much on sight.
Vitality,
I would
there were
love to
struggles
see
here, and it seemed like
the...
GX
How do I
were
say this
hot
guy's
on
name?
their heels,
Sova?
but now they've
Sifo?
landed
Sifo?
all the way at the
Boy,
finish
I wanna
line.
see his
Just
kill.
one more step, and they can move on to Lotus.
Yeah, a big rolling thunder. Even though it needed to be preceded by another stun, it definitely helped them out with clearing out the back of the
Oh
site.
my
And
God,
that's the
Cloud's
rounds that
looking
we've
at
seen them win.
sight.
I think other than the one where we saw the GX run out of time, it was using that Armageddon on the back of the site to
Steve
force
off.
them into awkward fights.
Steve
I think
off.
when Vitality have done that, they've been able to take some fairly comfortable rounds. Now though, just looking at one.
3 chances of Vitality. And I'll tell you what, Giants got this way closer than I thought it was going to be. Oh my goodness. Oh God.
Fantastic.
Damn, 5 HP. Well, there goes the 5 HP. Yeah, at least they're dueling together. Dude, Les is so nice to watch. I'm telling you, it's not like flashy, loads and loads of kills as he messes up the cage.
I
But
see West Side still alive here.
he's
I'll
just
give
very
him 50-50
impressive in terms
odds.
of info. He
GX,
does
well,
like he
Cloud
literally does
tagged up, Cloud
everything
dealt
you
with.
want.
In fact, it's
the
all
Cypher
on
to
runner
do.
Vitality. They had a huge lead. They stumbled, but they didn't trip and fall. Right back onto their feet. Runner has managed to slip up behind them. He's got 2 kills lined up in front of him, and he'll connect those nicely. But still, another 2 to go. The spike to be retrieved and utility to fight through. Kicks has everything. With 35 seconds on the clock, there's still a paranoia.
One up
Sivo,
FPS, thank you so much,
no
dude.
doubt the
Thank you
fault
for the
line to
15
come through
months.
soon
Thanks for saying that
Kicks.
also, bro.
Runner,
Appreciate the prime.
He has his work
30
cut out
seconds
for him.
left.
Oh, it's great timing.
Closer angles.
So good.
Free to walk past. 20
Kicks didn't see him with a
seconds
jump
left to try and
spot.
make some sort of move, make some sort of play,
Wait.
and they're playing on this sort of
What happened?
elevated
Did someone-
angle. Both players in
someone
the corner,
see
but the
him?
paranoia is
From
going to make
def cam?
things awkward. The reposition might make it difficult for him to take these
Hey,
fights.
very
The
nice
more
from
Vitality
Vitality.
when
I
it
think
comes
Giants
to
actually
two
did better
players
than I
thinking at
thought
the same
considering
time.
the half
They
if we
get
ignore
it
their first
spot
half.
on.
Dude, this kid played well though.
Here on map 1, commanding the first half, but a bit more of
It's a great sign for Vitality.
In the second for GX. It's a good sign with their map pick of Lotus up next. For now, though, we're off to a break.
Westside, I mean, yeah, he was the reason that they even got any rounds on defense. That was winnable. It was definitely winnable, yeah.
God bless you. That was funny. But can you tell the crowd to quiet down a bit?
Whose map pick was this? Vitality.
That's the rank demon right there.
Bro, the crowd went wild. What the
Bro said the crowd went wild. Just as EMEA took out the crowds for Wednesdays. Oh. Stage 1, map 1, split. Okay, let me upload this VOD chat. I'll be back in a little bit. We have Lotus coming up. That is Giants pick. And honestly, the second half will give him some confidence.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat.
So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough. I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug. I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, I got this. Will not quit to the top, I promise. 'Cause I've had enough. You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown in my prime right now. Hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things, of motivating.
Team Vitality, they are back to their winning ways. I'm your host, so I've got Kakuka and Billy here with me in the studio. Now, a great start for Vitality, but I can't help but feel like GX maybe could have had it at some point if the first half went a little bit better.
You know, one thing that actually was throwing me off a bit is that even on the times that they were losing, you would see a Giant X so happy, like they were enjoying every single moment that they were on the stage, and I was like, damn, are they that confident? And at some point, as you're saying, Giant X brought it very, very close. Vitality manages to close it out. What a great debut for Sivov.
Oh, completely. And I think as well, when we look at Westside, like the performance that he was able to have, let's not forget, he was a VCL player last year, and this was his Tier 1 debut coming into kickoff. So I think looking at these two performers going into this next map is going to be really interesting, and it's so nice to see them up at the top of the scoreboard as well.
It is, And Mitch and Tom mentioned it a lot of times when we're looking at Team Vitality's new player. There were no nerves, no pressure, cool as a cucumber, no mistakes either, really, that was remotely egregious from him.
No, absolutely. I think that the interview was a great showing. He was, you know, he was very comfortable having a conversation, knowing also the stakes and the kind of team that he's feeling into. This is not top of the board. This is not even mid-board. This is a team that's supposed to be winning. And definitely with this attitude, they can definitely do it.
Oh, 100%. I think I was a little concerned about the sort of flexibility coming into this and like what role is he actually going to jump onto. But I was very, very impressed. You know, you brought it up in the pre-show beta. He's only played controller 3 times, 2 on Harbor, once on Omen. So I think that it was a really good showing, and I'm excited to see how we can perform in the future.
I do wonder if they just perma-stick him on the controller though, because I think they should.
I think that we still have that question, and probably even though we might have an answer for like the first weeks, I want to know if that also is going to evolve with the rest of the stage, because I think that most of the teams are going to come in with this idea of just running the breach and the Tejo all the time, and maybe things change or maybe they don't.
We'll see, we'll see. But I'm glad you mentioned Westside, Billy, because he was doing his goddamn best trying to keep his team in that game. But again, if the first half, if they just won like 2 retakes, I'm not asking for much, just 2, it could have been gone differently.
It's difficult because when you look at the way in which Vitality were playing as well, they're so explosive, right? You can only like count on Westside to be able to do so much, and he was doing his job. You know, he was able to anchor that B side. I think he did a really, really good job, and I think that mechanically he's just so gifted as well, right? He's hitting those shots. I don't know what he's eating, but he's hitting those shots. So yeah, I think he did his best nonetheless.
I also liked from both of the teams. Yes, Westside performance was off the charts. I love to see that he has it to make it, but I like the different approaches that we were seeing. I think that at times, especially when that second half, when Giant X was playing for the attack, because of the conditioning that we had seen from Vitality, how they were using the tempo so well to scatter the utility and use up all the time that they had available for them. We saw them making some mistakes, losing on some anti-ecos and whatnot, and that is, at the end of the day, after you figure out the meta, what makes a great team of others.
I know you said that the GX boys, the mood was good. There was no way in hell Pipson was having a nice time. There's just
he was smiling.
Oh, I mean, after the 2 5v3s they lost, 2. Every single time we talk to him, he's like, I just want one day that we don't lose just 1 5v3. But you know, today wasn't the day for them on that map. But let's talk about the Duelist head-to-head, because there is definitely a bit of an experience diff when it comes to the Yoru. What did you guys make of this?
I can't remember the last time we've seen Purple on Yoru, right? It's not something that he played during kickoff, and I think as well that he was maybe a contributing factor in not being able to get those first kills and was actually being one of the first deaths, right? In comparison, when we look at Derka, yes, he didn't put up amazing numbers or numbers that we're used to from Derka, but he was getting those first engagements, right? He finished on 7 first kills and 5 first deaths throughout that map, so I think he was being able to fulfill his role essentially.
Yeah, absolutely, and for him it was about getting the first kill. Sometimes he's going to succeed, sometimes not, but he was, in most of the cases, he was successful. And thinking about this and the importance of each player for their teams, we're speaking about a Derke that even though they were 4th in Bangkok, he was still top in ACS and in ADR in the entire tournament, because he's an animal. He doesn't seem to have a bad day ever. And on the other side, you're looking at a Purple that for, especially, I'm going to say quote-unquote, the old Giant X and what we saw on kickoff could make or break their success.
They could indeed. Let's talk about the next map here and talk about what we could see, because like you said, Billy, Purple, he's only ever played Yoru on Bind, Breeze, and Pearl. So if he whips it out again here on Lotus, I think it will be a bit of a surprise for us. No one has played Waylay yet, but I don't expect Derka to. I think it will be a strange choice for him. He's got other options.
I think for me, I'm looking at Vitality's roles again and trying to figure out how are they implementing Civ off, because it's usually Kicks that jumps onto that Omen on Lotus, right? So are they going to keep Civ off on the Omen, or are they going to put him on that Breach, because he was a fantastic Breach when he was playing for Mandatory. It's just what way do they decide to sway?
Yeah, and not only him, like what are the other changes that we're going to see, because in this first split we've seen both of the teams leaning extremely heavily into that Breach. Are we going to see the same moving on to Lotus, or are we going to see Vitality just playing that double controller with the Vice? And as you're saying, where does Zeba fit into all of this?
Yeah. I think he is flexible enough to do either one of the options Billy spoke about. But I did like the Omen. I felt like the the ultimate was good. The TPs are good, especially on a map like this. I think he could do something flashy with that Omen. But let's take a look at Agent Select and see what we are going to
Lotus.
get. And what we are going to get is
a lot of breach tail at the moment, Vitality.
Yeah, exactly. So apparently they are going to be leaning onto this. Derke moves away from that race and onto that Euro.
Vice, Viper, locking down C on defense.
There on split, so if he's able to replicate that now onto Lotus,
sure.
I'm kind of surprised. Like,
probably going to see a lot of A defaults from Vitality.
And they decided to stick with the same comp they were running. I was like, you know, with the surprises that we were expecting, and also what we saw on split, I thought that for sure for this one we were going to see the change.
Do you know what? I don't think it's a terrible comp though, right? Because I think when we're looking at the Vi's, at the Fades, at the Rays, how they can kind of
the broken combo, who would have guessed?
Kind of
yeah.
on that C side on their defense.
Strong.
But I think that they have a lot
very
of
strong.
where they can contest for that A rubble space. Maybe more the Omen rather than the Vi's. I don't know why I was going down that route, but either way, I think that if it's not broken, don't try and fix it, you know?
Smokes.
Love the
yeah,
way
he might be.
Vitality have just brought the G2 comp back. You know, if you can't beat them, join them. And I love this.
What's the next team? Is it next game? Is K-Corp BBL.
It is a map choice, so Mitch and Tom, we're expecting some better performances here on the server.
Did Vitality ban Haven?
Well,
no, I think they banned
that second half performance when it comes to GX.
Icebox really and then Cent, right? Or
that's
a good question. They might have banned Haven. Wait, they perma-banned Pearl, no?
That was, you told me to be
they banned
ready
Pearl.
for that.
They banned Pearl, then they banned Ascent. And Giants banned Icebox.
And it was wonderful.
Okay.
It was wonderful. EVS clipped that for me.
Right.
Just the look of shame and disappointment.
You're thinking that Giants should have...
I'm a big fan of
should have picked Haven. I mean, Giants got Haven for third map. They kind of owned it, if anything. All right. Giants on defense, Vitality on attack.
There's going to be a whole lot of ideas around this. And
I like this from Giants. The comp isn't the best at taking A, and when you look at this, you normally think they're going to have strong side C just because of the Vice Viper. So 4-1 at the beginning to try and make it look like they can take aggro. Lose A and reaction push over towards here. We've definitely got to keep an eye on Les, who's getting pinched. And West side, with the confidence of last map, is going for an absolute play.
Utility wasn't expected, but it doesn't matter. The kill will be found anyway. Cloud back on that fade. And their performance versus KC, he had one hell of an individual.
It's a great flash from Kix.
And an agent that he feels incredibly comfortable on, so definitely a player to highlight. In this scenario though, a lot of delay. Vitality using that utility fairly early in that brawl, and after clearing out towards the defender side, this now becomes quite an awkward retake. Aftershock used, Kick gonna find one, in fact a second as well. And now the man highlighted. Cloud try and face versus two.
Going off for that jump.
Players has to try and work out where Derke
Damn, dude. Kix isn't fragging like crazy heavy, but he's got some good impact at the moment.
Find another pistol.
Yeah, he had that ace on the round before, and then he starts this one off.
Kix 3-0 start
before
on
even.
the breach. Sivo as well, touching on, I think last map was, I'll have to double check, was it his second ever map on in an official, obviously on Omen, coming into his third year.
Yeah,
Guy
Papa
is
took
now
a huge
playing,
gamble.
like, the comfort, even in that, I don't know if you'll remember it, but the round where he takes, there's 3 players exiting the site.
The moment is 2-1 on pistols.
Just how quickly he's using all of his utility, the familiarity with the kit is off the charts. You'd expect that, of course. Be criticizing him if it wasn't, but. Yeah,
We got one sheriff on defense. We got 2 human drones that can die on this round. His number 1 human drone just walked all the way through B. And then we got second human drone. It's nice for Vitality on the ecos though, right? Everyone taking the risk is the Ghost. Not going to be giving them a gun, it's going to make a difference.
Maybe the removal of Trex was more so to free up Safe. Because we saw Safe playing a lot of different roles. On this map, for example, he was playing a Vice. Now,
Very, very nice.
is one of those roles
We
where
got a triple armor
you're
rebuy,
holding
that's
around
it.
your utility most of the time. You're not getting up in people's faces and taking jewels.
Yep.
Teo, however, is the polar opposite of that. And if I was going to put Safe in one of those roles, it's the latter.
Yeah, thank you for the partner anniversaries.
could
still
be
see
one
a lot
of
of
the
them
major
getting
reasons for
spammed.
the
Thank you
shift,
so much.
other than other things mentioned, is that
What's my
he's now
expectations
in
of
that spot.
Sivo?
Sivo can take up that controller role. We
Honestly,
know how
downgrade,
good a
but
player like Kicks can be playing on
that's
the
for him
initiator,
to prove
very
different,
good at supporting
really.
utility. I think that's where he thrives the most.
One of the best initiators.
So it's like, okay, this seems to fit slightly better.
Like everyone should think it's a downgrade.
Sivo can hit that level
Really.
controller, and to be honest, I think he was signed for the exact reason.
Apart
that
from
he's
like him and
incredibly
maybe his
flexible.
teammates that have played with him before.
Kicks within our league being the best breach, certainly.
Maybe
like,
Focus.
You look at some other players that historically, especially like cracks on a KO, maybe there's arguments elsewhere, but in terms of breach, he just, every team I've seen him play a breach on looks fundamentally better for him being in that role.
He's on Smoke's last map, yeah.
Vitality, and there's a couple players you can look to with those kind of skills, those kind of pieces of communication.
Question mark
in
over
those,
towards here.
critical moments.
I feel
Vitality,
like
2-0 start.
do we have
Decent buy coming into
Clone
this as well.
to
I mean, they're
break
not pulling
this?
any punches when it comes to these
Runner
individual
trying
fights.
to
Durka
take
is
space,
looking
or
for a
okay.
duel, and Runner is looking to give it
No
to him with
way.
a jump spot. How is he snuck
I'm
up
so
that
surprised
close?
that he's not on the radar here for this jump spot. I saw his head. I thought he would have come up on minimap. My goodness, Duck is just walking into spaces.
Just about quick enough, especially when you look at the level of this bonus right now.
Yeah.
It's become quite
Oh, that
awkward
was
of what
nice. Salvos into
fantastic
triple
utility
swing
placement.
and then make sure he can
Caught by the
plant.
Z's, it doesn't
He's
matter.
still got less being the
He's
human
gonna win
turret
that
at the moment.
fight. Does he escape? Just about. Is able to hold
He's
the
on
line, hold on to his
on
life.
Sentinel duty.
Another body to throw at this situation. GX, they really want this round.
Yeah, and Kicks is like, well, I'm 1 HP. I might as well just spam my
Need
flashes.
a pick to get it. And there's still utility there. Paranoia goes in to buy time. Smoke down as well. They've got to push right through that, and the stun is waiting for them. That counters out.
Yeah,
The
honestly,
snake bite
nice
they put
door
into play,
util
and
as
now
well.
they've got nothing to fight for the site.
Every
They
time
leave.
Giants wanted
Turntail
to
after
fight, they
dumping
just
utility, and
tanked
this
some
is
kind of
just
util, whether it was
Vitality's
like
ability to delay,
it
and
was
then you have to add
breach
to that
flash
what happens
into
if they kill
Omen
the
flash
players
and
on
then
site,
to
and they're now
Smokes.
going for the defuse. Salvos will come in.
And there was Viper
And
Molly
again,
in
the
here
round
as
will
well,
be
to be
lost.
honest.
Just beautiful play from that attacking
Did
side.
Vitality look nice
Yeah,
though?
I think for me that was the scariest prospect of this map being chosen by GX, is that you have to go in.
Jerry on, thank you so much for the primate. Appreciate the 6
Again,
months.
Obviously the composition has changed, but I don't think it has changed for defensive reasons, putting Durka onto that Yoran safe onto the Teo.
Did I
I'm sure
actually
it
make
gives you
that
more
Artist
ability
Vitality
to be
tweet? Of
aggressive on
course, man.
defense, but it's still going to thrive on the attack.
Think I'm not going to
Form
miss a
when they
chance
play
to flame
versus
Artist?
T1, 10-2 when they play regionally.
I'm surprised no one
versus
else
Liquid.
asked the
They are
question.
very good at this attack side, and I think that bringing in
How was
what
map
may
1?
not be new
Yeah, it's not too bad.
overall, but new for their squad, not what you'd expect when they have already a pretty good setup on this map overall.
It's bright with the prime. Thank you for the
Don't
16
know if
months.
GX are necessarily ready for this one.
Appreciate
also,
that.
The fact that they've made
Thank you for the
those
prime
changes
usage.
themselves make me think that they're just comfortable in their own gameplay rather
Drone
than
to make it look like we're
specifically
late
looking at Vitality.
retaking over towards A. That makes the Parson over towards Hobbit, Baby Door, whatever people are calling it. And then they walk over towards B. They create question mark on B. And then they go back, walk. Oh, Jesus. Look at the layers on this round. What the hell is going on? We fake A, so this person's looking over towards here. And then we fake over towards the B, so this person's over towards here. So in theory, you can walk into C. They might have overcooked it a little bit. I thought the original thing was pretty nice.
It's a double-edged sword. For GX, if you're pushing into that vice setup, that's one of your
Fawns
best
is going to do a lot
chances
here.
to stop that push, to punish them for the aggression they're going for. But Runner got picked last round.
Mate,
and
that's a
this one
team
is
nade.
no different.
Popo's nading his team out.
The utility coming his way, it locks him into a lost scenario. Purpo might just be in the same spot. He's being revealed now and quickly dealt with. Vitality are checking all of the boxes. And
Goodness, well, looking good from Vitality, looking rough for Giants. Dude, this was a mad round from them, to be honest.
This is their pick.
Like, it must have been very frustrating to play as Giants. Pull them over towards A. We've got 3 pass, including the person that's watching B here. And then take the space on B and then still end up going C.
You're talking about a team that has 5 deaths in 4 rounds. Like, these have
That
been
nades,
very,
dude, that
very
nade was criminal.
methodical and clean rounds. Yeah,
I can't even blame him for this as well.
Worse. And I'm glad we're seeing an early pause because
Yeah, and they might just tell them to like go aggro C at the moment. That would fix a lot of their issues.
That we're currently seeing from Vitality is actually, especially Durka on that Yoru. I almost wonder if they looked at this map and went, yeah, a lot of people are going to run Vice. How can we?
Yeah, he gets so many words
ruin
out
all
per
Vice
second.
setups?
It's insane.
Okay, let's just run past the wall and TP out. And he's done that at the beginning of rounds. And Now you've got runner. Okay, I'll jump spot and look for him. Dead. Okay, I'll try and play passive around my utility. Dead. Like, he is struggling to be that site anchor. And when you have a 3-sided map, you need a site anchor. You need someone who's going to hold that line. So they swapped him to B, they swapped him to C. Maybe they'll try him on A, probably not. I feel like that'd be the worst of the bunch.
I think the tough thing for
Does
GX
Yoru
is
need
though,
enough?
right, you got
Yeah,
caught with the
just a
jump
small
spot
one though,
initially.
nothing too
That's a
crazy.
round in the bin.
Just
Then you
like
get your economy back
an
up
ult,
for one more.
either an
And
ult
the
change or
solution
just an
early is to
extra
take the early
orb
A
on the
main
ult.
fight,
Just
which
something
means
like that.
no one is there to
Don't
punish
need
the
anything
walk
too
through on the wall.
wild.
Like, Durka still has to walk
Either
through that
an
wall.
extra
He still
orb on
has
the
to take
ult or like a
space, be
change of the
isolated,
ult.
and that is your chance.
That's like
But
the main
players
thing I have a
haven't been
problem
there
with
to
is the ult.
capitalize or weren't in the last round, and the round before, your chance was him catching a player jump spotting. So you ain't really going to get out of that scenario smelling the roses.
Make
Things
the ult
haven't
shorter,
worked
I would
so
be fine
far,
with
but
that also.
doesn't mean that the game plan is for the bin. GX,
Just something like that.
get right back into things.
Doesn't have to
A
be
decent
anything
buy-up
crazy.
as well. Credits. In a
Okay,
bit
low
of a
buy for
position, loss
Giants.
bonus, we should be okay for the next. Guardians give them
Oof.
a chance, but it's the Sheriff to take the opening fight alone. It doesn't work out. A Guardian falls as one player, Tamazi, TPs to site. Another's looking to fight. I mean, this is all individual fights, and it's not what you want to see in the rounds where there are those gaps in investment.
Yeah, I think
Is there a
this is
game
just
off this?
something
Yeah,
that
okay,
you
called
go
BBL.
back to previous matches. I think Cloud will do sometimes, where it's like, okay, I'm gonna try and put the round on my back. Now in a round like this, I don't mind it as much.
Speaking to them
You've
at
got
full
pieces missing, you're
fury.
buying next round, you're gonna take a risk. But I want to see how much of that develops, because a lot of the time, if you're going to have that aggressive position, you're going to do it maybe with an Omen, so that you have some sort of get out of jail free. That was literally just like full committal, can I take down players with the Sheriff, and that hasn't worked.
But I think you have to look at why. And those players were moving quickly to the B site, where I think it was going to be a paranoia into a push to try to catch them on the back foot. They didn't think A main would be fought for like that. They could leave a player embedded. Didn't work out. Player inserted and
Okay, honestly looking okay. It's looking alright now. West side? Timing?
West side's tucked in the back, like you said, and that is, well, not as beautiful as it could have been, but time is the main thing.
Uh oh, they know where he is. What do they do?
Only West side can
Plant
deny it.
is-
They're holding the smoke,
God,
but he
that's
looks
a
to
risky
walk through.
plant.
Bit of a risk taken with the spams and the
Oh,
walk
that was a
in. They're ready
risky
for the
plant in
duel.
the end too.
5-0 we
Still
end
nicely
up
done from
nonetheless,
Vitality.
and a bit more
Got a little bit
resistance
close,
from
but
GX, even on a lower investment, even after losing the opening picks.
did I see the
Result is
Chronicle
same. Vitality
stuff?
climb
His
closer
tweet?
to
Yeah,
the
I mean, it's
finish
pretty
line.
much what we were talking about on Plat Chat, right? I do think he's...
definitely
it's
got a
like what
little
we were
bit
saying. I just think that the recharge
not
util should
expecting
just be
anybody to
longer
still
for some stuff.
backside towards the end.
Not sure you should be getting 3 bits of util in a
Make that
round.
a little bit more competitive,
You
but
want
that's
to be able to have like
still
a
come out of it smelling of
bit of
roses.
thought
5-0
process.
economy
No
could be a
homies with the
much
Prime.
better
Thank you for the
spot
16
unless
months.
you're
Thank you, thank
literally
you.
sitting on that 9,000 marker, and they come into this with a dimensional drift and a rolling thunder. It's Runner who's going to get spotted immediately. So much utility put in. They've got to try and escape the salvos. But,
Oh my god, it's pure mayhem. Papa did pretty good.
It's not too bad.
But Les has taken a lot of space, and this is a free site.
But Zevo has the ultimate to just come from the shadows over on that A site.
Massive
Emerging
duel.
with free plant.
Look
Durka
at that
picking
one.
them off as they rotate back in to fill this gray space.
Yeah,
Don't know
and now
where
you
the
create
Vitality
pressure heaven. You
players
could
have
all
gotten
just
to, at least they
tell
didn't.
somewhere if you wanted
Finding
to.
that information, they found themselves down to a 2v3. Good damage dealt though. The ultimate coming in from Cloud, the reposition as well. He's going to meet up with Runner, and they'll approach this together. A deadly duo, already picking the first, the second, and
Nice
a little
shots.
more available right
Very
up top.
winnable.
They don't know where Les is. They haven't revealed him. It gives him a chance to jump. Good for one,
Oh,
but
nicely
not
done
for
from
two.
Cloud in the
It's
end.
GX
Okay,
on the
chat,
board at
it's
last.
that classic. They win a round with one pass and he has to rebuy armor. If they lose the next, they're all done for, money-wise, basically.
Even still,
But what
it
an
is the
important round
and
this
that's
is.
the main thing.
You're coaching
Especially
now, would
after
you
that
run
early
Breach,
committal
Teo,
of
Yoru
those
on most
ultimates
maps?
to try and just shut down this aggression, but that's the play. It's that run around
The thing
the
is,
back
like,
from
comps at the
Purple that
moment,
makes all of the difference.
like, all the maps are, like, relatively
Eventually
different.
Catching
But
the re-aggression
I
of these
would be
couple
on
of players
some.
who are low, trying to get
I
back
wouldn't on
out.
others.
Let's
I would
go.
run
Yeah,
Deadlock,
surprise.
I found some kills. Let's go, bro.
Teo, Yoru,
You can understand it
Omen,
for Purple.
Vice on a
He's had
couple of
he had
maps
a
as
rough
well.
last map.
Like, I would
He
kind
had
of
a very
trade the
quiet
Breach
start to
for
this
a
one.
Deadlock
Hopefully
on a
that
few.
has lit the fire beneath them. Of course, it was always going to be difficult.
Nice.
Never mind. He's like, yeah, I got some kills. Immediately dead within 3 seconds.
And there was a point where I'm thinking maybe the op could change things for GX, having that aggressive
What maps is Deadlock good at? Very good at Ascent at the moment.
In fact, it's the other way around. Vitality stumble once and say, all right, back
I'm very convinced that the comp that I just said is like the truth on Ascent. Very convinced.
And Kicks was on his back. 2 assists on the board as well. You can just see the utility flying at these players before the bullets come.
God, what a shot.
Nice shot from West Side. It's not made it a an easily winnable scenario, but it's brought it back to the realm of possibility.
How's he?
Crazy play from Cloud.
Sure.
He's alone.
I mean, the crowd saved him. That confidence is outrageous.
It's a little bit
It's a 4v3. No, it is a little bit crazy. If he dies there, we're flaming him.
Swings and roundabouts, I guess.
The only advantage being he heard the Prowler at least, and the 1-to-1 trades, not what you want in this scenario. It's all onto West Side.
Runner was hoping he'd find just a single player.
He's here very early.
Instead, oh, nothing. Yeah, there's a chance. Maybe get a 1v1. That's the first. 25 seconds. It is versus Durka and Safe, which does seem like almost an impossibility. But Westside has been playing a great
it's unlucky.
game. Never mind.
His brain was going.
with
His
no
brain was
fear
doing the right stuff.
in his heart whatsoever. 6-1, an immediate response. And that's the thing, like you mentioned it, the opening pick off the op, but it's more so just the stellar utility. There was a snake bite.
How do you control mid with Vice Deadlock on the fence? I mean, you got the wall majority of the time. You don't need the wall for sights if you play that comp. A lot of times you're doing punishes around the map and you have Yoru trying to op priority.
I have to say, we swapped to Durka's cam just as he hit that
Also, I'd be
shot,
very
and
tempted to like
I've seen a man so upset
close the
to win
door
a
and
round
then do
like that. I mean,
passive
sure, it started to fall
wall
apart
as well.
He's got the second
Like I
worst
think
KD,
you can mix
Yeah,
it up a
he
good
wants
amount.
a 7-0
I'm
start.
telling you, the strat book
He's-
can be through the roof of that comp.
9-4, and Sivo and you guys 9-3.
It's
Yeah, he's
the
worried
worst
he's
kind
gonna
of
get outshot.
thing that could happen to
Durka ace.
Giants.
Also, he didn't get the first ace.
Win
That's just
one
stage.
with one, lose the next. Everyone's got an eco.
Yeah, Durka fell off
Oh no.
big time.
Hey, you don't talk about my people like that.
Sorry, my bad. Just got in a glare. 6-1. Yeah, Vitality are definitely feeling good, and they're up against a very light buy in the form of pistols, sheriffs. There are ultimates there, 4 of them in fact for GX. Runner can level the playing field in any sort of a fight, put them down to pistols, and a showstopper will usually take down most of your guns.
Okay, Tomasi fell off. I saw him playing towards the mound, and I was like, oh, he's dead. But no, gets the timing just about right. Problem is, it is still one man and a sheriff versus. Well, I was gonna say the entire team. There is still less in the
It's a
squad,
really good
but
Omen Flash.
realistically, yeah. That's
Dude,
kind
did
of
he
what was
perfectly
expected.
time the
Sivo actually
Omen
taking the
Flash
role
with
of
his
entry
TP? I think he
fragger in
did.
Quite a few of these rounds, just TPing into the site after laying down his smokes, and I'll be honest, it's been working.
Makes sense as well. Once Durka picks up that operator, you're going to need someone else to bypass that utility. And
Wait,
take
he
the
looks
deeper
kinda.
fight.
He looks kinda crisp, chat.
Oh, Safe.
He looks kinda crisp.
An in-zone flawless, but
Very
Safe
nice
had no
aim.
right
I know
to
it's
take
against an
that
eco,
away
but
from
still,
him.
it's nice aim.
Laughing on the
Oh, of
stage.
course he is.
I can't believe he's done that. That was a chance for a debut ace. You know, there's not many people.
I think
who've
he
done
would have
that.
gone down,
Uvira is someone
to
who
be honest.
springs to
14
mind first
HP.
round.
I reckon there might have been
But,
another bullet on him.
Yeah, he's
It depends where the last guy's aiming. I know, last guy's aiming on him. I think he might have died, I'll be honest.
Go Clem! Go Clem! Go Clem! You took the ace, bro!
Oh.
13 to 3.
Definitely good. The vibes
Yes.
at the Vitality camp are definitely good.
Well, we didn't hear anything from Sivo or Clem as he was referring to him. We'll see if his mic comes on later. Safe won't be allowed
Very
away with the
nice,
aces.
dude.
Oh,
And they
this is
actually
tragic.
got
Purple's
out of there with the
lucky.
ult as well.
The
Oh,
showstopper
it's
trying to
going
hunt
so
down the
bad
kill,
for
and instead
Giants.
it was
Oh god, he's
Durka
going to
picking
push
the
and die to
big
this.
free kill
Okay, no.
with the operator and the TP out, so he goes unpunished. Vitality, the lead is massive on the scoreline. But now in the round, they've got another advantage to play
That's
with.
just looking
Purple's
nice, dude.
walking into
Ooh,
so
good shot.
many, but he gets one. And he
never
won't get out of there.
That's impressive as well.
I
fair
had a
play.
little bit of hope for a second, but it does feel like the second that Durka has had an operator in the server, the game is gone. Like, and it was barely there. it was there for one round, and then it's like, oh no, and it's gone again. It's like he was
Bots
holding
1,
back
2.
for a second.
Do they cancel and just go
Past the
B?
utility he goes. Steel Garden thrown in to take away the weapon.
Tail ult.
I'll tell you who's
To push him
weaponry it
in.
hasn't taken.
Omen flash as well. Dude, if
By
Darker
the way,
takes
I
that
don't know if he tried to
duel
sell the
again, he's
steps as
owned
a
it.
fake, but he's
But
just
while they're
saying
all
a bit more.
focusing on Darker here, they
Runner
just
is
go in,
completely
isolate the
surrounded.
one, the two in.
The
It was a hard
wall holding
situation
him
for the
back for a
two on
second,
site
but he's gotta
though,
be
to be
careful.
fair,
Look at it
to
coming
play
from
together.
behind. He knows it, but he can't do anything about
Look
it.
hard to play against.
Oh, Durka on 3. No ace to be had.
Dude,
but he is
Vitality
looking
look
for that
great.
fourth.
It's coming towards him as well. Well, Tamazi. Just a lamb one on the chin, but a few more for the knockout blow, and it's Sivo waiting for him. 8-1. This is Sivo's, what, third official on
Cafe
an
Bleach
Omen.
with the tier 1.
Again,
Thank you with the 22 months.
Just remarkable
Appreciate
stepping
that.
onto this stage, playing the way that he is. The idea behind Vitality's comp as well, like you said, Tom, seems to be very much, or rather, he seems to be an important piece of their new identity, and it is one that is looking arguably more
Aim
scary
diff.
than before.
I mean, it's a bit of everything diff at the moment. They're looking nice.
15-3.
Yeah.
No, he's really
But
fragging
the
heavy.
thing as well is, again, you
Really
look at this
fragging
squad
heavy.
and you go, okay, this is a team that went top 4 at Masters. He's replacing Trex, who, if you've been a fan of EMEA, has been a
If you were the
player
Lev
who's been
coach, what would
fantastic
you be
in this
doing
league
with
for a
Demon
very,
1 at
very
the
long
moment?
time. Wasn't a
Try and play
bad
double
performer
duelist when I can and
whatsoever
put him on
when they
ISO.
went out to Bangkok. So
And
to come in and
then
just drop this as your
probably
debut is pretty
smokes
nuts,
on the
I'll
other
be honest.
maps.
He was great in the first map. I think
Maybe.
had, at least from memory, at least 17 kills, maybe ended on more.
But I would
And
I would
then
stick with the smokes that he's
15 and
good
3.
at.
This has
Like
to
I'd
be up
probably
there
try
with
lean
one of the
into
best
Astra more.
debuts
His
we've
Astra
ever
looked good
seen
in the
EMEA.
past.
And you know, you look at the tier 2, you look at his match against, I think it was the match against Focus we cast, right?
Yeah.
Where it was that one, the 38 and
No, we didn't cast that game.
we didn't?
We talked about it, but
We
we
did.
did cast that.
Well, I've seen the game. That was a point. He was unreal in that individually. You get the sense that he's got the mechanics, he's got the
But we've also
understanding,
got to
and
give
in
him
good
the
team
benefit of the
health,
doubt
he could be a valuable
that
piece to
we've
the puzzle, but
like his
the
Omen could be
reality is
good.
that there's always a huge question mark.
Like we've only
around, okay, you can perform
seen
like that
one
in tier
game.
2. Not only is it a different skill level, it's a different game. The way
We've only
that
seen
Valorant
one game
plays
on his
and
Omen.
breathes
Like we need
at that
to.
rank, at that level,
We do need
we've
to
seen
chill a
it.
little
It
bit.
doesn't feel the same.
but
It doesn't feel the same to play either.
Might be-
So adapting to this level
might be
takes
reacting
time. It really does. In your scrims,
much.
they'll be different. Your officials, night and day. But for this guy, he's gotten better. You almost wonder how's no one put him on an Omen before.
He played an Omen for NRG. Trust me,
8-1 start
I
for
don't.
this second map. This
I don't
is
do it.
GX's map pick.
NRG 2024. Apart from the 12-5
It's
loss,
a
I've
Guardian,
deleted everything
and
from my
it's
memory.
providing no resistance for Vitality. This time it's less.
It's
That's
just
your
not worth
entry.
it.
But yeah, a lot of the time he hasn't had a lot to do because he has been on a hard lurk, just basically looking for those late round plays, and there have been no late rounds, so he hasn't had a whole lot to do. Not been dying a lot. Here we go. Can the remaining 3 make this costly? Sivo does bleed. He's at least going to
Yeah,
go
gives
down.
him a gun.
We've already mentioned it.
Dude.
Sure, the salvos.
I'm telling you, man. Less is a pleasure to
Point we
watch.
get to kicks
Like
to
it's
help out a teammate.
it's
Nice
so
shot
nice.
from
His
Mazzy,
decision
but
making
60
is
HP and a snake
it's
bite
just
stuck
so
in the
good.
corner.
It's
Salvo's
so
in there.
good.
See you later.
It's
Good
nothing
night,
flashy.
9-1.
It's how do I give my team the best chance of winning the round.
Salvos and less on the other side. It's not a pretty
Every
picture.
single time.
Add to that, Les has Viper's Pit for this important upcoming round where GX will be, well, coming in with a
Viper's
bit
Pit's great for
It's
post.
so nice.
We haven't seen many of them. Oh god.
But an identity shift likely to come into play. We're at 9-1.
A little bit like
to
Leo.
Vitality.
Yeah, I
This
can
is
see that
GX.
comparison.
GX's
Did
map
you
pick
just say Thomasy is back?
Tomasi is
Is that what you said?
at 4 and 9. He's calling that the man is back.
These guys are mean. These guys are mean.
I mean, Tomasi might be 4 and 9, but he's only 1 kill away from top fragging on his team. And I think that's
Right.
the problem.
Yeah, that was yeah. Kick them while they're down.
It's my thoughts on MIBR,
Look, I'm just doing
Verno.
what I'm
Oh, dude,
seeing.
I'm an
That's
MIBR
exactly what
believer.
Vitality are up to there. Kicking the
I
ball
think they
down.
might do it
Get
against
a
G2
stop.
this
How
week.
we never say- Can we get
Okay, big money
hit?
diff at the moment. Giants need to somehow end this with 3.
We could call it a pip
If they
stop.
lose
Call
this, they're
many
going to have a
pips, Gibson.
horrible buy
Conversation
for
there.
the last
9-1.
rounds. This is a free A site, but it's okay because they got great ults to retake. You got Omen Flash, you got Fade ult, we're gonna have Prowler after. Everyone plays off site, it's a good plant. Dirk has popped Tamazi, that's the smoke for it. Oh boy. They might get half
They're
though.
already on the defusal. I thought they might at least get it to half, but nope.
It's a
Two players
savage
sprayed
spray,
down already.
man.
And
Oh
for
god,
Sivo
he's farming
collection,
everyone. He
in
knows
fact,
they're
he
1
is
HP from the
running it
ult.
down wants a little
Dude,
bit
look at his
more, will
confidence.
find his
What
doom,
the
but
hell?
I think the job has
It's your
already
first
been
time
done.
on the
Let's
stage,
run out
mate.
of his pit. 10-1. We are
Why are you acting like you've been here for years?
Yeah, I think this
Scary
might
to see.
stop a few other teams picking Lotus into Vitality.
This is insane, to be honest.
Is our veto backwards? Can we just can we check? I trust our comp ops team. I trust the guys who take the veto. I trust our graphics workers. I trust our producers. But they're getting slammed.
Slammed is very correct. We're a nail on the head. For Vitality,
Thoughts on the new guy over tracks? Mate, come on. 18-5.
We just full screen Sivo's kills at this point.
Okay, there's a trade to start it out. Op left on the floor. Dirk
Like, he's obviously doing incredible.
We're in a 4v4 for GX. Look, it's a little late to show up. It's the last round of the half.
The cams are back. Oh yeah. We are on LAN.
Context of what's happened so far, Tom? Absolutely. This is.
I was gonna say could be under their control, but Runner is still here. Spam does a lot of damage. But they're still going to take straight. In fact,
Runner.
He's running in. He's run in through the utility. I think he was expected an isolated fight, and that was not the case. There were more than one player here safe.
God, they got 1 round.
Theory,
Oh, wow, they got 2 rounds.
Showstopper out for an ace of his own. Take it home. What a way to
I'll take the responsibility for that one again, I guess. Nice round from him. Double the score.
Oh yeah, well, I don't know if Tamazi's back, but Purpo certainly is. 2 rounds.
2 rounds,
on the
though.
board for
Jesus.
GX. It's a little below the bare minimum normally. But
Lovely shots here, though.
They can make it work. After all,
Oof.
this
Dude, that right there, that's Scrim Purpo. I remember that.
10-2. We'll be back after the break to see how it goes.
Chat, let me mute this so we don't get wrecked by the... Oh no, wait, we can keep this for a bit. Who's my top 3 in every region at the moment? I tell you what, the third spot is pretty open in like all the regions. I'm not sure anyone can feel confident with the 3 that they list. Maybe the first 2 spots, but probably not the third. Like, the third spot in every region is really open. I strongly believe so. D2 Sen, MIBR. Still very early. Still very early to say that. Third spots, MIBR, Fnatic, Nongshim, XLG. You went for a Fnatic. Not sure about that. Need to see what they look like. Loveless with the Prime, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you, thank you. Dying to know my thoughts on Lev because you're starting to worry. It's only one best of 3, but I'm also a little bit worried for them. So
Music said you just gotta get up. And
I don't have
GX
too much
wanna
for you.
Get up on the scoreboard quite a few times in a row. Trailing by 8 coming into the
game
second.
deserves the open breakdown for sure, man.
Listen, we'll talk about
He's doing a lot of
attack
stuff
sides on
that
Lotus,
I mean, he's
Tom,
playing
but,
with a lot of
do you expect
confidence,
GX's
dudes.
attack side to be
But I think
strong
just
enough?
having this as your debut
Alright.
game is crazy.
That pretty much settles that. Our next matchup of today will be.
Look, realistically, even on an individual level, they have just not been up to the standard. I think they got caught by a lot of like weird.
Third map on Omen, by the way. It's his third ever map on Omen. Wait, is that true? He said he was a good flex player, but is it his third ever official on Omen?
Vitality would have changed up their comp to have this almost
With Split being his second? Wait, really? Wait, that's nuts.
A lovely combination. You look at the exact same scenario on the other side, and it was the player in that position completely screwed. Instead, they've come out with a 3-player advantage. I have to feel like the comms and just how they're set up together is just on a completely different level.
I'm such a huge fan of Vice, but seeing Vitality use this.
Do you have thoughts on 2G? Oh, come on, man.
The strength
Don't
is
ask
off
me
the
that.
charts. And maybe I wouldn't change a single thing about it.
Let's wait until they get spikes back, man.
Clear it? Goodbye.
Dude, look at his camera. He's just laughing to himself.
But instead gets absolutely nothing. Spike's going to be tapped. Les is not moving. Like, this is not a guy that you're going to bait into silly fights, he says, wondering if he'll get baited into a silly fight
30
after
seconds left.
saying Durka won't die. Nonetheless,
See what I mean about Les here, though. Doesn't want to make it into a 2v3. Just make sure he has a bit of map control, gets a little bit of info if they crossed any part of the map.
Also have the stun ready and set. It's going to have to be big from the remaining players of GX.
Just playing as the team, doing the right thing. Jumps across so the team can get the trade.
Now they've come through.
He's
Head-to-head fights dropped one.
it's like a perfect player, man, I'm telling you.
The element of surprise. Here's all the steps. There's a chance. But now, well,
Damn,
he's
bro,
on
this
Sivo's
guy is
radar, and that
fragging
is where
so
it ends.
heavy.
This pistol really was a last stand.
Stop owning
for
everyone,
GX.
dude. It's your
Losing out
first
here,
time on
you have
stage.
to wonder, can they even afford to play the conventional low by
How's he
second?
popping
You're
this
expecting a
much?
force buy. You're expecting them to go in. That's insane.
20
by
to
the way.
6.
What is his sense?
What?
I thought he spun it in full
I like
circles. It
the
was
idea
180s.
that he got that far and went, I didn't check.
He's like, wait, what?
Oh, that's sick. Thank you. I
He
requested
gave
that
a little
background
body
PBS
shot in
because
there. I
Jill,
didn't
thank
see
you.
that.
Just the
He's
quick
22
flick
to
and
6.
then
That was
spin back.
mid-game.
Cap
He got
checks
2 more kills
it,
after
and then
that.
fully checks it, but it's not enough. Look, Cloud, good individual player. Lots of them on GX. We highlighted them all before the game. The Desk did as well. They had to. Tom, they had to.
God, no wonder they didn't pick up artists, man. Got actual savants in the game.
But this means they on GX.
I just wasn't familiar with his game, chat. That's my fault, honestly.
Trade. That's a Bulldog on the ground. The thing is, it does seem like their opponents have bought accordingly. One pistol and then there's Bulldogs on the rest. I'm trying to keep this one as safe as possible. Durka catches himself a little bit, but he catches the whole of the opposing side, just looking for these aggressive positions getting pulled in by that Fade utility by the Seas, and well, Cloud, unfortunately, not long for this world. 12 and 2, the force
Well,
by
10
fails.
chances.
Well,
And this one has been a fast one.
10
This
in a row?
is
I mean, the
coming up to
band's out
30
on the
minutes
front
now.
deck. They're playing the
Manford
last
with the
song.
Prime. Appreciate the
I
14
think
months.
this,
Thank you
we've
for
hit
that.
the iceberg long ago, but now the water's really piling in. For GX, look at the difference.
What? Did he see the
Alexander as well.
opening and
Thank you
a
so much,
smoke
dude.
fading,
Hope
and
you're doing
then
well.
it's like, precision.
Thank you for the 20 months,
But for
dude.
GX, the
Good
difference
to see you
between
still.
when they
Thank you
go
for the
for
Prime.
that B main control, one player steps through the choke point, there's a one-to-one trade, there's an instant stun, there's a double swing, everything comes
Wait,
down
what happened here?
when Vitality
Looked
did
like
this
no
on
one
the
bought
attack.
any shields, but I
Durka
promise they're
walked
there.
through, broke the wall,
We got
made it all the
Outlaw
way
and we
up to
got
heaven.
3 people that can get one shot.
And
And Les is just tapping everyone.
It took a boom double, and he's out. It's a 4 versus 3.
Tago,
and
thank
like
you so much for
said,
the gifted.
not
Thank
even
you,
GX
thank you.
players getting the trade.
Extremely hard physics as well with the Prime. Thank you so much for that also, dude.
Open. And while he's just can't see anything, is dazed and disoriented, Les kills the 2 people trying to finish him off. Nice shot from Westside though. Might not be the gun you necessarily wanted. An Outlaw on the floor. And that's
I
where
mean,
it's gonna
dude, you
stay.
can one-shot everyone
Not
with the
interested
Outlaw.
at all.
Dude, he doesn't even want the Outlaw.
A little bit. And then when I really think about it, a lot. But I'm going to swallow that and move on with the round. And for safe, well, 50 seconds on the clock. He hears noise and gets kills with a salvo. Vitality on both maps have gotten an astounding amount of kills with that salvo, usually off the breach stun as well being there. It's so difficult to deal with.
Gulita, thanks so much for the Prime. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the 19 months.
The spike still has to cross. They still need the plant. And there's only 30 seconds on the clock. A full belt of utility for kicks.
Surely
And
Westside
Les
wants
is
this gun.
slowly ticking all the boxes, making sure these players haven't gone for a sneaky play. And it's beautiful.
Gods,
4
dudes.
kills
Oh,
for
they look
Les,
scarier
13
somehow.
rounds for Vitality. And we said we hope to see more of a second half of split
Well,
version of GX.
that was nice to
but We
watch.
saw a half-won Vitality all the way through. They didn't pull a single punch here today.
No, and the most terrifying thing is we kind of looked at this squad and went, okay,
They're all thanking him for the carry.
supportive element.
That
I was
was
talking
funny.
about how he's freeing up Safe to maybe go a little bit more crazy. Well, Safe, respectable. 6 and 6, didn't have a lot to do. Sivo finished 23 and 8. It has to be one of the best debuts we've ever seen
Jesus.
within this arena.
Oh yeah, it's up
and
there.
honestly, it sets them up for
It's another one for
some
Rookie
truly
of the Year.
terrifying
We got
prospects.
another
If
one
this
added
guy, like,
in.
keeping it to this level throughout the season would be madness, but you just look at it and go, okay, well, there's going to be games where he could go a bit quiet and Safe can step up, where Kix takes over the show. Like, he got an ace in the first map while having a quieter individual performance. It just shows how much depth this team has, and wow, that was one hell of an impressive display.
Yeah, that looked,
their first game of stage
that looked dominant. It looked good from them.
Running deep in international events. It was
179 ADR.
Last year, but Vitality,
I don't know,
they've
man.
come back stronger, powered up, and hungry to go and face that international competition.
And in theory, this was like one of the best chances people had to beat Giants. Sorry, to beat Vitality. If you're going to be critical of Giants, their map pick didn't really look great. You've got a Haven, which doesn't look good. I know it's third map, so you can't be too angry. You got an Ascent, which, Jesus, why is this pen so big, man? We got an I don't know, middle ground, there you go. You got an Ascent, which they would have had less time. You got an Icebox, where they would have had less time. Like, if you're picking Lotus, you want it to look a little better than this. Not too mad about the Haven, just purely because it was third map.
Still got a way to go. There were definitely some holes, definitely some gaps, definitely some mistakes, but a team in map number 2 made, well, little to no mistakes. Will go down to Safe on the stage.
Absolutely brilliant start here for Team Vitality. I'm now joined by Safe. Welcome back to EMEA. You're still undefeated on this stage. What's it like? How are you feeling about being back?
Feels good. I think for Monsieur Clément on our team, Zaiwu of Valorant, we call him in the team. I think it's nice first game for him, obviously. The most important thing for us today was, I mean, we didn't really think about like win something, lose something, because we have little time, but we thought a lot about him and how we make him feel comfortable, and like the practice days we've had before that, making sure that it feels the same for him so that he can do the best here in the arena, and I think he did.
How long have you had to practice with him?
I think we played for like a week and a half.
No way.
Wow, that's not a lot of time.
Yeah, it's pretty chill.
The result looks
Week
great.
and a half.
I do have to ask though, because I think this change came as a bit of a shock to everybody, especially considering it's Trex, you know, somebody you played with previously on Guild as well. What was the reason behind this? Would you be able to share some of that?
I think I don't want to talk about why we did like moves like this. All I can say is like, it's just things that happen in teams, and you know, we took a step in a different direction.
And how does this benefit you guys in terms of roles? Because obviously now you have somebody that only plays smokes. That's new.
Yeah, he plays everything.
Yeah. Oh, okay, but the rest of you don't have to play smokes. There you go. That's new.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of roles, it feels good. Like we have a lot more consistency in terms of roles within the team. I think it helps us a lot in terms of building comps and ideas and things that we want to try out and experiment with. So it's definitely a healthy thing for us.
And when it comes to those comps, I love the Lotus comp. It looks very familiar. You know, we saw that. Yeah, we saw that. Maybe a certain America's team played it against you guys.
No clue.
Was this inspired at all by some of the things you saw from other regions at the global event? Did you learn something there?
Yeah, 100%. I think it's like, again, I said this a while back actually in an interview with you. I said we shouldn't reinvent the wheel. And I think it's the same thing. Like if things are working, if it makes sense, it's currently in the meta. Like, don't reinvent the wheel. You can chuck things from other teams. People do it all the time. It's just we don't label it. So yeah.
And last question before I let you go, I have to ask, because Waylay is available for some of the teams. You know, it feels like it makes sense maybe for them to pick it up. You guys have more than just one player, more than just two. At this point, with Sivov joining the roster, 3 potential players that could play Waylay. Have you guys thought about this, or is it something on the back burner because you haven't had all that much time since?
It's a bit on the back, but I'm interested in her at least. I think she looks pretty good. So yeah.
You more than Derka and Sivov, or?
Derka is not playing her.
Oh, okay, I understand. Thank you for the honesty. Congratulations on your win once again, Safe. We'll see you here next week.
Thank you.
We do have a second game coming up, however, so do not go anywhere after the break. Casey will be taking on BBL.
Go, Clem! Go, Clem!
I thought they were going to do it after every kill.
Go, Clem!
What go, Clem, and you take base? And then sure, because this guy is like, go, Clem, and then he takes it.
Okay, chat, let's spam some ads. We'll be back in a little bit. We will be back in a little bit. Oops, let me turn this down slightly.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away, do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive, do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive.
Oh! But I almost destroyed my nose.
Oh! But I almost destroyed my nose.
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome back, Magnum. We have missed you. I am your host, Yingsun, and I'm joined by Kakuka and Minnie. And I just want to make everybody, make it known that Minnie, you specifically requested that we show that. Why?
Because I think it sums up Magnum, really.
Yeah.
Like, I also like the distance between, like, how he plays so cerebrally. Sorry, I can't speak. But, like, he's doing stuff like that all the time.
Yeah, that wasn't the first time he hit himself on the head as well. I felt like it's like two, 3 times a year.
He played, I think, a final with us with a concussion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you won too, and you won. Yeah. But we're happy to see Magnum back.
I am more than happy. I had that tweet bookmarked. When we first had the conversation about having this, I was like, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I know exactly where to find it because I have this saved. I knew that this moment was going to come here, and I knew that he would say, yes, you can have it on the broadcast. So thank you, Magnum.
But I like the way that, you know, you talked about how it sums him up as a person because in the server, you know, he is a very serious player. He's been on a lot of amazing rosters, but he is, Kakuka, just a little whimsical guy, you know? We love him.
Yeah, exactly. But that is one of the reasons why I think it's so exciting to have him back. And I love that you mentioned all the teams that he's been in, because my man, he's been working for his time here. In Fnatic, of course, you will tell us more about that, Mini. In Koi, before franchise, so this was before Koi was one of those teams. In Apex, also before they were franchise, so it was also in Tier 2, and then last year in KC. Funny enough, out of all of this, the best performances that he has was actually last year on KC, so I want to see how he's doing this year. I checked.
What, individually?
Individually.
All right, Minnie's about to... I feel like Minnie wants to disagree.
Thanks, better coach than me, I guess.
But yeah, tell us about Magnum, because you've coached this guy, you know? We see that between April 2021 and June 2022.
Yeah, I think the way I'd sum it up for BBL is they found the perfect substitute, really. Like, I know that VAT came in and did well, but I think for Magnum, like the way I describe him, he's the perfect, like, sentinel player. Like, he's a role, like, I think of Leo and Durka as like the perfect like recon player, perfect duelist. Magnum to me, he might not have that quite the same star quality, but he knows his role extremely well. So he's going to sub in very easily to this team.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. The teams, they like to keep things a little bit tight-lipped, you know, before they play. But surely this is the one-for-one, right? They're not going to switch the role up, because why would you pick up a player like Magnum Bear if you're not going to stick him on the Sentinel?
Yeah, exactly. I think that the question that we have for the first match is not something that we're going to see here. That's also one of the reasons what we think is the perfect substitute. You're not going to find someone with the amount of experience that he has in very different rosters in many different situations, and also know that this is not an investment that you're making for right now, but also you can do looking towards the future. And especially with the year the BBL has been having, what we saw from them in kickoff, the changes that they decided to implement, going away from just having a full Turkish roster, this fits very well with them.
Yeah, and of course this is coming off the back of the fact that Chiwa is still having a little bit of issues here and there, getting to Berlin. And as you said, Minnie, that Magnum will be the perfect substitute, but what else you feel like he could bring to maybe elevate this team, not just as a sixth person at this point?
I think that it's like the mixture of how smart he is in game and just going to be able to slot into that role perfectly, but also his silliness. Like, we've seen it, like, I know he's not trying to be silly in those clips, but he is just that person, and like he brings a good vibe. So him and Yampi together, like as long as they're kind of like, it's like them two, they just need to bring the vibe and kind of do their role, do their homework, make sure they're doing what the coaches say, and the other three are going to bring like the huge firepower.
And the experience, right? The experience.
In KC, you know, which is funny. The first game that he's going to be playing is going to be against KC. But yeah, I think that is the. I think that sometimes we speak about the youngsters and what they can bring, but there's many things that experience goes beyond that.
And speaking
Fio,
of
you want to come on for this one?
Here's a silly little interview I did with him a little bit earlier. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome back, Magnum. I cannot believe
let me
let
wait for this interview, and then I'll get out.
We last saw you.
Yeah, I mean, I've been chilling, taking time off, but as well grinding the game. I think I played the game the most in my 5 years in these last months. But yeah, I'm excited to be back.
We're very excited to have you back here with us. Now, of course, a different team this time around, BBL. Could you tell me a little bit about how this all came to be? Because, you know, we were still expecting maybe, especially for a team like KC, wouldn't let you go just this soon, considering you're playing against them today as well.
Well, I was supposed to, I mean, I was in contact with BBL during kickoff, and I was supposed to play, but we just didn't meet on some things, and so we let it go. But yeah, I'm excited to be here. It's a different role, and yeah, as well, I think a lot of people would underestimate BBL, especially before kickoff. But once I joined them, I instantly saw that this is winning team, and yeah, it feels great.
You got to be going up against your old team. What are your feelings about this? Is this still like a friendly?
Dude, I have so many questions right now.
Some grudge there.
Well, let's say it this way: if there would be any other team than KC, I would still want to win as much as today. So it doesn't really matter. Obviously, it's a kind of good feeling when you beat them, you know, on the end after the game. But right now, I don't really care. As well, we left on good terms, so I understand their decision. And yeah, I think especially the KC fans, the KC org, and everyone, it was a great time. But yeah, today I'm on the other side, and I will do everything in my power to stop them.
Got the Turkish fans now, right? Got the Turkish fans.
So why did he say he's on a different role?
Minnie is on the desk with us, and he was
because
talking
he's
about
referring to
how
his old
you're
IGL.
one of the smartest players he's ever coached, and he said a lot of nice things about you. He also wanted me to ask you specifically if he's a better coach than N. So how would you like to respond to that?
Well, in the end, they both bench me, you know, so it's hard to judge. For sure, not better than Paul, obviously. So I will leave that. But actually, they're both different coaches, and I think that's the only thing which I can say, because both have something better than the other. But I think they're both great. So.
But Paul number one.
Yeah,
for you.
Paul clears, of course.
I love the loyalty. Thank you so much, Magnum, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Interesting that they wanted him for
now,
kickoff
Minnie,
as well.
I did, as you asked, how would you like to respond to that?
I think that was a pretty good answer. I mean, he said me and Ang were both great, and he's got to back his boy now. Like, you know what I mean? So
he's loyal. Yeah. He's loyal. Where do you sit in this debate? You know.
Nitswa, thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you, chat. I just got to put you on holding screen while I get Discord up. I don't want to leak anything. Me, 20 seconds.
Oh wow. I mean, kind of fair.
Can you argue with that?
That's kind of fair.
You'll still be able to hear.
I can't argue, but I did want you to, you know, how do you rate and Mini and Pal?
I do think no. I do think there is different. I've had this conversation many times with you because sometimes we speak about Sometimes we speak about some teams and some decisions that they're making, and I tell you, well, you cannot
What is
expect
this,
everybody
man?
to have the same
Customize
reaction that you have,
Discord.
or
I don't want to customize
act in some
Discord.
scenarios the same way that you would, because otherwise then every coach would be the same. I do think that they're different, and they are very different. Therefore, I think, me personally, I like Gank more.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Mini. No. Okay. No.
No, because I really like the
Mini
very
stay.
like set strats, everything by the book. I think it's the most enjoyable to watch round by round. But that's, as an overall, I would choose to.
I prefer to win, I think so.
Oh
Honestly, I
my
think Mini
goodness.
has the.
To win, you have to compete. So
yeah, but he has.
Completed it.
He has.
Did
the
he say I
most
prefer
to, be
to
able to
win?
actually talk the
That's
talk, 'cause he's
crazy.
walked the walk already.
Yeah.
So I respect that from Mini. We do, however, have the
Guys'
other two
ego's out of
coaches
control,
competing
chat.
in this game, of course, BBL versus KC. And on the side of BBL, Mini, did you expect them to be as good as they were at kickoff?
I mean, I think I made a tweet in the off-season that they had the best macro I'd seen in the off-season. So I think that
Yeah, he actually did as well.
surprised that they played so well.
Fio, where
with
are
the
you? Message me.
circumstances with VAC and having to have a substitute, I was surprised there. But overall, not really. Dark Horse team, good talk. Dark Horse.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I really like what we saw in kickoff, because I think that the expectations
So
for
blind.
BBL,
No, dude, I've
thinking
got
about the
people
past 2
are
years
messaging
that
me.
they had in franchising were in
Couldn't
the
see you in the
best,
top.
and we saw them for the first time ever winning their
Fio, I'm
opening
gonna put you
match, and then
on
also going on to win
voice
the second
activation.
match.
Hello.
Yampy as
Hello,
the
hello.
IGL, and little by little, like there were some bits
Are
here
you
and there.
excited?
Like, we were also very
I'm always
excited.
excited.
Now here,
I'm
at
so
Sociable,
excited.
You realize all of your prep for K-Corp, you might as well put it in the bin right now, right?
Okay, see, you say that, but I have a deep pull for you, okay? I've thought about this, and I'm very scared, and I hope that I'm wrong, but I'm very scared they're not going to change that much about their comps.
I mean, they're going to change all of their comps.
I have a reason for this. If you remember Loud from 2 years ago and 1 year ago, right? 2 years ago, they had that thing with Harbor Viper Sky, right? And
Yeah,
they
that
played
was
that on,
good.
like, yeah, but they played that on like 4 maps, and then they changed it to Omen on like Haven and Lotus. And whatnot, but they had this one comp that they tried to fit onto every map. And then 2 years ago, they had a good comp and it worked, and they were a good team. Last year, they tried the same thing with the Phoenix plus Breach plus KO, I think it was, and running no Sentinel. They used that on Sunset, they used that on Bind, they used that on Ascent, and I think one more map. And they tried doing that even though they didn't do well in lock-in and they didn't do well in Split 1, really. Like, they did some minor changes, they were doing Yoru and whatnot. And now, I looked at their kickoff this year. I'm seeing Harbor, Fade, Yoru, and Omen
Yeah, but Fio,
on 4 maps.
if they play this, they're gonna lose.
I know they're gonna lose, but I'm just scared.
Okay.
I feel like this is something Sadak wants to do, where he has one like comp that fits many maps, and he wants to run it on many maps.
Okay.
And I'm scared they're
No,
gonna
you
stick.
honestly, you might be on something. You might be on something. Because that is my worry that they play Harbor here.
But I do wonder if they can take
And
this win over
see,
KC
we both
today.
agree that they need to change the Harbor, and we both agree the Harbor is like a bad agent, right? But on top of Harbor being bad, when I watched their maps back, I think they used Harbor horribly as well, which is very concerning if that's something they want to run a lot.
That's pretty funny. Well, let's see. At least you're setting everyone's expectations in the absolute bin. Jaws, thank you for the bits. Sorry that I missed that. You got one for the Vitality pick. You're hoping I'm wrong for the BBL game because you want to see Jambo go to Toronto. Thank you so much, Jaws. Appreciate that. Nitsworth as well. I think I missed your sub. Harbor needs a buff? Yeah, that is true. I mean, they've already said they'll rework in Harbor.
They can't let these girls
I
down.
hope-
They can't
I
do
hope
it.
they do something.
If they can win a Game Changers Mini, I think it's time for the main team.
But I don't even know what
for
you
this,
could
but
do
you
to the
mentioned
agent
Kickoff
without
already because
like
it just
completely
sounds a
reworking
bit
him, like giving him
unlucky,
3
right,
new
for KC?
abilities. I think the only good ability he has is his ult.
I wouldn't say unlucky.
They were
Sure.
close. They were close to not.
The
They
wall
were
could
the
be
first
okay.
one to be eliminated.
I think
The
the
wall
wall's
is
good.
okay, but
You-
I
like
think
the-
the problem with the wall is he's the only smoker that gives away his position whenever he uses his util. Even Breach, sorry, not Breach, even Brim and Clove don't have the same problem. Even though they're range tight, you don't know where they are. Whenever Harbor uses his util, you always know where he is.
That's very true.
Probably one of the best sentinels, or like.
Hypog back. I mean, yeah, Minnie's on the desk, right? So he's not casting. Dude, Minnie's doing 20 minutes of work. He better not be getting paid for this.
Pansy also tweeted that, well, she didn't say she's casting with Pampog, but like she tweeted something that alludes to it.
Fell very short, and I think it's
So,
crazy.
I
to
hope
think
we get
this
it. That would be
was
sick.
The first team to get eliminated at kickoff.
No, I agree with that, and I do think pointing out Abbott's is the big one here. Like
Yours volume could go
like, I
down.
didn't
Okay,
think
let
he
me
was
turn
gonna
you
be the
down.
one that have to perform in this team at all, and he came
I'll do
out
my
and
end, you
looked
don't
the
have to
best
change
player
it,
by
mate.
far, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, we'll see if he can keep that up. But of course, we talked about this in the top of day. Before we get onto that, actually,
What do you
it's
expect
just
for
sad. KC being
maps?
sad at kickoff. I mean,
particularly
Zaysh
from
was very
KC.
vocal
I
about
don't
this,
expect
right?
anything,
Because
man. All these
they
all these
were
teams
so
have been out for a
close,
while.
they
You might
also
as well
played
just flip a
late
coin.
into the night as well
KC
on
also
some of those
played Bind
occasions,
on
maybe running
kickoff,
out
which
of
is out of
steam
the map
a little
now.
bit, but they are
So
a team
they have to
of
pick
rookies.
the
You know, if you
Yeah,
take
they
away
might just lean
Sada
into the
and
new maps,
Sui here,
honestly.
the other players,
And
they are
Nazia,
much
thank you so much.
younger.
What maps do you
I
think
think they
Raze
need
is
a
better
rest
than
probably,
Yoru
and we
at the
expect them to
moment?
do better
Problem
here,
is
but the
with
question is,
the
Minnie, you
Teo,
said
Yoru's kind of
they've
better
been
on every
nerfed.
map now.
Bind is gone
That's
now.
the issue.
So
You
looking at
actually
the,
open
you know,
up
the
to
comps they play on
more
the other maps, what now?
to more
What can
things
they
you
do?
can do. The obvious
well, I
answer
mean,
is
the Bind
Split
going is
and
bad for them,
Lotus,
but
but honestly, I
positioning-wise,
think
I'm not
Fracture?
the Yoru's better on both.
I think they're coming into kickoff.
I think
like
solo Yoru
Fracture.
is
Oh, Fracture's a good one.
Look up
No,
some
Fracture
new
is a good one.
comps, and it worked very well.
I
This
think you can do
year,
double
it
duelist
fell a bit
with
flat.
Yoru
And
on
kickoff is
Fracture,
where
but I
those
think
weird
solo
comps should
he's
be
worse than
working,
Raze.
and they didn't. And I think that
Yeah.
the word I'm going to use is Sadak and Anger enabling each other with this
There's-
Harbor Omen combination.
Minnie's talking about
I-
what we're talking
The
about.
reason why Sadak's teams in the past worked well with this Harbor was the Viper combination.
Oh yeah, I
I
have to
think.
put on
And I don't
the
even think in
actual
this
mainstream,
meta it's
otherwise I'm going to hear
necessarily
you twice.
necessary when we've got so many good agents
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the
do
Teo
that.
and the
I'm on
Vice.
YouTube. You might be able to sync
don't
it.
see this
I can give you a
as-
countdown at one point if you want.
Yeah.
I think it was a
Yeah, we can do that when we're
worth
in the map.
having. As in,
Haven,
you're putting Eng and
They
Sadak
used
together. Like the
Harbor.
ideas are going
Lotus,
to
they used
collide.
Harbor.
And do not forget,
Surely
KC
they can't
and
use
Eng
this again.
last year with
They
the
also
get
used
going
it
all of
on
that at the
Abyss
beginning
and
of the
on
year, it was
Lotus.
them setting the meta.
Well, Abyss
So
is out, but
in their eyes, this was a risk worth taking. But if we look at the numbers and actually the results, yes, Bind is gone, and that was their home ground. Then with the deadlock, like it was impossible for any team to do anything against it. But as you're saying, Minnie, Lotus. Well, I'm going to start with the other two. Haven and Fracture didn't manage to win any of them. In the Lotus, you're going to be like, oh, they have a 50%. They won one of their encounters. Did they? Because they were playing against a Navi that was running a Lotus. Listen with me. Astra, Omen, let me see if I can do this by memory. Sage, Vice, Tejo. So who's making things
Why
more
did her
complicated
accent
on
come out
themselves?
so strong then?
Yeah, and I will say, I will say though, the
whole
Harbor
list.
Viper, I hate it, but on Haven, I wouldn't have hated it as much if they did it because it would tell me that it's the vintage Sadak, it's the vintage loud stuff. You know, the Harbor Viper. You went up against
Guys,
them,
they wouldn't be
it's
running Harbor,
it's pretty
surely.
strong. So I do.
I
wonder,
hope
though,
not.
with
I
Icebox
really
coming
hope
back
not.
there, that's their saving grace, right? They could do that.
But at the same time,
exactly.
when I
I
looked at
think
their
that this
execs,
is
it was kind of
map
built
that
around the
could
Euro
either
Harbor
use Bind
thingy.
or if we're
Basically, the
thinking
whole
about
idea
comfort
was
after
throwing the cove down
after
so
the
that Euro
kickoff
has a
that they
safety
had
P
and how
in,
complicated
and then you
things
use
were
the
for them.
Fade
I think
blind
that
plus
Icebox
Omen, not blind, the Fade
Eng and
reveal
Sadak
plus
is
Omen
not
blind,
good at
so that
Icebox,
Euro
so
can
that
just
wouldn't surprise
swing
me
out for free and fight anybody he wants.
Harbor-
That was kind of the
Oh, I
idea.
have never
But I don't think
forgotten
you
about
need
Gambit
Harbor for
versus
this.
Team
I was
Liquid
gonna
on
say
Icebox.
Harbor is the
Ever.
ultimate
Sorry,
like.
Slee, you have to bring that back up. You know, once
What did I
again,
get flamed for?
1 year,
Ah, I got
done,
flamed
but
again,
let's
didn't
talk
I?
about the new maps because in the first
Right. Honestly, I didn't hear it, so I'm
both
gonna
teams
pretend
are
it
kind
didn't
of veered
happen.
away from it. You know, with Vitality, you can understand.
Harbor's like the
Going to a
ultimate like
global
Valo
event,
plant.
Don't have the time. But
Like
for these two
agent,
teams,
like
though,
you're like,
Minnie,
damn,
would you
this
like
is
to
so
see them
good.
lean into
And then
it,
everyone
ESN and
disrespects your
Icebox?
Yuto, and you're like,
for
well.
BBL as well, if we bring
Yeah,
them
and
back
then
to
you
it.
realize realize
good.
that every time you use your utility, you give away every single plan you make, and all of your
Turkish
utility can be
teams,
just
they haven't got many
disrespected.
Turkish players.
They got what? But they got
Two.
Livin and Sociable.
Two, it might be enough.
Okay.
Maybe enough, but you need 5.
Nasia,
for
thank
it.
you so much again. Thank you. Maps
if
for
they both
Deadlock
took
Teo
away
versus Breach
those
Teo
maps
for
if
ranked.
they weren't willing to play
Like
it?
I said,
Deadlock
for
Teo,
Icebox, I
Bind's
think
not there,
that
but I would say Bind.
KC have got a history
Split,
on it.
Ascent.
I don't think on Ascent they have that much of. Well, I guess Sadak does, but not Eng. So I'd like to
Could
see
you
an
do
Icebox.
Haven? Nah, Haven's trolling.
And what about for BBL?
I think that it
Bad on
really
Haven?
depends on the
Not as
comfort
good as
and where you
Breach.
found your strengths. I think that the
fair.
first game was a very
Actually?
good showing of how the teams.
You don't do both, Breach and Teo.
Saying that he was, you know,
It has a
investing his
drone.
time in something else.
You don't
has
have a
adapted
reveal, I
to the meta.
suppose.
I want to see what direction.
Honestly, I think
of the
I'm only
meta they
confident
take, and that
with
also has to do with the maps.
Lotus,
It is a very. I think that this is a
Split
really
and
evened out. I
Ascent.
see
The
both of these
Deadlock's
teams
better.
able to win. It has to go across the maps. But every conversation that you and every argument that you make for choosing or banning is going to be correct, because there are things that we just simply cannot know about the teams and where their comfort lies.
And of course, there's points on the line too, right? These are the teams. Every match counts at this point. Kukuga, they want to be able to get some points.
Just joined. Why is Minnie the host and Yinsu the expert?
And for the expectations of both of them for BBL and the start of the year
That's
that they
kinda
had
good.
for KC and the year that they had last year, with everything that
What's
they
my
put
prediction?
into this
I went for
project and
K-Corp.
the names that they have,
but-
both of these teams should be securing points.
God, you cursed my team.
Right?
Everything
this is a
that everyone's
clash of
talking
styles, I
about
think,
makes
but
me
it
feel like
should
they're
be
going
a
to play
close
Harbour.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. So
Which makes me
without
think they'll
further
lose.
ado, you've seen a great first match already. It's time to bring out the team.
If they play
for
hard,
the
like
second one.
I
Here
kind
is
of expected,
BBL
but I
taking on
hope
KC.
I'm wrong. I so hope I'm wrong. I also hope we're wrong about the fact that they're gonna lean into the new maps, because I don't want to watch Ascent or Icebox.
You don't want to?
I absolutely do not want to watch Icebox or Ascent. You know I'm a hater.
Ascent's banger at the moment.
No, that I do not care that they reinforce the wall. I do not care that we have new comps. That map is awful.
That's crazy. I'll kick you.
so is
I'll kick you
Icebox.
from the core right now. That's an L take. I'll give you
take the L.
Icebox. You're 50% right. Wait, did you actually leave the call?
No.
The silence got me.
You're not
Respect.
getting rid of me that easily. Thank you, Nathan. That's right.
Wait, don't look at chat for don't look at chat for that. It's not good, man. They don't know what they're talking about as well.
Challengers were like threatening to leave the stream when I said that I'm gonna join the call, so they're not even with me.
Oh, honestly, the numbers did drop significantly.
Yeah, this might be bad for your brand, honestly. We're gonna have to look at analytics after this stream, if this is worth doing.
I'm joking, bro.
Managed to make it
That's
to
funny.
Bangkok, but with Toronto on the line, both of these teams will have a very good chance. Of course, Magnum not standing on the
Alright,
side of
please
KC
no
today.
Ascent,
He
please no
is
Icebox.
on
Dude,
BBL
Ascent's
facing
gonna
up
be
against
good.
his former team. They've had time. We talked about the maps. What could be
If I have to
cool,
pick between the two, I'll pick Ascent. I'll
Ooh,
give you that.
yeah.
But I don't want either.
Icebox, Pearl.
Please pick the Ascent.
K-Corp get rid of Ascent and there's Fracture.
I'm a bit worried.
They're gonna run it. They're actually gonna run a Harbour and Icebox.
They're
There's no
doing
doubt.
Harbour. Wait, they're gonna do. Do you think they're gonna do the old Harbour Viper but with Soba?
Maybe. I like their best map was
Harbour
Bind, they
Viper,
just played a
Yoru,
direct
Soba,
good attack side.
and
They-
then I don't know,
They'll
KJ or
do
Deadlock.
they'll do Viper, Harbour,
Defense. So I think that if they just have a very
and then I have
very
no idea
simple
what else with.
set kind of
They
plan.
might do Yoru, but
They might do
They-
Yoru, they might do Waylay. Wait, Salak definitely wants to run Waylay, right?
nah.
Like a
I
permanent
think
he's
he, I
like
think he
the
thinks
guy
it's
that's
awful.
trying
that
new
they did
things,
not
right?
want to see, and KC
No, but
with
he-
that split that they did not
he,
want to see. And actually, Fracture
I don't
is
think he
going to
likes
be that
dive
third
agents that
map
much.
if we need at least. I kind of like needed
Yeah, it
these
could be.
two teams.
But
So
he
I
also
have a
thought
lot of
Gecko was
questions
awful, but they
that need
used it on
answering.
Split,
Also, we were
even when it
speaking
was a
about
new
Magnum,
agent.
but
Yeah,
the
I'm actually out of
other
all the
side was
teams I'm most
BBL
nervous
last
with
year,
K-Corp's
and it was
comms.
actually during
I'm
stage
so
one that
nervous.
he has his best
Proud
performance
substitute
as a
teacher.
player
Thank you
overall
with
in
the
the entire stage.
29
He had
months.
some
Appreciate that. Thank you for the
crazy
tier
numbers.
1.
Yeah, and Elite was one of
I
the
hope
best
Nathan is right,
players,
because
on that
Martin
roster
Yoru was
last year.
absolutely
You can
insane,
see
and they run it
why,
on every
KC
single
was
map.
keen to pick
I
them up.
hope they
But
stick
this
to
is
that.
so strange to me to
BBL
see
picking Pearl
BBL
makes a lot of sense. They were good at that map before.
Ascent. In the
He's the
history of
Chamber
this
Yoru,
team,
right? Chamber Yoru
anytime
Vice.
Ascent was available to
think
them,
so.
they would instantly pick it. It would be a win, but it will be the only map they win. So I like this new face of BBL, but the thing is, the Pearl
Did you
mini
forget about
was really,
Na'Vi?
really
They
good.
might run
And
Sage
you
on
already
every map.
saw other teams copy what they do on Pearl, and
That's
they
true.
annoy me to no
No,
end
Eng
when
was
it's
never
global
like
events. People
very
would say, oh,
Sage
this is
build,
an
right?
America's comp, and I'm sitting there
Eng?
saying,
No,
this
no,
is
he's
the
talking about
BBL
Na'Vi,
comp,
yeah.
this is the BBL
Oh, okay.
comp. Surely we don't want to see them change that, right? We want to see
Sting
them
with the
rely on
Prime.
it.
Thank you with the 2
Keep it
months,
the same.
dude.
They
Thank
need
you.
to
Thank
add,
you for that.
you know, a bit of depth so that it's not anti-trade.
Hi,
and
Des.
just like, because KC are going to be watching the VODs, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of footage on that, and they need to make some adjustments. But yeah, it's Vice and Chamber.
Is Neon not
Yeah,
dying?
So what is-
Neon
is
kind of
Hypoc
dying.
back,
That was
chat?
for Icebox.
Now that we're speaking about agents and whatnot, are
Fancy
there
tweet
any
alluded
of
if that Hypok is back.
that for you are do's and don'ts?
Well, we're going to get to that in a second because
Oh my
Millie, I
God,
want you to
the
see
harbor.
the H
We are
selection
safe.
and tell us.
Oh, how are you early?
Oh, that's
Oh, I'm a bit early. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, we're
It's fine. It's fine though.
They don't go half and BBL are gonna go clove.
Okay, the comps.
It's fine.
Wait, but you don't have a server. You can't clear B.
I would never.
They do have a drone.
That's hard to clear B. I'm not 100% sure about it. BBL go for the Clove. I do think this is Clove's best map. Clove Chamber. Teo. They go for the no duelist.
There is 0 duelists on the map.
But that's okay. You can run that on Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Honestly, madly, I prefer the BBL comp.
Really?
Yeah, because I think if BBL play Perma Yellow with Clove, I'm not sure K-Corp can ever win a B hit.
But do they ever have to win a B hit?
Like what do you do when the knife hit? The knife hits over towards yellow, so you know one's back at yellow. What are you gonna do? KO flash into an Omen TP? Like, I just don't care.
Don't you have missiles?
Yeah, but then I just go to the left side of yellow. And then you're saying the timing? Yeah, you could time it, to be fair.
Yeah, can he not fully clear back of yellow with his
Yeah,
missiles?
he can clear the side of it. Damn, he's back!
Oh my god, we're so back!
He's actually back.
They also have KO nade, so technically they could 100% force the player back of yellow to get out.
I've come back twice as cracked.
But that's a lot of Yugo, right? That's KO molly that doesn't recharge, and KO missiles, which forces to play stealth for 40 seconds.
Because it's BBL.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's great.
I'm not sure it's great, but I do like the Omen, because this is the only piece of like agent with elevation on the entire map. I think he could go crazy here.
Just double smokes are good on this map. Okay, we got K-Corp on defense, we got BBL on attack. We got Pansy Hypok back. We got Theo, the K-Corp expert. He's calling himself.
Hopefully. Well, I don't have any info on this map. I know, I'm just
You can't have any info on any maps, to be honest with you. Everyone's gonna have new comps. Let's see what they got. Mags, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 12 months. Thank you so much. Thank you for the whole year. Okay, we're gonna be able to count. I mean, BBL's comp's good. It has no duelist, but you don't really need a duelist on this map.
Stack on the right side.
Back a few years to Fnatic. That was where he did shine.
Wait, what time are you on?
1, 59, 58, 57, 56.
We still have
Ooh, little jump through the smoke. It's nice trades. Like, honestly, I imagine that both of these comps are just going to spam A so much, because I do think all of them struggle at taking B a lot of it. But we'll see. BBL's comp should be a little bit better at it. Oh my goodness, Sugetsu. Yeah, Sadak called that he had a flash for him, and then he just kind of tunnel visioned a little bit. Magnum said he was playing a new role, and he is smokes at the moment.
A 1v3 from the get-go.
Oh, what a shot.
Oh my god.
That'll help, but 10 HP, man. How are you meant to do this?
Magnum down to 2 HP though. Yampi 70 HP, so they have to respect this now. Elite obviously licking his wounds, but we'll look for more here, Lauren.
I'm also keeping my eyes on when Yampi gets that util. I think they used it for that second hit back towards the site, so I think it's only 4 more seconds. Yeah. That could be the icing on the cake.
Nice round from Magnum. He's back.
Lovely welcome back for him straight away here into this pistol.
He's gotten rid of the IGL debuff. He's back to fragging.
Around from him, and actually being the tip of the spear here for BBL. Questions coming into this about what role he was going to fulfill. Obviously, what happened last year.
What's your
with
time
Magnum,
right now?
but
17, 16, 15,
if there were any questions
14.
about whether he's going to come out swinging, you've already got your answer.
11.
And it's one of those things you
Yeah,
rarely
basically,
get
right?
opportunities to kind of get back and show what
Close
you
enough.
currently do.
Dude, why is that
feels
HUD
like a
so
very
bugged at the
fickle game
moment?
sometimes,
I would
isn't it?
imagine there's
Once
some
you're out of
armors
that
here and no
spotlight,
armors
it
for
goes so
K-Corp.
quickly, but lovely to see
We
him
got flash
finding a bit of
TP
form.
play on
Proactive
defense,
beginning
just trying to
from
take some
KC
B
here
main
into round
control.
2.
In
Again,
reaction
do
to
keep
hearing
in
them
mind
go
they are just on the
aggro,
classic.
insta pop
So
over towards
are we
A.
going to have a site simulator?
There's an alpha on the chamber.
game we all
Oh,
love
this
to
is
play.
nice
And
with the
actually think about
smokes
it, on the
though.
attacking side, they've got
This
so
smoke's
many
weird.
options for information finding. They don't even have to do it in one layer.
This smoke's weird
They've got,
because it gives you a little bit of
renewable
space, but
information.
honestly,
So much they can bank on.
like you'd have to run through this and you can't get any vision on them crossing.
I mean,
It's
this
kind of
almost
nice.
feels like we potentially come back to
Just feel like if K-Corp want to play like the left or, well, we'll call it right side of A, they might have to do it with numbers and flash heavy. It might actually be hard for
position there.
Might
but
actually be hard
made it
for
look simple. Oh,
K-Cop to
BBL,
defend
this
A,
is
yeah.
nice. Got to say as well, earlier today, ran into Yampi, he looks confident. You know, kind of had just a little chat with him, nothing major. You know, you kind of get the feeling, the
very,
temperature
very
check,
nice.
right? You kind of have those moments. He looked happy. In zone flawless as well there for them
This
in
is a
round two.
defense
Lovely
Omen smoke.
to
Oh yeah,
set
because
up
they got
going
Omen.
into round
Then
three,
why
so
would
the
you
bonus
smoke
a little bit more
this?
robust.
Unless
But
you're going to
Yampi
run
seemingly
into
happy.
it.
Clearly putting some work
You're
into
right.
this.
And a player that kind of rides on that energy. That
Emotional leader.
Exactly. And it's got to be stressful coming into this, right? To expect somebody to come back to have to deal with a sub previously. And then also, again, not to kind of allude as to what the issue was, but then just
Flood smoke, yeah, but they didn't flood.
switch at the 11th hour to somebody completely different. And like I said, feels like
Okay,
probably a
we'll try and
like-for-like
see
trade to
what
get Magnum
armors
in
there are
here.
for light, but
If it was gonna be on
for the
Sentinel, right?
outlaw
This is
even,
where
but I
another
imagine it's
question comes
full.
from, his performance on the Viper, but
Imagine it's full
already
armors
said here,
everywhere.
he's made a
Nope,
splash
we
to
got
kick
1,
things off.
2, and I imagine this was slight armor as well. 3. Did they know about the outlaw?
Put into place, so
Yeah.
They did, right?
middle. Prophet not going to have that walk up straight
Oh,
through
they've done the
middle, maybe
NRG.
a little bit lackadaisical in approach, but still, this B site being threatened very early from BBL.
They actually done the NRG.
To pick up the slack though, as BBL drift away pretty quickly. Gotta be cautious of this cross. Oh God. Drifting onto it, but a little slow to react there, and actually BBL
Yeah,
get
and then
both
they
kills.
walk down middle in the
gutting.
4v4.
It felt like they were almost hesitant to continue on this pathing, but you'd made such a bold play, you almost had to try and stick the landing on it. So now Martin, he's had the tippy tappies. And it's rough for him. Not got a smoke to play in now. Does still have the paranoia. 10 more seconds. And
Sleeping
a TP,
even
so
though
he's
they
got a couple
pushed, yeah.
options.
Also,
Now
it's
Darby
like,
is just gonna try and play ahead.
considering
Nice
the
from Martin.
sound,
Takes
did they
the
need to double push
advantage,
mid?
at least on the first
At,
fight.
at
Needs
least
to
they
be
did it
forced away. Now
together.
has his smoke back up. Brings that into
Need a hero
effect,
play from
waiting on
Martin.
Elite.
That one
Another
is a
isolated
nice smoke,
fight.
though. I'll give him that. This one is
From
great.
Martin. And he's got the smoke to play around.
He's
Isolated
absolutely
1v1.
saving them. Elite managed to get here in time. Shout out to Martin. 2v4. And BBL going to be kicking themselves to that one.
I will say about the push mid, I've noticed from watching KC VODs, this is something that Salak likes to call whenever his defender like on the weak side dies, he likes to immediately repush either mid or the direct opposite side. So I'm like, this is just something he does immediately as a reaction. So this is.
This was a 4v4.
Luckily, KC able to recover that, get their first round on the board.
I mean, you're just saying this when as soon as they just lose a kill and don't get a trade, normally they don't. Okay.
Yeah, this is something that I've noticed. When they lose the guy on the weak side, they like to immediately push either where they saw the attackers or in the place that had no pressure at all.
Wait, K-Cop win the round and then they... This is interesting.
It's not a tech.
I do think this is a good timeout because they need to... Sure. We'll see what they're talking about.
I was going to say,
maybe it was called before Martin actually clutched.
Yeah, it might have been called in 2v4. You're right.
You've had to try and
Who let me in? Come on, man.
I retweeted 20 seconds later. Mitchell Tom.
Chad is hating.
Felt a bit bad.
No, you didn't.
No, I didn't.
no,
just reveling in their misery. I was like, yes, if I must suffer, so must you.
You said that as if I wasn't there in the room with you. No, you didn't.
I was hoping to lie to the people at home.
Why is she anti-stratting KC?
Really
Basically, what I'm doing this split is I'm gonna watch KC religiously, and I'm gonna know things about them so that I can put context onto the stream about KC, and then Sliggy can then focus on the opponent's team, and we can have more context about the entire match, about how the teams like to play. And we just bounce off of each other.
How they're going to approach this
defensive
defensive half. They're only really having the one buy round now, but
this guy is a super yapper.
Oh, Martin, from hero to zero, right? So much.
Wait, little
flash
for this.
It just
That's a
didn't
team
catch
flash.
BBL
Why are we just swinging dry?
Almost predictable, and Sadak can't get away from Util. Luckily, he's going to drag one down with him, but it was only one, right? So now side control's there.
How did they stop this hit?
Didn't
so easy.
looked like the flash wasn't great.
Again, asking a question here about A site and how KC need to address that potentially elsewhere on the map, but we'll see.
What you got for us on this one, K-Cop expert?
Made here to even do any damage. Not really worth it considering
it's a save.
what's left in the bank here.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that.
Like I said, looking towards.
To be fair, they don't do this very often.
Really.
I've noticed like maybe 2 saves, and I watched like 7 maps.
I mean, but this one's valid.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, right? Like you have to.
Right, so these are kind of the big fundamentals you put a tick.
I'm worried. How do they stop the A hit?
Yeah, no, I agree because they tried to go aggro. They need to fight like.
I was impressed by what they showed us during kickoff. I think they're a team
The
that,
KO flash I still
especially in
think
the
is
group
like
that they're in,
legit if you
has
do it through
really
the
high
Viper
potential
wall.
for either
And like that's why the
three,
Viper wall
even top
leans
two
out
potentially.
towards the
Looking at
right
this as
normally.
well,
That's why
they've
teams started
they've
to do
clearly
this
been
as
in the
well, just so
workshop,
you can
being
actually like flash
creative.
through
They've
it and
come
have that
back in here and they
space
look quite solid
where you
on
can
it.
be popping
For
at like
KC,
more of an angle than
it
just
was
this.
a really weird kickoff. It
Means
felt
you
like
can
the
pop an angle
quirky
like
comp they went
behind
for, which
Jenny.
was Harbor
So
Reliant,
I would like to
just
see that
found
more.
nothing.
I think
So
that's very
I
legit.
really
Also, the
hope
flash didn't fully
there's
get
more to
everyone
this.
here.
This is their map choice.
Worried
Right? They're on the
for the
defending
fact
side,
that
so
they
I
have
give them a
no
little bit,
reveal
a
at
little
all,
bit of
which
leeway
means
on
even
this.
with a flash, you're swinging blind.
do
You
need
have
to
to
see them
somehow
look
adjust your
The
aim, and
concern
if they
being, we
turn
had
the
this
flash, it's
conversation
like it's
yesterday,
an even
but
fight. You have no
what you almost want to
advantage
see,
in
KC,
any
even
way.
if they were going to have a
Okay, we're about to see
sprinkle of
BBL with the set
madness to
strat with the
process,
tail,
you
I'm pretty
wanna see them
sure.
come back and just play fundamentally good Valorant.
We've got an
clean
Outlaw,
Valorant.
and
already here for the first 4 rounds to go by, they're not
we
great
got
examples of
two
that, to be honest with you.
people that can get one shot. Dragorex, thank you so much for the 15 months. Appreciate the prime. Thank you, thank you.
Towards B side again. Spotted out.
Am I
A little bit of a
French?
gap, but
No,
Salak's
I
there
just
to
like
actually
Salak.
pick.
Still got
Now, maybe even set up
still
a
got
flash
a one-way and alarm bot down, so heavy B defense at the moment.
Isolated a couple of times, punished a couple more.
This is something
Actually,
you
got the man
mentioned,
on the
how
screen
they,
right now.
neither comp
the
can
flash
go to
timing
B
on that
really.
was lovely. Couldn't quite convert
Neither
to a
comp
kill,
can
but
like
nice
get
little flash
through this.
over the top from Salak,
Every comp
trying to
struggles
capitalise on
to
the
get
swing, but I
through
like
this
this,
line,
actually taking
basically,
back the
in my
space,
opinion.
removing any of that
Like
potential
if I'm
worry
K-Cop
and
here,
the
I would never
util
push
at
this
about
line
the minute
ever.
mark.
And the emphasis for KC is towards B. So you don't want to see any overcommitment elsewhere.
They're selling a good faith.
They are, yeah.
Knife's going to hit.
And the knife will paint a fairly vivid picture here.
You can see the paranoia building though, right? They're already starting to look towards middle.
Dude,
The two
Yampy
that
could just
kind of
win this
dedicated
round with an
themselves
ult.
on that rotate over towards B
Recon
mid, but
goes in.
now with the full
Wait.
flood of utility.
Okay,
Good luck
I was
finding
going
anywhere
to say
to
this.
stand. We do.
Avez's
The ult
ult.
gonna come in. That's gonna
Avez's ult stops
slow
them from
things
going
down, but we
down.
still have the
Instead
ult
pathing
here.
over towards the
She
right,
gets
they pathed over
succeeds
towards the
over
left, and they
B,
managed
but
to
now
get the
it's all
plant
eyes
in.
towards
Salvos. Hey, I
Bomb's
wish I
gonna
could
be
see
in
the
now.
salvos
BBL,
better
if they
on the
get to the
minimap.
post-plant, they're gonna look
I agree.
comfortable.
So
Yampy
hard
still
to
has
see them
ult. He's gonna-
sometimes.
Oh, he doesn't
It's
get
such
away.
a nightmare even on
Clawed
VODs.
back in the end by Aves.
They're
I
only
think that
visible
was
for like
blind
half
at
a
this
second
point.
when he
Prophet's
sends
still
them
gonna be
out.
playing on the site. They're
My
playing
God, they
pretty
double
close.
sent it into the
Magnum in
ult.
towards the ult. Elite gonna clear through Prophet. It's getting pretty messy here. Magnum gonna be held back at
What a
this
molly.
point. Trying to just hold it. He's gonna see it's going up.
No way.
They have to get around the corner. They have to try and deal with this Martin.
No way.
Just has to
Okay,
get the
nicely
job
done in the
done
end
here.
from
Held
K-Cop.
in the end by Elite.
So yeah, it was still a pretty good reaction from BBL. All to the right side of side, they passed over towards the left side. I just feel like Magnum probably should have got that kill, but
for BBL
you
to
can't
try and
see as
secure
much
that
as
post
us.
plant.
They hit the right side as well.
And the
The 3
timing
stack was
here,
on B.
Loon unfortunately shut down. I think as soon as that knife goes
I
off,
think
he
I
has to
think
make
this
the
round
move.
here was
He has
definitely
to
like what part of the
basically
timeout was
hightail
about
it
as well.
towards A side,
Like
get
trying to
there
stop
at the
them
same
from
time,
hitting
or try and pick something up in mid.
that side of the
Unfortunately,
site.
Yeah.
Because they are just spamming and making sure that
Guys, you're playing so well on A.
Yeah, the maze post block is way harder to play, right?
yeah, the smokes are on the left.
Well, yeah, we missed it slightly. But I mean, that's the sort of thing, right? If the emphasis is going to be towards B and that paranoia around a pacey B hit coming through,
deep to block
if KC
this
are in a
angle.
position to maybe buy 10 seconds, you know, go 1 for 1, potentially, you know, 2 for 1 over on A side.
Okay,
Somebody
still got
gets
same
away.
alarm bot.
That body in the retake
Okay,
is so
KO can now
important.
move over. What's the money like?
And the pressure on
Sure.
Shigetsu here.
Big round.
No one able to disrespect the utility
Can't
just
force
yet.
through here.
I'm telling you, both teams can't get past this point. It's so hard for them.
I think it's even worse for BBL because they don't even have a flash to like
Have a
force.
duelist? Yeah, but normally you can like smoke off stuff so you feel comfy to like walk it. I mean, I guess K-Cop could do the same.
Drone though from Teo, so
Yeah, mid
But
cross
yeah,
is
but both
spotted at
teams
least,
struggle
so
with it.
Although I like the chamber so far, I'm only watching
Two members
KC.
of
I'm sorry.
BBL.
Dude, the drone gets a lot of space, got 40 seconds left. Plays super passive
Magnum
over
back to what he does
towards
best,
B.
this lurk in the middle. He used to be a master of it.
Goes goes in. Martin gets traded from the ult, and this is a free site. Are they on top of the luck? Dude, that's a fast luck from Magnum. He's gone so early there. It's like they can't really do too much on the site because of the ult here. I feel like you can have two people staring at him.
Look at the post plant. Again, Yampy's utility fantastic. The rest are going to have to find value here.
I mean, Nogmon goes through very early on, but actually the lockdown to layer on top of that now. They have to win out here.
Oh my.
Sada.
That acts on top of
Prophet
it.
has to respect this.
Knife
away.
to
Still got a
confirm
fair
that
bit
no
of
one's
util to play with him.
close.
One away from his ult as well. Can he get a blind kill off this? No, not for now. Held back and held in place.
Shot.
That's nice. Need a
Nice
bit
shot.
more. Gets
Oh
a bit
my.
more.
Almost.
Instantly traded out.
Almost.
The numbers stay alive, and Carmine Core getting to grips
Nah, not even close.
with the rhythm of what we're
I wasn't
seeing
even
from
worried.
BBL.
said this slight adjustment as well, not to give a member up at the start of the opening duel. The first 15-20 seconds gives KC so many more options.
This is a nice
Be it in
ult, though.
rotation, be it in the retake. Beautifully read here from Salah. Like I said, the
I
information
feel
on
like
the back
Magnum
of the
played on
knife.
a bad timing, right?
There's a world where Loon
Magnum?
set there.
Yeah, with the flank mid.
I don't know why he's gone.
Guess he didn't see him.
Guess he didn't see him.
Fair enough.
It doesn't really make
I
sense,
thought
right?
we saw
They've
that.
just done an
You know
ult
that?
that like forces you back to where he's going to be lurking.
Yeah, exactly.
And this could be
So,
what the
do have
timeout's
a
about
timeout
as
now
well.
from BBL. I think
And it
you're
also
right,
could be
right,
good for them
right,
with
a
what's
good
going
beginning.
on to actually like
But it
prove that they
has
can
felt
take
like
yellow,
it's
because
run into
K-Corp
its
are playing
first real
super
hurdle.
passive over
Again,
towards
KC
B.
getting to grips with this fast. And we were kind of discussing the
Also,
idea
it feels
as well
weird
about
to do
KC
the
kind of learning on the
smoke
fly
that
and
he did
keeping
and
that,
then luck through middle as well.
the
But
fundamentals high as well, really. You know, keeping that in mind, there was something we were worried about that they'd be, you know, a little bit more set piece based, but for now they're problem solving well. They seem to be kind of
Noya, by
answering
the way,
the
hello.
puzzle of what
Good to
BBL
see
were
you.
bringing, which is a very out there comp, right? This is not something you'd probably be all that up to date on constantly.
Sure, but I mean, you could make the argument as well. There's not necessarily any sort of
why does
flair
this
to the
coach
comp,
look
right?
like
There's
he
not-
can bench
there aren't many options in terms of,
675
you know,
for reps?
a cheesy strat to catch somebody off guard. Again, it's almost, I don't want to say vanilla, but a double controller composition like this with a chamber, it's
Yo,
not
Des,
necessarily
you have
got
a plan there.
that pop. There's maybe a couple of executes that you think, oh, he has an awkward smoke.
But I feel like that
Let
won't be a
you
brand
two
risk.
run the
Early
stream for
reposition coming
MIBR
out, but
vs K-Corp? Not a
this isn't the sort of
chance,
competition
dude.
that
I feel
will
like that
catch you
could
off
be a
guard in
brand
terms of,
risk.
like, we have to heavily
Dude, that's
anti-strat
100%
this.
a
We have
brand
to-
risk. I'd
yeah,
rather
it's
the
gonna catch you
costume
off
of
guard in
Artis.
terms of a lack of prep or something like that.
Yeah, about
It'd be
22.
safer.
The first Reykjavik when Loud knocked Sliggy to the lower bracket. That was when I started being a fan of Sadak.
What the hell?
Only going to catch one, but it is at least Yampy, so a little bit more info on that.
Yeah, not being Loon this time around will, well, actually further confirmation
Bye-bye.
for X to want to fall.
Sadak.
Chill,
Getting
mate.
a little tricky. I like
Okay.
this. We're starting to see them trying to thread the needle a little
So
bit.
I'm pretty sure I'm right about the
Tempo
timeout
up.
though. That BBL wanted to
Pressure
like
up.
prove that they
BBL
could
still
go A
looking
with
to
how
try and
passive they were playing
threaten
over
away
towards
at
B.
least.
Especially as the KO got the kill on the lag.
He's been trying to play behind.
Yeah, it's rough for them. Crimson Arrow with the Prime. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're almost looking to BBL.
But I feel like until
to make
BBL
adjustments
do
in the early
something
rounds,
that lets them
not finding
take
that
B
same
at least
success they
once,
did when
like
KC
KC
were
really
maybe
don't have to worry. Like I would
little lazy.
rotate back to A like in 10 seconds.
Lacking respect.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They gotta do something.
You're going to see the same thing now.
Flash
Back
goes.
towards
Oh,
a
dude,
late
look at this.
A
They
here.
double flash. They flash deep into Ohm and
Difference
flash to
being on the other
reclear
side,
this.
elite.
So, still thinking that
Scattered.
after the timeout they might have done something
Utility across
different.
here.
Smoke goes in. They can probably leave the
Alarm bot
Ohm
pick it
and
up
just
nice and
heavy over
early.
towards A. We got early alarm bot. We got Molly to delay. This time's gonna get a little bit
Pipes at
low.
the same time, but yeah, just going to have to make
So
this
guess
count
I
as
have
they
the
can.
molly as well.
Good stall, 20 seconds. Time's
There it
running low
goes.
here.
Dude,
Elite's gonna be
Yampi's
loving
dying to
this.
that, is he
Precious
not?
seconds being bought, but the spike is going to be
didn't spread there.
planted. Just
I mean,
goes
he
down
got the
to
plant, but-
Getsu. Making
Oh my
mincemeat out,
goodness.
both of them clearing at least close sight, and we're looking now towards who's a little bit deeper. Magnum and Sociable. This is a rough position, going to need to be a 2v5, and it just ain't looking like it's going to happen, but Avis has gone down, 2v4 now. Sociable does have his ult, but he's playing up on this, and just too many angles.
Looking
too
kind of
many
calm from them at the
players.
moment now.
KC, these retakes
I feel like
have
they
been
lost
solid.
2 rounds early on A and they
commit towards
adjusted
the
the
safer
timing. They
plan
stopped
here.
fighting early and they
Question marks
stopped
with no kill
going for
coming
like
through.
super slow retakes. They're just
BBL.
retaking the moment the bomb comes down.
Maybe
basically.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
argument to
like,
be made, but
They're
you
also-
need a
BBL doesn't
kill or
have time
two
to set up.
maybe
They're
rely
also
on the
fighting
side roll
together,
to
which they weren't done before.
I come
Yeah.
back to the same thing. The initial adjustment from KC has looked fantastic now. Not giving away these early kills. Not allowing, free entry onto site. And that's
BBL don't take
again,
enough
not to be too
space on site to
critical
play-
early on as
play
well,
post
but
Okay,
You
so
don't
this
have to do that
this is
like
gonna
Yeah,
be
but it's fast,
BBL
what's
getting over
the game
towards
plan
yellow.
with this
They're gonna
composition?
force
What
it a
is-
little bit more.
What's the vision?
They need to show that they can actually take the map control and do something with it. Dude, they keep going for this smoke.
I don't know what that song does.
Switch up again.
I mean, it
Exactly.
blocks from sight and creates
This
pressure
time.
middle, but
Be joined by
not
Aves.
just have a perma turret mid.
So certainly not the same opponent in the form of Sugetsu.
Okay, rotate the KO
Pushes
comes
up
in. We
towards middle
can potentially see a flash for Aves to peek. Not sure they need to do it, but
Third body here. Probably set up for a similar flash
they
here.
might even go for their flash play that they did.
Sadak positioned all the way back towards Snowman. Not going to come up, actually. Martin just wins out.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit messy. The
Jesus,
trades
this
are
is
still
crazy.
so good for KC. With so much util possibility, they
Yeah,
decide
both
to
of these
use
comps
almost
can't
none
go
of it.
B.
Maybe banking on the ult, but it's just simply not enough. Gonna need to be bailed
It's
out.
such a
Magnum
weird,
doing the best
it's
he
such a
can.
weird
Look at the HP
icebox.
now.
It might as well
Aves
just
is
be
down
this.
low on 8 HP. Got to be careful.
Half
That
the
shock
map.
dart could have been lethal. Wasn't. Sugetsu can't assist.
It's a good sign that
currently.
K-Corp
Trying to isolate
realised
a
pretty
fight, they
early
can't
on,
get past
but it's
Aves,
also because
who's
their comp
controlling
can't
this
do it,
push
so that's why they're like super
perfectly.
aware of the
Aves with a
weakness.
stunner.
But also, normally when we talk about this
KC
weakness,
just
we never
dealing
actually
with
see it like done well. So
the idea
we've
of
got to
this
give
putting
full
in
props to
info
K-Corp at the
gathering,
moment.
This pressure they could build. Yes, of course you have Clove there, but it felt like they were just being manhandled from Yellow.
Also, there
and a
isn't
simple
much
crossfire
passive
from
pressure
Sight.
because they don't use their smoke middle,
Not really
like
much
BBL.
to talk about in terms of the approach here from BBL.
Yeah, actually, you never have to look at kitchen, right?
We missed the mute on that one as well.
Yeah,
One
they-
turret it just covers like 3 different.
They don't have a
turrets.
turret, but at the moment they've just had Sugetsu just watching like all the middle.
We're setting a precedent. I'm setting a precedent.
Okay, eco for BBL. Chance for this money to get even better. Chance for them to get some ults. Every single time we've seen ecos at the moment. Teams are playing outlaws. It's nice. We've got 4 people that can get one shot.
It's not even a Shiko.
I forgot how much these two love giggling, man.
I had one recently.
These two set each other off on the cast.
Had one in ages.
Listen to him.
Sheriffs are out. It's not gone well.
Yeah, it's not much to it so far, no.
This is your analytical time, Mike.
Yeah, well,
Get in there and chew the fat.
Martin, shutting that down.
Oh, well. Oh.
Nearly caught off guard, though. Nothing elsewhere will fall. You've got to stop.
This looks like one of those rough ones where like the coach has told them to go clear over towards B, and now they're just like, now they're so tunnel visioned on trying to show that they can go B and cross to yellow. They're just getting wrecked. It's been 3 rounds in a row. I think at some point it's best to just accept it and just go A and then maybe have a late luck. Kiddo TV with the Prime, thank you for the 6 months. Thank you. We got Roxy as well. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate the whole year.
It's easier for KC to play because they keep trying, they keep failing.
I mean, there's a perma smoke here.
Obviously, he doesn't have the. Well, he has the util to hinder, but he can't exactly take fights off it. But if they're going to start putting bodies behind it,
Okay,
you're going
well,
to need to actually start
I
really
think-
committing to clearing it.
I don't know.
because
This is where
KC,
Yampy gets tested as an IGL
you're not winning
because
out on any of those areas.
he's been told from his coach that he has to try prove that they can go B, but honestly, K-Corp are playing it too well that they can't go B. So he's now just gotta kind of ignore the coach and try go over towards A and do what was working, or like go through middle, or like 4-1 with a luck and then A default, and then maybe insert and then you can go back. This right here is a good test of Yampy's calling.
Question from chat if you think Outlaw will get nerfed because people are getting like too aware of how good it is.
I think it won't get nerfed until the end of champs,
Yeah, fair.
That option's closed now.
but I think it will get nerfed, yeah.
Also, Chamber is
damn happy,
good on
at least for
Icebox.
KC until then.
Very
That's
nice.
rough.
Damn, look at that.
KC
Bottom
make
upwards
up for it.
ult, and so you have to just path through this little choke. That's nice ult.
Aves is a shooter today.
No, Aves is popping people.
Clean. Oh,
But it's crumbled so quickly. I mean, this is ahead of the...
it's poo.
When we're doing a 4-1 though, why is my
hit a nice shot,
Teo
so
the
I was
lurker?
I was exactly about to ask that. Why is Yampy the one on B?
Ahead of the minute mark and already committed towards the save and actually not even going to be able to hold on to
Dude,
two
they really
rifles.
stabilized after this timeout. Holy, like they won the 2v4 and then they won everything since the
7-3 the
timeout.
scoreline after
It
string of rounds
kind of
now.
feels like BBL are just not trained for this map, you know?
Yeah,
It might have been a bad map
adjustment?
for them. Ooh, that's
What's the
rough.
versatility in terms of vision with this
That
composition?
Teo ult is disgusting.
That tail ult's really nice, yeah, really nice.
Just feel, as you said, yeah, it feels like they hit the first
Think of the
hurdle,
tail
and
ult
then
as
they
well,
thought,
like you could
What do we do? Yeah, well,
have a stun
yeah,
onto
what do we do?
here once you know they're committed.
They've sent somebody over to B with a flash.
Oh, stun. Could be really strong.
can't
Oh,
go
that's a
there
great...
anymore.
Dude, I mean, this is
Yes,
another
you said
time when
this
they've
time,
got
though.
the
This
entry.
worked for them before.
But this is feeling like a first 3
But
rounder.
do
Now
K-Corp
Sadek's
need to
hands
fight
full.
this? That would be my only argument here. Like, you've won every
giving up
round
space
playing
just yet,
passive
though.
heavy holder yellow, and then you decide to go aggro against an
he's
eco.
unwilling to fall back, and you can see why there's confidence there.
Which doesn't
but
have to happen.
There is a bit of a punish, but KC still have numbers and they have the weaponry. That Guardian with Sociable is really the only saving grace that they have. And, well,
How long
good
has
luck
Yampy had this
finding
ult?
all 3 players. They've got a minute to play with.
Yeah, plenty of time, but
He's had the last round,
quite
right?
a long time.
Yeah, I feel like if there was one way to get B, it would be with a Teo.
That's true. I've seen double Teo ult before Yampi's used his ult once.
Yeah, exactly.
And already you can see on the minimap. Alves
Here we go again, stuck
find
over
himself in the
towards
right
B.
place at the
Yeah.
right time, potentially.
The good news for BBL is they can just do this back.
Oh, I swear, Elite
Like
definitely
they can
does.
for sure just do this back against K-Corp.
well,
The good news for K-Corp is they got the Omen, so they can like maybe force A a little bit. Maybe they can force it over towards B a little bit with the TP.
I feel like their B is more possible.
Yampi, 1v2.
I'm not saying it's gonna be good, but I feel like
10
it's
HP.
possible.
Yeah. Honestly, they'll KO flash
normally got
Omen
one.
TP.
Oh, here we go.
Is KC comp unusual?
I didn't know.
I'm a
Martin
KC
had
fan
a
trying
shot.
to understand the game. I mean,
That
it's
changes
new because we haven't seen Icebox with Teo
It's
before.
unusual for sure. A no duelist is unusual.
Yeah.
8-3. Good start for KC, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's rough for BBL because, like I said, KC just didn't back down. A very, very simple adjustment, and BBL are left scratching their heads.
You think BBL never ran into
I
this
said,
B problem in
unfortunately,
scrims?
unable to find any adjustment
Honestly,
or
yeah,
any
I do think that's
value
right.
on the back of
I
that.
don't, and again, rarely even in officials when comp
they're gonna
when
be
the comps have this
well-rounded in
weakness,
terms of
like teams will never
ultimates
play it
here
as good as
for the
this.
last, but
I can
again,
kind of
this is
count
some
on my
ultimates that we
hand how many
haven't
teams
seen
have actually
rounds
like
built around because they've ended
punished
so
teams
quickly.
that struggle to
Yeah.
get over
20,
towards
30
yellow.
seconds or so.
So I
None of
reckon
these
no one
maybe
really did
set
it in
pieces
practice
that we
against
really
them
look into
because
it.
I thought that they would have like smoke
Two.
protocols to
I've
actually
used
like
Illustrated
get them
guys,
to
tick the box
cross,
for me today.
but they don't have
Quite a
that.
hit.
That is.
Or
That's
they would
double
have
up.
like
Tell them
damage,
quite well financially.
flush them out into the open, smoke
Their
here,
pockets are
one
lined.
way so they
Yeah,
can't
they're
swing,
feeling like-
something like
Makes
that.
this a little bit trickier too. They're like, guys, we finally got a plan to take yellow. Well, we got it this time. I promise you. Oh, there's men here. Oh God, Sadak. Too many targets, too little
Okay.
time. Martin
Last
trying
round, they
out
managed
of
to get here.
danger
They
on this
finally
one.
got to yellow.
Ults littering the ground. Frost not caught, but they have at least gone the back of yellow. So maybe that's all they needed. Maybe
Oh
not.
God.
Yeah, somehow we
Oh God, how's he allowed to do
This
it?
guy's been aiming like a god, but he just threads the needle.
God, they
And
lost
Magnum
every single
in
round.
his mid-lurks. It's not gonna go well. Alves
Every
with an
single
absolute
round.
eater
No
of a
way,
round.
dudes. Well,
Carmine Core. Well,
I do think BBL can still
picking
win
this
this,
map initially. Now I
but they need to do that back
Yeah.
to them.
Yeah, I mean,
They
this
can
is
do the
where
same
we then
thing,
start
right?
asking the same
Yeah,
questions
yeah.
at the start.
Okay,
For BBL
somebody
to
was
pull out
very
this
curious
composition
what
and
we
be
thought about
completely
the Phoenix comp last year
shut out
loud.
of this first half.
On Ascent,
After what felt
Like in
really
general of
confident.
that comp.
it was awful. But
Yeah,
they
I
got
really
wins
wasn't a fan.
because other
Real-
people aren't good.
There's nothing special
I feel
about
like that's
this
a comp
adjustment
that
from
it's
KC.
possible to get a win, but it's
It's absolutely
100%
doable.
a one and done
Guys,
comp.
don't go
And then they
anywhere.
used it on
It shouldn't even be a
fourth
one and done. It's just that the coaches of the other teams don't know. Like maybe their weak point is like looking at weaknesses of comps. Because if you watch that back, like you know they should be buying double.
I
Double
could
Odin.
coach a team to beat
And-
that comp
and then-
in VCT tier 1.
And then we only
That's what
saw
I'm saying.
we only saw Potter beat it.
Yeah.
Would you solve it all if you're gonna tail all anyways? I mean, it depends on the strat.
Why both teams are not playing Duelist on this map? Is Duelist really no use on Icebox? I mean, it has uses, but it's not necessary.
Boom's Ascent a one and done. What's Boom's comp?
I can check.
Wait, Sonia, I looked at that today. The trolling one, the one with the sources.
Boom's Ascent is Phoenix, KJ, Teo, Sova, Omen. That's not the one.
I tell you what, that comp actually has some pretty cool stuff. Like they can force through chokes because of the Teo. So that
That's
comp,
a much better comp than the old loud comp.
the comp actually works because they can like damage the chokes where normally an Odin would own them. Also now the solo Phoenix is a little bit more viable just because of the B
Well, initially,
spam has gone.
I thought this comp was going to be magic. I thought BBL
Mahim 23 with the
that was
13
gonna be
months. Thank you so much, dude.
And
Thank
for
you for
the
doing
first
that.
couple of rounds, it felt fantastic.
That was
And then
Saivov's
round 5 happened.
debut.
6,
Incredible.
7,
Straight up
8,
incredible.
9,
One of the best we've
11,
ever seen in
12,
a
actually.
debut,
So
to be honest.
from that point onwards, Michael, it wasn't so magical.
And he's looking
I think
really
it's important to
confident.
know as well, like I said, there were a few ultimates that sat
Active Llama with the
round
Prime as well.
after
Thank you for the
round
8 months.
BBL.
Thank
There
you so
must
much,
have
dude.
been something they
Okay, let's see.
worked on
K-Corp.
to utilize those, whether or not you're just sitting on
1-0 down on the
using them
pistol.
all in post rounds. We
BBL
didn't see
got it to
enough rounds that
3-1.
were kind of set up differently.
And then
did the same thing.
yeah, and
6
then
or 7 rounds over and over.
it got rough.
And got punished for it.
There's a timeout called at 3-2, and then stuff changed.
Not much margin for error here in the second half.
We're turning
What a
on
shot.
back straight. We're getting a little cheeky.
It's a nice
with it,
trade, though.
observers. Look at you guys. But it's traded out for now. 1 for 1 early enough in the round. There's still going to be question marks, but I quite like this fact finder almost from Magnum, taking a little bit of a wander down tube, which
His name?
does allow
Sivov,
BBL,
right? Or am I
was
just
gonna say,
completely
feel
wrong?
comfortable. They certainly won't now, losing
We
out on
also
social
don't know
on
how
the
to
other
say
side
his
of
name,
things. Now there might be issues.
A stark contrast though, look. KC hitting both sites effectively at the same time.
Hitting both sides at the same time. Okay, Cool comes in to go over towards B. This is where the double stack from BBL is,
After that
and
engagement as well. Sadak down to 74 HP, but everybody else.
they're playing
Doing this
pretty
on the
far
pistol is a
back.
good idea.
Like they can
so
maybe get a kill off of
still got 2 players on the side of
salvos,
the
like
map,
getting
though.
close and then delaying, knowing that they can use the smoke after. It might be hard for them to plant, I guess is what I'm saying.
Seconds left. Looks good so far. Not managed to catch a glimpse of anyone, but there are the 3 players here for BBL. Process of elimination, and still some util with Yampi can cause a couple of issues. It's going to cost them some time here. You can
Oof.
see what they're able to do.
Dude,
with
I'm
it.
impressed with
Sadly,
K-Corp though. They
KC,
handled this
I
well.
guess for KC,
Like the flash
fortunately,
through,
they've
I
allowed
still
every
stick the
single fire.
plant. We
Magnum
dodged the
just getting
salvos,
caught
took
in
some
the end. Others
space,
have
dropped the wall, jolts. That was good.
Brilliant map so
They
far.
handled
They're
this well.
great.
They just look
Really
better on
starting
this
to
map,
stretch his
for
legs.
sure.
Fundamentally, they're just playing a lot better.
That was good by them.
That pistol round's
And it's
gonna
really good that
feel
they do this on the
very
pistol as well.
rough
If
for
they can
BBL.
do it
So,
on
and
like
again,
on their
what a
ecos,
contrast
like
from the
soon,
first half, what
they
we
won't
saw.
ever have to go B again because that's just
kill from
going to be
elite on A
BBL's
side.
mind. So they won't be able to play as
Lucky to
heavy
get away
towards
with
A
that
like
one,
they did on their defense half.
Oh my goodness. Jesus.
That's a minus 5k.
Evo
have I
F.
missed that? Have we just turned into frenzy hate?
Sevo.
I'm a frenzy enjoyer.
Okay.
Always have been. I was a
Frenzy
CZ
enjoyer? I
user
mean, he
as
got a
well.
buff.
Look, this this is a lifetime.
Just Sevo,
commitment
that's it?
from
Okay.
me.
And we're back
and
to
speaking of
B on
commitments,
an
all
anti-eco.
players from BBL
Yeah, they're proving early that they can do it.
towards B.
Yeah, this is more mental stack on B, even if
Oh
it's
my
fake
goodness.
because it's
Probably
anti-eco and
still
pistol.
a little ahead of them. The flash is perfect.
Okay.
Magnum.
Ooh,
Really?
that's not great.
Gets a chance to have
Yampy
a say in
finishes
that,
it off. They got
all of the
nothing
kills.
really.
That's the classic for real.
Except for Yampy finding
See if they can
one.
get a. See if they can get
4-4.
another kill. The damage.
Is he a
Is that the damage?
but
No, they need to get 2 more.
Plant will still come through.
Sugetsu was a little lower, but again, when you've got Phantoms in play, Bulldogs, others sitting pretty, this would need near on Herculean effort.
Right.
It's not going to happen.
Let's see
Aves
about
there. This is looking like
manage
when to
buy, they go A.
KC, and
Casey can just go A
kind
for
of
the
then
rest of the
rolling
map.
back to what we
Because
were
those,
saying,
even
you know,
though
at
it's
the
like a
start of
pistol
this,
and an
seeing
anti-eco, so it's
KC
kind of
do
fake.
this
You've
when it's
proven
not
twice
with,
you
you
can
know,
go to
sort of
B.
quirky,
BBL will
weird
have to
comp.
respect that.
You know, not like the other girls running harbors here and there. Like they're different, you know. You wouldn't understand. But doing this, and I wouldn't say this
What
was
the hell is
standardized
Pansy
comp to an extent, but it's pretty respectable compared.
Where's
to
Vac?
how
They
it's
changed
had
Vac
to
for
evolve.
Magnum.
So that's
But
good.
apparently, from the
I
interview
think
that
for
Magnum
a lack of a
gave,
better
they
term,
wanted
like
to
I
get
said, for me,
Magnum
the
for
expectation
kickoff.
after seeing
And Vac
what
was
KC
actually
tried
like
to
the
achieve at
second
kickoff, coming in with
person that they
something
asked.
comfortable, right? Something
by the
that
looks
doesn't
of it.
necessarily require thinking outside the box
Sure.
too much.
Sure.
But there's still options to do so.
With
I
these
mean,
comps from KC
the problem
and
being
BBL,
BBL,
the group looks so easy
again,
for
I come back
Liquid.
to the same thing. It feels like comp diff.
I mean,
Because
the comp.
unless your
I
chamber
think
is going
that
to farm
I
the
think you
early
got to
one every
give
single time
credit
with this
to
composition,
how
there's just-
K-Corp handled the
there's not
defense.
enough else to it.
Yeah, I can
does
kind
seem
of
to
get
run
it
out
for BBL,
on the
but
depth front.
like I don't think
And-
these comps are
and maybe the
awful.
small caveats that we were looking at that could have been exciting just didn't
Yeah,
really
I was
find
thinking
much
BBL
more
will
than
learn
those
that
first couple of rounds.
they need
Yeah.
something on
Punch
B
to it.
to help them like force through
But
B.
for now, let's see if they can recover anything. Can they draw back a bit
They
of a
have just
half,
given you like
right?
a good
That's
way, like
3 rounds.
they have just shown
considering
people
we
how to
know
play
when they
against it
got
though,
them,
for sure.
It's been a minute since they've been able to punch up and break
11
through
versus
the
11
run
to 3 versus
from
Sadak on
KC.
Icebox has happened. Okay.
I've seen the
Chat.
score before. That's true though.
Chad.
They're not wrong.
Chad, I'm gonna push you in emo in a second.
That's not wrong though.
Obviously the
You can't be
bar
angry at
crucial.
facts.
No jinxes.
Roll the windows down and just drive by someone. Do something. Magnum.
Also, it's wrong side.
Oh, it's brutal
What?
already. Sugetsu gonna find Profek. And
Dude,
again,
they just double swung
just
middle and
trying to
completely wrecked them.
get out of what felt like dodge more than anything.
In reaction to losing one insta drone. K-Corp. B control, and they're just kind of waiting for a reaction. 4v5. Teams are kind of conditioned to react and either take space or pretty much just take space. Do something together.
Martin is being inserted for early info, and they're gonna probably walk up
It's a very deep angle for him to be
I
holding.
mean, he just kills Yampy, yeah.
Whether or not now, I think BBL starting to realise that, but Yampy's punished.
Bradle99, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 11 months. Thank you, thank you.
And you can understand the want to get the information, but it is going to be punished, and it's opened up the floodgates. It looks like they're going to try and capitalise on that.
Don't get
Bit
by
of
the
a
bait
fault.
though.
The window left open here. And they're just climbing through. But
Yeah, it's because they had him, right, from Magnum?
So BBL actually do have their players at least on the side of the map. Spray and pray. Not enough of a connection to dissuade any of this approach. Any util to deny this or keep this looking a little bit more likely.
Oh, they go for the old FPX stuff with the smokes, by the way.
KC now looking to take the challenge towards CT.
You see the timing of them as well?
Of that space. Put
Perfectly
their
as the
bodies on the
wall
line
was
for the trades, and it runs out. It's just down on Magnum.
Yeah, dude, the smoke is so strong.
Yeah,
this is the old FPX stuff. It's pretty cool.
No
oh man,
sweat
they just look,
at all.
they just
That's
look
the
better.
sort of approach, like I said, when I think about
they just look better
what you
on this
want to
map.
see from KC to kind of reset and come back in, it's clean.
It was nice as well. Good reaction once they got the first pick.
So if I can get my words out, sorry.
They got looking good, yeah. For sure. I mean, I was honestly really worried first 4 rounds.
Completely inequipped to deal with that sort of thing. You see the frustration starting to show on Yampy's face as well.
It must have been a frustrating half.
With the competition,
like the first half for
that's how
Yampy.
you'd want them to play.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bodies stacked up, hard clearing angles, digging
Yeah,
deep
exactly.
all the way
That's
towards
what I'm thinking. This is one of those maps that they just decided they're not really going to focus on.
We just didn't see it.
Because it's impossible to play 7, right? You play like 4.
Nah. You play like you play 6. Like if you don't have time, they would have spent time. I'm telling you, they just didn't play against a team that defended B as well as this.
Strength here in this sort of composition and making it look comfortable. Now, finally, BBL with a man to the good. Man up. They've taken down Martin.
Yo, if you're out here playing 4, man, I worry for your team.
Okay, I'm not saying like we're only screaming 4. I'm saying like you have those 4 maps that you're absolutely confident on, and the other 2 are kind of like you have strats on them to play. So this is the other 2 for BBL is what I'm saying, and then obviously you have a permanent.
Come back a little closer and you can see.
Also, I don't have a team. I'm a jobless bomb. What are you trying to blame me?
Holy hell, that was a sore spot for you, man. That was crazy. you really reacted.
Rougher though if they don't get ahead of this execution. You can't really allow KC this plant, to be honest with you.
Oops.
Yeah, I got baited, alright.
Okay,
that's perfect. Yeah, Sugetsu will fall here.
Yeah, this
I
could
have a
be
team, yeah, we can tell where you don't have a chat. Get
goes
banned.
down. That's
What?
BBL holding the line.
You can't.
It was safe, it was safe.
Heavy hitter, right?
It was saying, okay, that's allowed.
Yeah, exactly. Another body spotted.
Ooh, nice shots. Oh god, dude, that's how it ends. Holy, dude, they got so wrecked. Nice shots at the end here.
Yeah, you could say KC are elite on this map.
Yeah, really
God,
was.
that's rough from BBL. Even in the 2v3 there, they're going aggro, not waiting for their lurker to make the play. And for sure, the first time they got shot down on B, I'm pretty sure. So, lessons learned. Nice game plan from K-Corp. You gotta give him that. Nice defense game plan. Solid hold of B. It's one of the first times I've actually seen like the weakness exploited. Paperx have done it before. There's a couple of other teams, but it's very rare that we normally see it done this well.
On the other hand, I feel like for BBL, this is just gonna be like, yeah, whatever. We don't play this map.
I mean, if they don't crack it that much, then sure. But I think you're just guessing.
I mean, okay, but when okay. Actually, you were in the team, I wasn't. If you say they play 6 maps equally, they play 6 maps equally. That's fine.
Yeah. Well, not equally. Good focus on some still.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm saying. I feel like this is not a map they focus on.
Okay. Wait, you should be happy. Your team won. Why are you so angry?
I'm angry at you. No, I'm kidding. I am happy. Also, even if KC got like 26-0 lost this match, I would not care. I'm in too good of a mood today.
Damn, dude. What's going on in your life? You want to tell the chat?
It's not even my life. Believe it or not, this is not Valorant related. There is a fighting game coming out, and Cristiano goddamn Ronaldo is going to be a playable character there, and it's so funny, I just cannot find in myself to be mad today.
Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good.
What? That sounds mental. What game is this? Tell the chat what game it is while I spam smash.
Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves. It's coming out in a couple of months. It's a fighting game. Cristiano Ronaldo, yes, the footballer, is a fighting game. Is a character in that game.
That sounds sick. Okay,
it's ridiculous.
I'll be back in a little bit, right? Yo, don't yap too much. I know what you like.
I won't. I'll just meow. Chat, it's ridiculous. It's the first time like a real person becomes a playable character. Can you sing us a song? Absolutely not.
Level suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on gas playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my.
You ever listen to Zinedine Zidane? Well, I'm not gonna try to pronounce French. Okay, Natansi, Multiverses is not a real fighting game. Favorite Taylor Swift song? 22? Is our ideal winning pearl? Yes. Okay, I don't listen to Taylor Swift. I don't know any of her new stuff. And 22 is the first song that came to my mind. Say you hate Smash? I do hate Smash. Sonia, what were you saying? Discord update is trash. Elite went 20 and 2. Yeah, he is elite. Yeah, okay, Saint, but that's not the same. Who's the best Sentinel in the world? Less? Yeah, I said in the fighting game. Smash is not a fighting game.
It's
Are you going to Berlin to see your team play? I'd like to, but probably
that was a fantastic start on Icebox. I am your host.
What are your thoughts on
back
Dreaming?
here
I
with
don't listen
Minnie
to K-pop anymore.
and Billy. What do you
Not
reckon was
really,
on Sadak's strats? He was holding pieces of paper with Icebox.
The
on
hidden
it.
one upcoming fighting game. I've seen it on my YouTube. I've not seen anything
I
about
don't think they need a 100-page document for that one, to be honest with you.
No, they didn't.
Mike Tyson's Punch-Out is a fighting game.
I think he's good.
Same.
I think he's alright.
Okay, we're safe. We're safe. But let's
How
talk
are your
about the
YouTube vids
comps
so
we
good?
saw on
You are
both
thinking of
sides.
Flaw,
This is
not
very,
of
very
me.
unique. The
Wrong
first
person.
time we've seen either of these cons, and also, of course, the first time since Icebox has been back that any team globally has played without a
Blob.
duelist. We got two of them here. When we saw the agent select,
What is
we
Sadak's
were
birthday?
very
I don't know.
surprised, and we weren't quite
They're
sure
gonna give
whether
Ronaldo white woman
like
normals.
it or not
His
like it, but Billy, I'm just gonna go
entire
straight into
moveset
it.
is
Let's
already
start
out. You can
with
check
the
it.
Casey
It's
con.
ridiculous. You're
Did you
gonna
like
get
it? What were some of
schmixed
the nice
on
things, not
like
nice things?
for
Give me
free.
your honest
He's gonna
opinion.
dribble
My honest
past
opinion
you in
is
the
that I
game.
think on Icebox there's certain
Pineapple
things
go
you
on
need
pizza.
to
I
play
don't
the
like
map.
pineapple
I
in
think
general, so for
plants,
me
like,
no, but
you
I
know,
don't have a
plant
problem with it.
insulation
But
is
I'm also not
the kind of
Italian.
only way to talk about it. You need something to plant the spike with. Usually that's the
If you had the chance to usurp Sliggy and take over his channel, would you? Where do your loyalties lie? I don't care.
But
I don't think, honestly, as much as streaming is not the job, I don't think I have the work ethic to be here
have that static information
every day.
in the center.
Where am I from? I'm
Yeah,
from
I like what
Poland.
you're saying there. I think as well.
But I
like,
haven't
Gecko's
lived there
something that they
for,
could potentially explore in the future. We've seen Aves perform
Jesus,
like,
almost
great
10
on
years
the Gecko, right? But I just think as well when I'm looking at their different play styles.
He's done
like,
all
you know,
yeah,
KC
well,
have
you
a
were
very
threatening to
sort of
leave.
Structured, defaulty kind of approach.
Can I
and
read
BBL,
Swedish? No.
I would say have a more
you like to
aggressive
see?
kind of
Yes.
approach, and I
Who
didn't
is talking,
get
chat?
that
Me.
from them whatsoever, despite them starting on
What
the
is my
attack.
morning
And
routine?
with the
I wake
close,
up,
would have
I
liked them
doom
to have
scroll
done
for an
some,
hour
like,
and a
sort of
half, I
trap
go take a
plays,
shower.
Get aggressive with it, but I just
Favorite
couldn't
game of all
find
time?
the value of actually having
Witcher
both
3.
within this composition.
I think
Where's
just to go
Icebox
back to
set?
KC for a
Fuck
second,
if I
I
knew,
think
somewhere
that
in
like the
Russia.
comp looks a little bit weird, but if you like revealed the mask, it's just
That's-
it's pretty
that's a
default.
delete.
Like the Omen was being played like a duelist. with
His
his
bro just
Machi.
jobless, yes, I'm a
The Teo
student.
was being played like the Sova towards the A on defense. The KO being like a KO.
Where do
and
I
then the
live
Viper
now?
and Killjoy
Germany.
is Viper and Killjoy. Like everyone knows how that plays on Icebox. So I was concerned at first, but it was deceptively pretty
25.
I'm glad you mentioned Martin.
Should
because
Martin
we're
be a
so
flex?
excited about everything else
I
that was
mean,
going on. We
just give
forgot to
Martin a
mention
gun,
that
it
it's
doesn't matter what you say.
Martin on the
Do you like
Omen.
Sliggy
It
romantically?
was
No.
criminal to put your Yoru player, who's extremely
Elden Ring or
talented.
God of War? God of War.
He could play like a jet
But Elden
on
Ring
this,
is a fantastic game.
on this agent, but it turns out, Billy, it wasn't half
Yen or
bad.
Triss?
Do
Yen
you know what? It
pisses
was
me
alright,
off,
and I love to
but
see
if
him
you're
picking
saying
up
like
that
as a
out there,
choice
even
in
though he's
game,
playing on the
it
Omen. I
has
think
to
that's
be
really,
Yen
really
because of
nice.
lore
And
reasons.
Like you say, we only got to
But
see
if it
him
was
play
for me,
Yoru in kickoff,
I prefer Triss.
so
Yen just
seeing him on
pisses
this
me off.
Omen, I'm not mad about it. He can still TP away
It's 8th
from
of March,
danger
thank
if
you.
he needs to, in a similar sense that he would with the Yoru. And
Right,
I
I'm
think
back.
he was able
He's
to put
back
up
fun
numbers
times
for
around.
him. So I don't hate it. I
Doesn't
still
see Siri in Witcher
don't
4.
know if
I
I'd
am
agree with
so
both
excited.
compositions not running a duelist
You
whatsoever.
stop talking about one-player games. Come on.
If I was one
You're
that
better
you
than that here.
want to
My
not
bad,
see
my
again,
bad.
which
Chat
one would
League
it
of
be?
Legends?
You would like the team to maybe workshop again. Which one would it be?
I think BBO is closer to what I would personally run. It's just
Oh,
I
okay.
really
Boo!
hate the Clove.
That's right.
Yeah.
Like I
Chat
don't
knows what's
like
up.
Clove. I'm a Clove hater. It doesn't matter the map. I don't think it's that good.
I think as well we have to consider Clove has been kind of nerfed recently, right? With the smokes coming back and it being slower now. I think I want to see what BBL's defensive looks like with this kind
They
of
did a
composition. I think he
comp
can work a lot better
comparison.
on the defense. Obviously, the attacker just didn't
Did
work
Mini
out.
talk about the
What I
B
would
stuff,
like to see
or is he
more
a
is
fraud?
Elite getting unlocked, of course.
I was not
was
listening, I
on
was talking
BBL
chat.
last year, and Kickoff, you know, we saw him perform, but look at that contrast, Mini. You
Chris,
just
right?
didn't
Chris
have
with the Prime,
maps
thank
like
you so
this,
much.
at Kickoff.
Or Chris.
No, and it's surprising to me because
Thank you
coming
so
into
much,
this
dude.
year,
Appreciate
I
the
thought
Prime.
he
Thank
was
you,
one
thank
of the
you.
best pickups of that offseason. I thought KC hit a player that was.
He did talk
possibly
about it, but he's
the
still a
biggest
fraud.
pickup
Honestly, that's a good
of,
answer.
Like genuinely that
Yeah,
levels,
that's a W.
and we didn't see
W
him have a
shadow.
great kickoff. But I think a lot of that was a bit of uncomfortability around the device, and now he's back on that
Pearl.
killjoy.
Are we gonna see Harbor Viper on
I'd
Pearl?
love to see it on the Vice too, but we'll have to see.
I mean, he's feeling himself today, right? He's coming up against
What
his
happened to the
former
Mecha
team,
Break
and of
tournament?
course,
Dude,
this is a
everyone
player
just has
that's
too many
coming up
hours in that
from
game.
VCL Turkey a couple of years ago too. So
People have been
I think
playing
that
it for
he's
5
probably
years,
quite
apparently.
familiar with the faces across the stage, having social
Yeah, dude, they were
across
playing
the
it
stage,
when it was
coming
called
from
a different
the same
game.
sort of challengers region before
We
entering
practiced
VCT.
teams
So
and we
yeah,
we're
I
just
think
like,
that's
oh
kind
man.
of put a bit of fire in his
It's
belly.
alright.
Yeah, you
How-
always
Wait,
want to put
Do I know who
power into
Anders
your
is signing
team,
for? No, I
right?
don't.
What I don't want to see,
How
however,
deep tactically
BBL
is that game?
is
It's actually pretty good.
losing
Is it?
6
Yeah, yeah,
5v4s. You know,
I was
that's
surprised.
not good, is it? Because being able to get 6 first kills is already very. I mean, they got 9 in the end, but they only managed to convert 3 of those 5v4s, which is a little bit problematic. However, we will be heading on to the Pearl next, and this
The team
we
play
talk
on it's
about
actually pretty
Vine
good.
being KC's home ground.
What map we got? Pearl. So
Billy,
BBL
there
gonna stick with
wasn't
their
a
old
time where
comp,
BBL
and
set
honestly,
foot on that
K-Corp
Pearl, I
might.
thought they weren't gonna win.
Yeah,
They've
I
done
think
some
Pearl
homework
is
here and
very
actually know how they're
evidently
gonna play.
BBL's strongest map.
And
we
we've
got
never
to see
seen
the
KC
performance
Pearl.
that they
We haven't
had
played
in
it before,
kickoff on
so-
it. It looked really, really good. There was so
Maybe
many
Harbour.
highlight moments from a lot of the players.
Yeah, I
and
was
I think
I
as
was
well,
about
I
to
have
say
to
maybe
gravitate
Harbour.
back to the Icebox and figure out, you know, why was Sociable not playing Chamber?
Oh yeah, this
on
one's
the
4-1.
Icebox,
You are
right? But,
not
like, when we
comparing
go into
a
Pearl, I'm
Argentina
expecting
versus
to see
Brazil
him back onto that
qualifier game
chamber. I
to
don't
a
think
World
we see
Cup
any sort of agent
semi-final.
composition
Come on now.
changes for BBL because it
Come
worked
on
so
now.
well for them in kickoff.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be the same from BBL. I'm a little bit worried if they don't add, like I said before, like that kind of layering, because
Some depth.
yeah, some depth, because there's so much VOD footage to kind of look at where the chamber's playing and how to kind of counter it.
This is true.
They're going to need to kind of throw in a few kind of little fakes.
Levin, push more. Just push even more, you know, just push before
just
the
because
barrier
it's about
comes
football,
down.
don't
That
break
kind
the
of
chat
playstyle
rules.
should work well against a KC, right? Who kind of have those sort of set strats in play. They're very structured, like I say. They kind of are quite default heavy. So I think if anyone's going to be able to catch them out, it would be a team such as BBL that can pull off
Which
that kind of
celebrity
stuff.
would
Yeah,
be
what
the
I
perfect
can't wait
ad
to
as a
see is
guest character
Casey's
in
Pearl.
Valorant,
Of
and
course,
what
we
would their
didn't see it
abilities
at
be?
kickoff, you know, they didn't play it at all. I would
What is
love
that
to know
question?
what they're running here, if they've invented something.
I guess somebody
swear
got
to God,
inspired
if
by
this is
Cristiano
where
Ronaldo
they
in the
play
fighting game.
Harbour after not playing the Harbour on Icebox, would I be surprised? Probably not.
Surely
Would I
The
be
Rock?
disappointed
Surely
a
The
little
Rock?
bit?
That's a good
But,
answer,
I
though.
mean, they must have so much confidence already after that.
On,
Icebox,
you
know,
probably
getting
would
such
have
a
to go
dominant
with like
win
an
on there
actor that
already.
played
What would you
some
like to
like
see them
characters
play
that
here.
shoot
I know we
guns,
haven't
right?
seen
'Cause
them.
Yeah, like
otherwise
The
they
Rock.
get-
Theorizing a little bit. What could they do?
Oh, on their peril.
Sideshow can butter the ground.
I'm trying to lock in.
Oh my god.
If I'm
Old shine, you could have like a flash where it's like the sunlight off your head. Honestly, it could be kind of legit.
Yeah.
I don't
Let's
want to
be
do
for
that.
real.
You're
Let's be for real.
you're-
Honestly, I wouldn't hate them to bring back similarities as to what they had in their bind.
Yeah, so
composition.
Tejo,
Will
you
Smith,
know, bring
ability
out the
slap.
Tejo.
I wouldn't hate
I feel like that's more for League of Legends
I
than
wouldn't
Valorant,
either,
but
but I
I
would
seem
like
to
to
be
see
It's like the
duelist.
wingman.
Okay,
I
I want to see a duelist on
He is the wingman.
and preferably not Phoenix. But let's take a look.
Here we
right
go.
now.
Another K-Corp
Interselect
comp.
coming up, and it looks like they
Harbor,
will.
bro.
God damn it, they do that
But
Harbor
it's
on
Pearl.
Your
I
Vice.
don't like it when it's not played
But
with the Viper.
is it not the 4 agents I
Um,
said?
I don't think there's
I mean,
enough
yeah.
strength without the Viper.
I'm
in terms of,
telling
like,
you,
the
this is
stall.
a Sadak special. He
So
sees
it
something in
gets
this
a bit
cup,
of a
he's
no for
running
me,
it
but
on
the rest
5
of the
maps.
comp is
I'm
fine. So, like,
I'm
it's
already
just the
mad.
Harbor have on the KC side, and then BBL running.
This is
same
like the
stuff
best
that we
map for Harbor,
expected,
though.
so.
I think
But
it
this is the
depends, 'cause,
most
like, if we're
doable
talking
Harbor
about
map
stall
for sure.
utility, right? We have the Fade Seas there, we have all of Vize's kit as well, which if you're not like the only thing really on BBL's side that can
At
bait
the
that
same
out
time,
is your
it is not the
Yoru,
same
right?
Pearl
So
as
I think
back then.
when we look at the stall potential,
No, but you can still do similar
I do
stuff.
think it is there on KC side. It's just whether or not they utilize it, and if they're utilizing it.
We got Harbor
in the
before
right
Gecko in
spaces of the map.
2025.
If they're going to
Yeah,
play
fair.
sort of, you know, passive. and
Tyloo
defense,
played,
or if they are gonna actually
Gecko
fight for space, which is what we would
on
expect
Icebox.
BBL to do.
Yeah, of course, Martin
No
back
crashing out
on
for
that
you, Ivy. There was a
trademark Yoru as well. Elite back on Vice, Sui back on the Astra.
Chamber's good in this map as well.
everything is
Like
going
honestly,
well, and
the
it's time to jump
the
into
BBL
second
comp's
map,
kind of
and Hope
proven.
is not another
Chamber
Like,
might
bullets around
struggle
it.
versus so many smokes though, no? Harbor Oven.
But who was their initiator? Fade.
Well,
Yeah,
blamed,
it's
yes.
Fade.
Yeah.
It should have a fun time against the Fade, to be honest.
I don't like Harbor.
There
I
is a
hate
Yoru
Harbor
as
so
well,
much, even on this map. And it feels like
I agree. I agree with the Harbor hate, but I think this is the only
I
map
think
that
the
it's like okay
touched on
on.
this as well.
Yeah.
If you're not going to run it on Icebox and with the
But it also just
justification,
feels
then go,
mad
well,
to
we're
run
on
it in this
Pearl,
day and
'cause
age,
historically,
but-
you know, Harbor
But,
was
but
alright
it
on
also
Pearl.
makes me worried about all the other maps that they've had the Harbor on. That means they're still playing Harbor on
again,
Haven.
It's another situation.
Yeah, no,
I'm
they
not
might be.
sure I see the vision.
Please,
It's
no.
not even as if the rest of the composition is built around it. You know, like a double flash or something along those lines.
I know they loved it.
Magnum
I
is up,
know
no.
they kept going to it before in
Permanently
kickoff and
on.
well.
Magnum a
as well.
sub. Chiba can't get his visa,
I see them do
so
really
it
good,
looks
and
like
then we're back
he's
here,
playing
and
for
I'm
this
like,
year.
Here he is. BBL's comp I like. I'm happy enough seeing
Okay,
it. Now,
BBL on
whether or not we
defense,
get
K-Corp on
rewarded from
attack,
it, who knows? Social is gonna
and
take a battering.
K-Corp
Down 13
running the
HP.
Harbor. Let's see what they got. Wall, dude. This was like who's using their Viper wall like this, chat?
Magnum being the one
Or
to
is just to take over towards A main?
spectators, which and again, it's almost kind of
FPX, let's
history
say, yeah.
biased, but something outside
know
of the
there's some
wheelhouse
crazy
traditionally. But
stuff.
we don't know what the off season looked like.
I mean, yeah.
See what the preparation process looked like.
Oi,
either.
that's
Yampi
incredible shots, man.
does
Fair
dip his
play.
toes, rewarded for
Yeah,
it.
good timing on it as well.
Chamber got spotted, but
With the green light for KC to make something happen.
And this playing the Vice here, I do think will be an
Okay, and
interesting
this is gonna be a
challenge.
full
Yes.
retake over
Like-
towards
like
B,
he
right?
does
Because I
have
don't think
support,
these
quick
can
support
even send
from
it through here.
the
They have
likes
no
of
idea about
Social,
who's where. We still
and
got
of
the
course,
flash. That's a great
Levin as
kill
well
from
can
them
get
as
on there
well.
pretty quickly, so it's
Maybe
not like he's
Elite
on a
needed to
complete
chill
island
considering they got
necessarily.
sight control.
And BBL, yeah, they're in numbers, really well supported. Does go down to Sadak. But it's on Sugetsu and Sadak to try and find freebies that you ain't getting. BBL
Very,
robust,
very nice.
At least in their pistol to start with.
We had double pistol. No, we didn't. We had pistol each, so it's
Hopefully
2-1 for
BBL can
pistols at the
carry
moment
this
for BBL.
momentum through. Again, confident start. They're happy to take these engagements. KC
Yeah, they hit some nice
caught
shots.
off guard initially here from Yampi, and it felt like obviously BBL then adjust perfectly. See a couple of situations
What
here
the?
where KC just caught off guard by how decisive BBL
Yeah, let's go, MP.
are willing to be
Get
with that
high.
man advantage.
I'm just not going to have
I'm
any
jaded
faith.
from that one. I'm jaded from that one, all right?
Same. I've been hurt in the past. You know? Not over it. Therapist told me to, you know,
My
find ways to
goodness.
cope, but I can't.
That's
It's,
a lot of
it's
investment
rough. It
for
was
an orb.
3
That's a lot of
rounds and then
damage.
nothing. Literally, it was brutal. So, again, as it stands, we kind of learn as we go. And it looks like KC just taking the tour, picking up some orbs if they can. That's it. Isn't that nice? Cool.
Partner anniversary. Thanks so much, everyone.
Early damage
Yeah, do you reckon
conceded
it's
as
2
well.
years or 3 years ago?
I have
That they
no
partnered?
idea.
I was trying to work it
Both
out.
teams honest for the
I think
time
it's
being.
3 years because I've been here for over a year.
You reckon?
Only real
Yeah.
exploration towards mid, but ping's coming out
You reckon it's 3?
towards B.
Yeah, it might be right.
This is gonna
How
be a
was map
commitment or
1?
just to force
Domination.
Map 1 was super dominant.
topic off the angle.
Just clearing through. That should at least
You reckon
allow
it's 3? Yeah, it must be 3.
It's Martin to slip slip a little bit
Who's farming
further
those
forward.
orbs? Harbor, yeah.
Trying to pull a bit of a double fake here.
Of course it is.
Taking the tour.
Yeah.
They think it's the best agent.
30 seconds left.
Oh no, that's crazy timing.
God, Magnum, please, why? That, I know it's just unlucky, but it feels horrific. Yampi is going to now have to... Well, does he commit to this? Easy to get overwhelmed. The Prowler, yeah, does get the job done. Oh my god, that shock dart could have been the death of Sadak, but no, he's still alive here. Plants now win, and it's a 5v4. A little uncomfortable. They've got decent map control as well. The players playing it back from BBL are kind of all through pit. They're kind of all coming through secret. This is
Getsu still has a star as well. That's amazing.
lovely dart.
What did they? They're trading though. Trading the recons at the moment.
Sadak did go for it. Really nice. 8 HP. Why not try and put your body on the line for it? You were
Low
one who could do
HP down.
that. Elite now shouldering a little bit
Still
of the
got the
strain,
flash
holding
to
onto
swing.
this. Now the
Segetsu
challenge,
doesn't need
can
to
they at
swing
least
because
fight
he's still
back
got
for the
star.
side? The time is dwindling. Shot from Sociable, but it's Profek in a 1v2.
No way, they ecoed them. It was kind of nice that once they got over towards the site, but yeah, we had one holding A main, couldn't see the close left, perfect timing.
I didn't catch actually previously the position Yampy was.
Everything. I'm trying to get the full util set up to allow someone to creep up like that.
Oh,
What
well,
was the
gave them the
setup?
win.
There's like,
I'm not sure if we will get a chance to
I
see.
don't know.
Because like I said, Yampy's there, I'm fairly sure.
Because, and again, it's like he was committed to watching art.
But he can't see that line from where he is.
Honestly, I wasn't paying attention.
Wasn't paying attention, yeah, because you don't think it's going to develop or spiral out of control that quickly.
But we're back to A again.
But Elite finds himself in acres of space. And I mean, we saw how painful the timing was.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But there shouldn't be an opportunity for a timing moment like that.
No, BBL trying to just get under the skin of KC more than anything. So Getsu's just backpedaling away. Doesn't want to, you know, give away a free Vandal, anything of that sort. So going to play smart, just kind of full back
God,
with
it's
his
such a
teammate.
rough
Doesn't
start,
want
man.
to do too much. And you can see what BBL are trying to do. Just trying to get a bit of aggression going, trying to catch a player off guard. But so far it's being well managed. The wall's there as well, so that will trigger. Oh, God,
Oh my, that was nearly everything. Let's see how much damage they can do. They get one gun out.
Spots at least 2 on the drop of the wall. So again, calls in the cavalry. Sadak now here. Here comes the chaos, but calmed in the end by Sugetsu and Sadak. Profek trying to get the reward from the floor, which was that bulldog. Careful on these individual fights.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's still a good amount of damage, but they need to do the damage. Like, the money of these three picking up the guns, sorry, these two picking up the guns is really strong.
Clean. The end of it there for Profek and Martin.
It's really nice from K-Corp. It's a great lead at the moment. They're going to get their ults nice and early.
I'm watching them play, and I'm seeing all the patterns I've seen from this comp on other maps. I'm telling you that.
Even they run this on all the maps.
Yeah, not on all, but this is their comp that they're trying to fit to maps.
If you're looking to take positives
Dude, the harbors can't look good on some of these maps.
Make them sweat a little
my biggest problem with it is it's very easy to tell what they're doing once you've seen it once.
Yeah, I mean, that's been K-Corp for the past...
Yeah, that's been K-Corp for the past year.
3 years.
Vice utility walls committed towards B, you know, everything there. No
3 years if we include this one.
Both
and getting Eng did not
trying
really
to get
fix
the
it that
standard
much.
look of taking that A main space, taking control of it, but a very all-in B hit.
Okay, big buy round. Sociable manages to get his op out. They go aggro over towards A. Lotus sounds over towards B with the wall up. Yoro TPs, 3 people here. And they don't get the trade. That is huge. No, wait, this is kind of nice. Cove close, right? So you can pop and have some freedom. That's cool, though.
But they're certainly not looking. This was just waiting there. The timing so perfect. It felt like the moment just faded as Yampy and Sociable now having to face horrific odds. And there was so many just seconds difference in that one. It felt like
Did you manage to
Sociable,
save
that
these
operator
guns?
is a prized possession. If they don't get a pick soon, you're gonna probably see them start dipping away, but Yampy fancies a go at it.
Damn, that was a nice fast second shot from them as well, and they lost the op. They got to eco this one now. Dude, this little cove to the right is pretty cool. 2 go through, it was actually 3 went through the wall, right? Then the Yoro TP'd away, but then they had the cove that gave 2 so much freedom. Sadak's just like chilling over here.
KC find a site here with initially
This is nice. Gives you a little bit of freedom. The passing over towards doors to like fully commit.
That cove makes you so safe from that
it's a safe clearance
angle.
So confused.
But Profek, I believe it was all the way top.
What I'm seeing here from KC is early A for like fake pressure.
Yeah.
And they're gonna come on A on ecos or anti-ecos. They're gonna hit B otherwise.
Huge, man.
There I was, all
That's
eyes
their
on
patterns.
Sociable, you know, maybe the headhunter out or something. No. Sheriff with 11, that's alright. Alves walk past the fallen teammates.
The new
thinking,
Vitality
"Christ,
player
what
look
do we do
good?
now? Gotta
Really
keep
good.
Control of these weapons.
Like
We've
really,
got a
really
player
good.
split to the other side of the map. And BBL, we know they like their aggression. Do they then try and maybe recover
This gets
these?
a
Do
little
they
bit
go
weird
for
because
something a
K-Corp
bit
have
cheekier?
to hold on to the
Can be.
guns.
Certainly getting curious.
Oh
man, Arve's gonna claw one back here.
Yeah, and it's like one of these where would they be tempted to use the ult to get over towards site? Oh, they might be able to pick up another orb right over towards B. Yeah, we just saw it there. So they're going for double. This is great from BBL. They go for double orb to make sure they can ult, but they also reactively ult, pick up the guns, and then they can pick up the other gun as well. So to get info, they use the Yoru ult. I know it's an eco, but this is so worth.
Sociable can't get too close either. So really for Magnum, he's got to try and
Another
maybe
orb for the fades. Yep, forgot what you were doing. Havez gets it, maybe a little bit late on this, means that the rotate could come in, and I mean this fatal is going to hit everyone.
Seconds now, yeah, KC.
They've got the divide.
They're using both.
Cut sightlines and
Fatal.
audio here, so forcing the hand of BBL potentially.
Oh, but nice from Magnum to take away Arvez, and look at the time. 8 seconds now.
Well, they got
Options
econs.
almost shutting. There's no way forward here, leaving it too late in the day. Well played in the end. Buying the time was
It was
the
a
right
little bit
call.
weird to get the double orb and not
And
use
I'm
the
a
ult
bit
here, but
surprised at KC running out of time here.
Maybe they don't have specific protocols for Astral, so they use the fingers.
Yeah, through the fingers.
nah, I think they just thought it would be enough, to be honest.
Maybe just rattled from
I
that
mean,
early engagement.
Luna
Spent too long
owned this
trying
round
to
straight
police
up.
these
Even the
weapons.
ult to get him info was just everything, so their rotate could be a lot faster.
Again, you're almost anticipated BBL going to chuck a few bodies to try and retrieve those rifles potentially. So, yeah, okay, you're going to be running into some utility if Magnum's on the other side, but
Picked up a couple of guns as well, so the money's getting okay for BBL, but there's still 3 people that had to rebuy.
The roster for KC, the word melons will always come to mind.
Yeah,
Now,
that was a Melons
looking
round.
at this one,
And they invested the Astro
we'll
out.
see what the game plan is.
Okay, so
Martin
this is what they do.
on the go here.
They send the
Pretty
Yoru in.
much controlling the site. Yeah, he's trying to stick on this one. That's a. I don't think that's
Then
a
they
fight.
dry ult. Would they dry ult out with a shorty?
That's what they do every time.
Site now secure. Plot
Jesus.
in play. That was just tailor-made poison.
They either do this with his ult, or if he doesn't have
Way more
ult, they just
decisive
protect
here
him
to
with a
kick off
cove
this round.
and the circle smoke. And they just let him go crazy.
coming through though.
I mean, if he feels like he has good timing
down
with a
initially,
shorty
but-
when they're like changing guns or something, then fair play, but...
Nice.
Just to force them a little deeper.
Okay,
I think they're gonna
fade
be
ult
engaged around
hits
the back of that for KC,
everyone,
but they can find
really.
one.
Yeah, hold on. This is
Still
right on the
looking
edge
really
here.
scary.
Divide gonna go down, but Arve's still there. Sociable's gone through its elite now.
Ooh, that's calm, dude.
the
Nice movement
advantage.
from
Arve's
elite.
just
That was
round
lovely.
it out again. It
Oh
gets
god,
close
BBL
for
win 1, they
KC.
lose next, 1-9
feels like
loss
they are
bonus, 2
hitting
people
shots
have
today
okay
too.
money,
Another
3
situation
people
where
are
Elite is
absolutely
looking
wrecked.
Really crispy.
So it's a half buy. KC back to A.
Round that unfortunately.
We have another Jorgamo,
Humble
Zek
the
and Maniac.
finances.
Dude, some of the Euro ults this year, it's been insane.
Maybe a little awkward with
Our
the
team is
first
so fun
shorty
to
shot,
watch.
but Yampi still falls. Again, maybe a little bit of hesitation of whether or not somebody
Boy,
was
that
close enough
sidestep,
to...
man, that sidestep was everything.
Yeah, Elite is
Well, I guess
just
that was the
Elite.
problem.
What can I say?
Not
I didn't see
hesitation.
that. I didn't see that.
Can't move mouse.
Yeah, it's a rough timeout
Classic issue.
because
Not a tech
I was gonna
issue.
say maybe a little slow to react. Can't move mouse.
can't
That
do too
was
much on this eco. Saying that, they
from
won the
horse's
eco last
mouth.
time.
We didn't say that.
No, we would
yeah.
never.
Yeah.
We us?
I read a thread today.
There's already one up, mate. It's only got a bald buff.
I was going to say about
Just
my
got
lack
here
of
and we got
hair,
Hypok back.
The
Yeah,
most
it's awesome.
exciting things that
Okay,
happened
okay.
today.
No, they were also like, oh, nice they missed him.
I saw somebody saying I must have had a Britney to come back
It's
with
map
no
one
hair.
worth watching if you're a KC fan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nicest thing. One of the nicest things.
Or if you want to see how
John
to
said
like,
it. Yeah,
shut
like,
down
I'm
B.
actually gutted. Ah, what a
Really
brilliant
well.
meltdown that would be. Give you the umbrella and you could just.
Do I prefer a timeout on an eco or a
Oh,
gun
I
round? I
got that.
always prefer a timeout on an
Content?
eco.
Any,
First of all, it
features
becomes
teams
less
wanna get
obvious
in
what you're going to
touch?
do because some
We'll,
teams will honestly just forget.
rate might be a bit high,
Second of
but
all, it's so
like
nice
you're up for it,
to be able to like look at the game and
Dude,
come up with an
porno.
eco strat on the fly that you think is going to work.
BBL,
Like
I'm
it's
a
like
bit
the
worried
because
again,
you
yes,
kind of get all of
Team Forge had
the
a problematic
you're
scoreline,
expected to
neither
lose,
was
right?
those,
So you can do some a little bit mad.
3 that it kind of had, or 4-3
So
at the
it's-
start.
It's the
But
thing Doombros
I need BBL
like
to show
doing,
me
right?
that
Where
they're
he calls the
independent.
timeout and the plan from the
Again,
timeout goes to the next
Yeah,
round.
he'll normally do it
sort
on
of
buy
question.
rounds though.
We were from
Definitely
map
teams
one.
have like their preference.
It feels
Anti-eco, back to A.
as if they're kind of kind of getting away with a few freebies here and there, and that's really what's you know, keeping them in some of these rounds. FKC are going to knuckle down a little bit, get their heads back in the game once again.
Okay, what do we got? Guardian. Sheriff, that's about it. 4 bullets. I mean, Sociable is his ult.
Similar map 1 scoreline.
Locking down B at the moment. And K-Corp have no map control.
Real exploration towards mid other than the pistol.
We're a minute in.
And I quite like this. But, as I said, it's a mid look, kind of exploring further with still held on the extremities. Roll your mind back to how proactive BBL were with those sheriffs kind of hunting up towards B long, so it gets you constantly backpedaling. Now seeing them.
Okay, the flash over towards A didn't hit anything, so they might think that A main is clear. They shouldn't, but they might.
And actually gets up and over, but decided to
stand on device wall.
Take a look.
Yeah, when it's the bottom of the stairs.
BBL going to throw everything into it. We've got a couple
Big Jewel at Art coming up. Big Jewel at Art. Big Jewel at A main.
Needed that one. Now he's in the dance. He gets the steps right. Elite goes down suddenly.
Dude, you could kind of tell with how K-Corp were playing this that it wasn't going to look good. Playing against a Vice and in the first 40 seconds, you've taken nothing.
10 seconds left.
Spike. It's Magnum again, though.
Spike
right?
goes towards guys.
Magnum, I'm rooting for you, champ. 3 seconds.
I mean, the ending was good. Dude, they got the eco twice so far. But you could see this one coming a mile off. Like, they just did nothing for 40 seconds.
Head scratcher.
They are so slow with this comp.
Yeah, look at this as well. Like he's trying to duel and his team's fighting and this guy's on top of the wall.
Again, wall goes up here. Yampi's got the Hunter's Fury to secure a kill behind that as well. It's situations where even if you understand the composition of the side, caught off guard by it. And like I said, it happens so late in the round that there's not even a buffer to really recover. Still a purchase to come through here for KC.
There's an early drone from BBL. They want to take middle with this one. Drone goes out at the same time you see deep here. 4 pass and hold a middle. It's a big change up from BBL.
I like it though.
It's a big buy round.
Gonna, kind of give it away.
You've all got Util out.
Yeah, they do not expect it.
They did not expect him this close. They thought like maybe here, maybe on this line.
BBL though, because KC has been like between A main and B main, not showing anything mid, and
yeah.
them off on the rotation.
A big change up.
Another one that feels like it's almost decided very, very early on.
I've seen this exact same thing happen on Haven and Lotus, by the way. Exactly the same thing.
The consideration
is
there,
between the
absolutely no
the
idea
sides
that
they're
they're
on
that
the
aggressive.
sides, and they get punished on mid every
that far
time.
up mid already.
30 seconds left.
I quite like that though. Just every now and then, kind of pulling out these unorthodox rounds, I guess. We saw it to a
Recon
degree.
clears out, dude.
The
5
other way
person
around,
surviving.
middle, but still,
That's
I
nice.
don't mind them doing that once in a while, as long as it's not every round. Going for a little bit of something,
Fracture
you
map
feel like
3,
maybe
we
you
want to
found
lose this one. Loki, yes. They also
either,
don't play
but,
this comp
if there's an opportunity there,
Dare I say it, the sort of round you wanted to see on
Fracture?
Icebox, stack 3 or 4
And they might play a
rounds,
Harbor and
give
Fracture.
some space to
No,
go.
no. They played Fracture in kickoff. They did not use Harbor there. There is no chance they use this comp there.
Yeah, but did they win on Fracture? Because if they lost, they might do it.
No, but they
Oops,
lost
hello.
every single map. They used this comp as well.
Oh, we were talking about earlier getting some mics down on the players.
I stand by it. Can you guys hear the players at home?
Stage 1, same.
If you can, please. I am obviously watching Sliggy's chat, so.
Oh my goodness. Getting called out again.
I was so scared it was. It was
Chat, everyone say hi to Pansy.
I'm so scared. I literally held my breath.
It is a KC timeout.
That's fine.
Understandably so.
Yeah.
I think there's just a few times they've been a little lost. And like I said, not even scrambling for a response because it's initially losing out maybe a 2
What
for
do you
1.
say here as a coach? Go faster and put some pressure Art?
And then just not really doing
Nah, they
anything
need
for the rest of the round.
to try create a bit of pressure over towards B, to be
I guess
honest.
statistically as well,
I would,
KC coming out of
honestly,
timeouts,
for this run,
we're
because they're
still
kind of low
solid, right? They
buy,
will
I
give
would
you
just be
whatever
going
it is you
fast
need. It
door
feels
with
like
like
for 1 or
4.
2.
Just 4-1
Certainly
split
felt
on
that
the
way
chamber.
with kickoff. It didn't particularly convert map wins, but it get you a couple rounds. But I want to see that ethos change potentially, right? That concept change here and how they want to handle it. Because BBL are now keeping up. Now, of course, as much as this is a KC timeout, BBL also gets talk.
She
so
is.
it's never just like a one-sided thing. So they do get to check in, and I like what I'm seeing. I like this variety. Operator coming into play for Social.
Ultimate's on the brink here for KC. So previously,
I like this from
Sadax that
BBL
they
though.
go up
They
towards.
change up their setup here. It does look like K-Corp are wanting to go relatively fast over towards
I
door.
was going to say, considering the purchase, but now
Yeah, I think they're going for what I would tell them to do.
still a couple of rounds to play with. It's
Go for a free.
Slouch really
They go
a
for a
4-4
free
scoreline.
2, and I would have gone for a 4-1. That's just only diff.
Ace change though.
Dude,
I mean,
look at
it's
this
not
from
gone
BBL.
well,
That's
but it's-
nuts
look
from
at
them.
They just got shredded.
Yeah, straight up crunch over
KC
towards
was
middle. Dude, we have
rushed
5 people in
Are
this
we on
box.
dust too? It's not gone well.
Are we on dust too?
Potentially another good read from BBL as well.
Yeah, I know. I think they thought they were going for a
Previously finding
split.
success, stacking bodies up to explore mid, and now the timeout swing.
Very nice. I mean, they look a lot better on this map.
Capitates who gets
Feels like it might get kind of close. Did the K-Corp comp be good on
Consolation maybe
defense?
for Elite if he can find one, but
Probably.
BBL, another situation where they're on the warpath. X-Ray looks a little daunting.
How annoying do you
And
think
this
is
felt
playing
so
post plant
red.
versus the
I mean, we
BBL
did
comp?
see that kind of like 1-3-1 pressure through middle, but
Post
BBL
plant, it's not
was
that good.
so ready for this. Whether it be a read or just
They got Astra sucks,
damn
that's it.
good guess for what
I mean,
we've
they
been seeing
have
so
Sova
far.
stuff.
Yeah, they
They have
absolutely cooked them.
the
In-zone flawless. So
they have the
5
device
to
is what
4.
I'm worried about. Because what I'm getting at here is other maps they play this comp, they pretty much slow retake every single time.
Oh.
So if I'm
Again, you could
expecting
argue
slow
maybe with
retakes
this
here
base
versus
change
a
that
Vice
if they
Astra,
do get through double doors
I'm worried.
on that first engagement, there's
Really?
something for KC
The Vice doesn't do. As if they. You're saying if they save
to
phones.
capitalise on, but
Yeah, exactly.
I think that'd be
the concern
fine.
being actually rip the band-aid off. You come into this round now with Sadax ultimate. You don't want to see SKC continue to really play into this mid control, but at least this time around BBL.
Okay. Default over towards mids. So we had a set fast strat round before. This time we actually want to take some space on middle.
Just got to be careful not to get caught off
I
guard.
think it's also right that they can use Vice Wall for post plant.
Playing a really dangerous game though as well.
Damn, we're playing some crazy game. That's our Astra. Our Astra's just allowed to take Jules on A main.
Yourself, I guess, but I don't see that many people really committing to controlling that space, but he does. Now the response from KC is double doors again. And committing further. They've made it through middle, but there's nowhere to plant in mid and you don't have the spike.
Yeah, I was going to say Spike not committed just yet, so this is all a bit of a pump to maybe force BBL's hand, but Levin going to be in a position to reveal everything
Yeah, it's another info gather.
and actually just garners this space off the back of the ultimate.
It's gonna be
Yappy
hard
there
for them to get out. I
solidify
mean, I
that
guess
hold.
you can do this wall.
I mean, it's not a
When
traditional
does
place to play with the operator, but he can dip out
I mean, he
of
has
there
it
as well,
already.
readjust.
Yeah, you should do this wall.
Should be good on this one. This probably isn't the
Oof,
corner you're
I
too
don't know
worried
about that
initially.
wall.
Oh, he's trying to creep a little closer. The pop flash. Force him away. Oh, that was a really nice
Cove
attempt
to
from
try
Martin.
get
He
out
was
through the
jumping into
choke.
that
That's
to try
kind of
and get
nice.
legs rather than killed, but
That's kinda
still,
nice.
Sadak sweeps the site. Now,
But
as
you would
much
imagine
as
Yampy
down,
just
Magnum
wins this.
can't deny that with the ult. Counter ult on top. Oh, it's gorgeous.
Nice shots on top of this as
a
well.
beautiful bit
Yeah,
of
BBL
timing.
looking good. K-Corp
Playing
look a
ahead of that,
little
disrespecting
bit
it, and
lost.
catching them unawares.
Especially with sort of just trying to see a 50-50 duel over towards A main
see.
with an Astra.
Now he's starting to get a little worried. Only a 2-round difference, but it's 4 in a row. And like I said, really bizarre. I mean, Levin's got the information there that's, necessary to a play like that. Likewise, on the other side for Sugetsu, no reason to commit to that. And maybe he's just, assuming what we
K-Corp
are.
have good
he's gonna
ults for
back away.
site
There's
hits.
no
And BBL have a
rhyme
good
or
ult
reason
for
him to
Astra
commit to this
retake.
opening engagement, but
And looks like we're doing fast set strat.
removing that late
They're
round
bored of
piece
waiting 30 seconds for a
forces the
default at
hands of
middle.
KC.
Your ult clears A main. Wall Prowler clears all that
We know
up.
what he likes to do here.
Arbor ult.
Oh, dearie me. Oh,
Jesus,
this time
dude.
Magnum, he's going to survive. Martin goes down, but the
He
pressure on the
timed
site's
it with the
really
stun on
unrelenting.
himself.
You look at the next layers to this, but they're going to pump the brakes. They've drawn everyone over here, rightly so. Plenty was thrown at it.
Yeah.
But it's going to be that race back to B.
But I don't think they can get there
Yeah,
because they're going to have
I'm
to
worried.
be cautious of some of this
Dude,
space.
I'm worried.
Some of these positions. I'm looking at the minimap like there's a chance they do beat them. out of connector.
Maybe BBL thinking, oh, maybe they've got a lurk here or something. No, they're just going for this one. Does Sociable go for this?
Oh my goodness. Everyone's worrying me.
Good.
Keep an eye on the Yampy push. He does have ult. They can't hit us for the plant, obviously. And then so we kind of got luck on the luck a little bit. But Yampy's super aware at the moment. He's checking even corners down here. Got Astra Star, so they got to go a little bit faster, obviously, because Astra Sack.
They're playing on site. BBL waiting on the back of smokes here. Poured on though.
Here comes the server ult to flood into sight.
Trying to help the boys out, but it's 11 again, does well, so Getsu goes down. Sociable looks for a pick and he can't find it. Elite waiting down below. Prophet still holding from the back of the site.
Just Sadak.
It is just Sadak. He's got one right, one center.
Oi.
He's got both.
Oh my goodness, that was close though. Real close. Imagine he won that. There's some nice shots. Some lovely, lovely shots.
Close
My captain.
to finding that reset of the aim. And a third on the round to clutch it out, but it's just not there. 7 on the board for BBL now.
That's a lot for BBL. They might struggle a little bit on attack, but we'll see.
A really intense back and forth here.
Dude, these Yoru ults, I can't believe how little they have into it.
Yeah. But they always do this, by the way.
Moment too soon to look elsewhere on the divide.
I think that's pure madness.
And they also love this thing where they do your ult goes alone in one lane and they split us 4 through the other lane.
But that's good, because normally most people like fall back. And so you know that the space is clear and then you don't have numbers. It's like when you drone and then you go heavy another way. Like, that's pretty good with the ult. But like the end product of the ult is not the one.
They always end on side and they have almost no support.
From looking back,
Just takes a 1v1 for Shorty every round.
But the map's open
basically,
for now for KC. Kind of paint whatever picture they want.
Again, it's okay. Cop can get 5. They still got Fatal. And there is no ults for BBL in a 5v4. They got wall that creates pressure and blocks vision here, which also creates pressure over towards spawn. Damn, bro. Nice flash. Look at this. They shot the clone as well, right? Dude, this guy's owning it for him.
All 3 players as well, the ones remaining are on those
Flash and
This
clone.
is going to be trouble. This could be problem.
4v5. Fatal went in. They didn't get anything for it. They haven't cleared A main. Now what do you guys do? You kind of just got to run to B. Yeah, you got to run to B. You can't think you can do this. You're in a crossfire. You have to run to B.
But now, speaking of double, they're doubling up. Both of them now creeping closer. It's so easy in the end.
I think we're going fracture, but we'll see. Maybe they can win a pistol.
But clinical here
I
to
think
close
even if they
out.
win a pistol,
6
they have to
unanswered.
win the bonus as well. And then maybe.
An 8-4 scoreline. A stark contrast to map 1.
Ooh, that's a nice flash up the top.
Yeah, that setup is crazy.
Pistol and a bonus? Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah.
It I mean, it just kind of looks like the 2 map picks. Whoever picked the map just looks way more prepped. I do think that the BBL comp struggles a little bit on attack, so there is that chance for K-Corp, and maybe their comp is going to be better on defense. I would like to think, but we'll see. I think the Yoru has to get an op.
He does do op, so.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
is there an NA match today? No, not until Friday, I think.
I can check for you.
I'm pretty sure it's this Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, Friday.
Do you miss anything surprising? Not really. We had some weird comps on Icebox, and then we have a harbor here, which I guess is kind of surprising. You 1 4 of 5 attack sides playing this comp, but we're better on defense. Yeah, it should just be better on defense in general. I think that's just more down to the other teams they're playing, Saint. China? What time does China play tomorrow?
12. I think 11 for you.
11 my time. Maybe. Who's playing?
JDGTE.
For BBL, I was a bit worried
Only one game?
after map 1, right? They started okay,
Can't
bit
do
of
that.
back and forth. It looked a little bit better for KC initially, but
Is it worth to
Steam
rewatch
ran out.
the Vitality game?
Yeah, I think coming in.
Honestly, yeah, it was kind of a stomp, but the new guy was very,
Yeah.
very well versed. It's worth alone for that.
I mean,
I
don't
think the
even wanna
second
really
map
look
might be
towards
right.
Carmine
Might be
Corp,
right.
you know,
Turbo
they struggle to
strike
get this
first.
composition going. That's not the nature of some of these round losses we're seeing. BBL was some. I mean, much
Trace,
better
yeah, I kind of want to see if
ideas
Trace
off
is as bad as people are saying at the moment.
In terms of
Okay,
playbook here.
we're at
See if
2-1
that
for the
does
Pistols, 1-0 obviously for this map, and
second half, Sanak
a
does
great trade through the wall on this. And the flash does reveal the other two that are fighting over towards Art. Drone confirms it, big 1v1 over towards B main. Nice shot.
This is exactly the same
Martin
pistol
elsewhere
KC did
picks
on
up the
their
backside of that. Prophet will fall.
That's a huge kill though,
Yeah.
because look at the choke point it makes. They just get to be funneled through towards that B site. Crossfires galore. I guess the only real caveat would be that Avez is a lower
Like
on
this
HP,
from
so that
Yampi.
6 HP's got to be cautious of. Now they know their
Yeah,
intention.
just hold the
Can they
crossfire.
create a crossfire that's valuable in time?
Avez needs to
How
make
far
sure
does
that he plays
BBL wanna
Shadow.
take this? Maybe pausing for Sociable to try and find some space, but Elite already going to take away Magnum. Yampi now feeling outnumbered. He's got
Ooh,
players right and left.
there's a wild where he got both of them there.
swing, but
21
Yeah.
HP, 6 HP. Sociable, no more bullets.
isn't really
Should be
enough.
impossible, but
I say
seen
that.
crazier things.
I'm pretty sure I've already just seen Elite turn around.
Yeah,
This
I was
could
gonna
be
say there's
doable.
A window of opportunity that feels like it's already passed here, but 21
People did
HP.
one bullet.
Elites. The window's still open. Avez also has to be careful down at 6 HP, but now potentially retrieve the spike here. Get away unscathed.
Does he have time for this?
Surely not, surely not, surely not.
Oh my goodness, the 6 HP survives. A win's a win. A win is a win. 2-2. 1-1 on every map on pistol.
Just swing him at the same time.
God, that was close.
No harm, no foul.
That would have
All
been
good.
insane.
Yeah, no sweat.
No sweat.
And he did do like a little flick to the right, like he almost got it.
Okay, well, it gets KC the start that they'd want here, really. Right?
Goodness.
This puts them back.
God, Avez hit that.
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, same.
Pretty much. Oh boy, we got a hero outlaw. 1, 2, 3 that can get one shot from this. And okay, well, yeah, now they know about it and now they can fight kind of heavy for it. Oh, they did manage to pick it up. Bit of damage as they got away though.
There was a heavy on Sanak 2 and Elite.
Honestly, they might get bonus now because of this investment. We'll see. Definitely tempting for
Prophet to slip through here. Support coming.
Oh,
and
you're
not being
a
subtle.
crazy
He's
guy.
taking a strange fight here. Gets away with one for himself, but it's support from Sugetsu.
Okay, worked out pretty well. I'm super interested in Martin's outlaw at the moment because there is at least 2 people that he's going to one-shot. And I think there's 3 because he bought bullets in the chamber. I think there's 3 people at 25 armor. Unless they get Guardians.
Coming to this decently equipped.
And they should get Guardians, to be honest.
Purchase looks like for Sanak. We're going to bring a judge into this.
It was a bit crazy, but Sugetsu was there from the start. They called the double swing.
The reposition into that corner, yeah.
Struggling. Few gaps in the purchase as well.
Okay, I'm looking at the guns, and they should all have heavy armor, which is good at least.
Being sociable.
Sure. Just, oh my goodness.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. See that come out here.
Yeah, and that's one of the heavy armors coming into play. That.
You want to play? Let's play.
They're not going to continue.
Oh my God,
down,
Sadak has
they've
a
already
bucky.
pivoted away. They're looking for
Do
the
I
next
like
path
the
forward, which
hero
makes it
outlaw
David try and capture these
strat?
players,
It
retake
depends.
space towards middle.
If you have the footage
Just
of the
sociable here.
team and they like to buy like a lot of bulldogs, then sure. But majority of the time, I wouldn't bring it out in a game like this until I've got like recent stats on a team.
Steps. I'm pretty sure those steps.
I think they have, yeah. And there's a ping.
Okay, so they don't. Oh, they heard them rotating. Oh, okay. So I was gonna say they don't know about B, but they heard them rotating from top mid here. So we're gonna have a fast flank, but he doesn't want to give it away, so he shouldn't be playing the wall yet. He should kind of wait until they get contact, then push through the wall.
Wait, you wait. Oh my God, he's
Damn,
got
nice
one.
bucky
I was
kill.
lying, I was
And
making
okay, he
something up,
pushes
but
through the
for no
wall. Do
reason,
BBL
we're
react
now
correctly
on
and go
35
kill him?
seconds, I get a little nervous. He's repositioned. He's drawn a new.
Sadak, you're a
line of play
mentalist,
around.
mate.
That was a rotten swing.
30 seconds left.
And now Elite slowly creeping closer. They are locked in here. Not sure who's with who, because Ave's still on the back of the side. That Guardian, he was crisp before, but BBL is sharper. And that flank basically becomes nothing from Elite. They pushed forward. They made it through the problems. Sociable waiting.
I'm seeing you shake your head on stream.
But mate, what does he think's gonna happen here? His teammates got him locked in here. They could be anywhere in this box. He's got a Bucky.
I think actually Sadak plays this a little safer. He's going to be rewarded for his
Like,
patience.
what does he think's gonna happen there?
Bold with the first one, the reveal outside
But
the smoke
30
really
seconds
was to
locked in.
get that in motion.
Yellow card, mate. It's a red
Feeling the
card.
heat a little
That's
bit.
that's criminal. What's he? I would love to know what he thinks the outcome is going to be. That he gets one close and gets traded.
Only 3 rounds separating them
Mate,
now.
just wait for them to do something.
One away from Sadak's ult.
Like,
Still a little ways off.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't buy next. We got 1. Can't buy next if they win it. Aggro push over towards B. Lose A main control. Set the chamber up. Oh, this is nice.
I don't think
Yeah, he's here really, really quick.
swinging onto that anytime soon, but
I think so either, but it is curious, right?
yeah.
It's on the other side that Martin this time is trying to take his stand. Oh, he's been seen.
Oh boy. TP out.
Oh?
TP out. TP out. He's just been shock died. Shot. Fair play, man.
If we can see another angle on that.
Did they see him? Why would you shock dart it? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And then go, be fine.
Man, maybe they just didn't know. Or like they were like, maybe he is.
Weird start.
Okay,
Or
lovely
maybe they
jaw
did
from
what I did.
Sociable. Oh my god, nearly a
Oh my God,
lineup.
they almost lined up.
They seem to be winning on
Sugetsu
two
has to
fronts,
do a
but
lot
now they
here.
need to try and pull their focus towards his A side. The Sugetsu was
Ooh,
trying
I mean,
to
that's
hold,
kind of
gets
fine.
one down in the form
Let's
of
see.
Sociable.
Big
The Max
2v2.
on a good timing for the trade. This
Up against an
2v2
Astra, so they
is
might have to go
difficult.
fast if Martin gets a
with
kill, he can ult.
Guardian now upgraded to Vandal. He's slipping away. Utility-wise, Martin and Avis still
Okay,
with
they
a
know
little
his
bit to
right
play
side. That was not smart from Magnum.
with. Look at the stall here, Mike.
It's going to slow. Carmine Core down.
Oh,
So
dear.
yes, Seas takes. Oh, but Magnum not punished.
Still there. Magnum
Oh.
now tries to make
Oh,
his
what a
move,
fake
get away,
smoke.
given a concussion.
4 bullets.
Alves puts it down.
Nicely done.
KC
Ah,
was
he
the
gave
player they
away his
knew.
position
They had
with
to get
the
involved. You
flash.
couldn't sit in that
Really
post
unfortunate
plant.
timing on
You
the
couldn't
flash.
let them sit there and be comfortable. Diffuse
I wonder
in place,
if they
and
saw
KC
Martin, or if they just
closing
did
the
what I
score
did and
lineup.
watched the replays regardless. They realized they're playing the same comp, but they're
able to-
doing exactly the same setups, just on different maps.
Purchase back
Just-
into this
I mean,
for
you would
BBL,
always
yeah,
go. You're always
curious
going to go
start to
aggro
this.
over yours. They could
Again,
just do it
11
like
men
that, but
throwing his life
I
on the
don't know.
line to,
I think it would look
guess,
like a
try and
shock
apply a
because they
little more
didn't have
pressure
vision and then
after
see if he
conceding.
reacts.
Yeah, could
I respect him for sticking it. He was so
Yeah.
confident that they
Great
didn't spot
closeout
him.
from Carmine Court. Another situation where usually you're expecting Sugetsu to be good for 2 or 3.
Okay, money.
They were able to
Super
cleanly get
low
away from
now.
that first engagement,
Both
but-
teams. 5 and
I mean, a
3.
couple of times on the
Giant
player
round
count,
at
you've seen that
9-7.
frustration as well, because I think he knows as well. These are
Op comes
situations
out on
usually
attack for Sociable, so that's going to be pretty
finding
hard for
more than
Sugetsu
this.
to be able to hold or get
necessarily an
information
issue
over
for
towards
Carmine
B. Especially the info, right? You're going to have to want to jump spot this at
Something
one
to
point.
keep an eye on.
And that's what Sociable's kind of banking on.
Magnum, the
With
other one
the
really
Harbor,
struggling
aggro A
financially
control.
coming into this.
Oh, I like this flash setup. Contact, tuck
Operator
in,
play for
flash,
Sociable.
swing mount. This could be nice.
Options are plenty for Carmine.
Where do they
Court.
wanna
Sadek
go?
and Martin both have their ultimate. Actually, Sugetsu
Drone
away
and
as well.
clone over towards door.
For the pit.
It's playing behind this
You're
as
all
well.
to clear
I don't
out
know how long he
all
wants
of
to
it.
stay here. No, not that
No
long. Actually,
way.
would have liked to have left, but he can't. Sugetsu's
That's
going
a
to
shorter
keep him
kill.
there. What feels like eternity
Mate,
now as Martin
okay, thank God for
Okay.
that.
himself out.
I was so worried,
I
dude.
was seeing it.
Oi, nice shot. Every time this guy ults, I'm worried. Every time K-Cop get a kill, Sociable manages to get a reply, but that's a lovely shot. And they're going to trade off A main, but they're running, and they hear them running. Wait, this is so weird. They got Astra.
What are we seeing here?
Guys, what's going on?
Spike's going A.
Why have you
The
left it?
minimap doesn't
No,
make
go back
sense
to
right
A
now.
main, because if they go A, that's the
You're
only
looking at
place
it.
you can win from.
I'm confused.
Really weird engagement in mid as well. Yampi's actually able to slip away from it.
What the fuck is going on?
Okay, so having a Vice ult and the util in the post plant. Magnum gonna play ahead of it though. Now gonna pop his ult. can bank on his util here, which is what he did. Sadak just trenching forward like he'll be fine, and Magnum can actually isolate players here. Should
Guys,
be
just
able
wait
to
for the
divide
ult to
and
run out.
conquer. He just eventually does go down
Oh
here.
my
Others
goodness.
soon to fall after. BBL. I mean,
what did they hear or
this
see to
round
have
was
that
weird,
reaction to
Mike.
go all the way
was.
to B?
It seemed like neither team wanted to commit
It's
to
one
a
of the
decision
worst
there.
3v4s I've ever seen.
Well, Carmine Core felt more comfortable in the retake, but just never really felt like it was for the slow-mo on that one.
Same laugh I do when Mitchell Cont tech pauses.
Yeah, a curious one for sure.
How we living A like this?
Yeah, no, how has that happened? You got a completely open avenue.
Yeah.
Very confused.
And they should have heard them here as well.
The middle of that last round and look at the minimap. Neither team
Forced them
committing
down to an
anything.
eco. That's a devastating round for K-Cop. Like, that's actually just cost
Which
them the game.
again, you could also argue are some of the hardest rounds to really read into if both teams make a very unorthodox approach.
Perfect. He's about to get a very busy plate. Magnum trying to help him out here. Oh, the shaky aim. Kiea be back from the dead. This feels like rolling back the years, but Magnum going to make
I think that was needed,
decent
Perfect.
progress for his ult again here. Towards 2 kills in the round, so that's lovely for him. If he can get some more, that'd be nice. As it stands, though, just taking steps on the scoreboard, too. He'll be up to 11 after this, it feels like. Sugetsu, I mean, he's still a treat to watch,
Sugetsu's
isn't he?
aiming. I'll give him that.
But you don't
One
feel
bullet.
like there's much more to be had here and there, isn't? So, Profek 11.
Okay, just close this one out.
Martin will have an op next round.
You're starting to look way more comfortable now.
I don't think it matters, man. I think I just have faith that K-Cop will lose a couple of rounds here. Like on their own. Not sure BBL have to do too much on this one.
Martin here.
I really want to watch that, not this round, the previous round back.
I don't.
And yeah,
I have no idea what.
I never want to see that. I never want to see that round
the
again.
contrast or the comparison to be making is the difference in
Was
confidence
it
here
just
from
the
BBL.
elite kill
Way
and he
more
wants to retake?
They just thought when they
guess
saw
versatility
when they
in
got the
terms
kill
of,
over towards
you know,
B
being
because they didn't
forced to
have
make
info. They
decisions,
thought they would
but
have numbers
also just
behind
coming
it.
out on top of some
That was
really,
it.
really weird engagements, which wasn't happening in Icebox.
No, but
So
again, for KC, in my mind, they've just been making those odd choices. You even hear it with Sugetsu saying,
Yeah, what are we doing? What are we doing?
how's there no one on A at this point? You know, there was.
What are we doing?
It just feels that they're.
I mean,
losing
it's
a little bit
valid,
of their
man.
own
It's
grip into this,
awful.
and
No,
for BBL,
absolutely.
sometimes it's fine to get a little bit kind of reactive and a bit messier on that attacking side. I'm far more forgiving of it.
Seeing the
On
enemy
defending
lurker
side,
and full
keeping
rotating
control
off of
the
it
map,
is so
keeping
odd.
that flow of
Yeah.
information there. Once that slips away, I
Not
don't
even
know what
that,
their
it's
game
just
plan
like-
is here, because you can't dictate the pace as
It's also
much
the
from
complete
defending
opposite
side,
of what I
right?
would
There's
expect
just
from Sadak to
You,
do.
you,
Like,
you should at least have us like the comms for sure were like someone panicked in the comms and just said for sure B basically, and then we had Astro and then they were all pushing behind.
Whether or not the answer
They
is
should have at
just
least stuck one over
kinda
towards
dig
A
their
and it
heels
should have been
in
A main.
I guess another thing we were saying at
But
the
then
top
even
of
the
game,
reactions were wrong
way
after
more
that when they
structured,
realized the
right?
guy was in middle, but it's all good.
Also,
Yoru ult into Sova ult on attack. It's a
bad use of the telestrator.
it's a solid
Bad
combo.
use from
That's
me.
what Pansy's
That's a bad miss.
trying to point out.
But those two ults could be
And
nasty in
Sociable.
unison if they feel like they
Ooh.
can. Sociable, that was ooh,
Oh
there
my
he is.
goodness, well, that's the
So
spike.
precise.
Definitely get another smoke down if you can. Oh, goes trying to combo still. Visal to try and protect the spike.
Levin trying to make the most of this one. Spots him out,
What is
TPs
going
out.
on? This one's
Now Perfect trying to
crazy.
play pickup here. Sugetsu.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You don't forget about Sugetsu.
Oh, this game's
shot in
nuts,
but
man.
Sugetsu is still in control. This is his sight. He's not even phased by the clone. Does need to fall away once he gets pinged.
Okay, oh my goodness, though. I tell you what, I did like this. I did like this. Don't do it again.
Showing
Okay,
why
thank you.
he just dominates spaces like this. You can't disrespect him, and he's still
Keiko somehow loses this round. Shut up, Des.
Playing that, it feels like a one and done, but
Lost
he
looked like he
always
might have
gets
been
more.
close to seeing him.
And there's Scar.
Arbiter's gotten locked in.
It, but
It's a
this
good
map
off angle.
has been cut in half, maybe quarters. Bye bye,
Yeah.
Sociable. And you're looking at
That's my
11
goal.
now. Try and face
Oh.
Sadak. And that looked very
Why am I still worried?
In
I
another
think he.
situation,
Okay, at least they leave
similar
on
to
A
the
now.
divide
They're all good.
earlier on, just a moment too soon. Sugetsu played that to perfection.
Martin is kind of
Again,
floating.
baits out. He gets revealed. It looks like he's jumping back towards sight inside that smoke, but actually resets outside it. Evan. I was going to say, we'll get the plot at least as
Yeah,
consolation.
did
but
good.
not gonna happen.
And he gets his ult, which he
All on
honestly
the round,
used
Sugetsu
like
must
what
have heard us.
two rounds ago.
That is exactly the sort of situation I was referring to. Able to cleanly get away with separate 1v1s, but creating those himself.
Oh, okay. We're just cheating.
Yeah, just shot the just shot the right side of the
Fine,
box.
I'll do it myself. It's why is no one on 8?
Why is no one on 8? I'm going 8.
Guess it's me. I'll get you 4.
Okay, another big important round.
You get a kill.
The last time we said that,
So yeah, so get
there was an absolute madness from K-Corp. They
They
still got Astra ult to be able to retake, and it's kind of a similar round where
just a blip
they
on the
got the
radar.
pressure of the op again.
Still plenty more to be seen from them.
This is nice though, they feel like they created pressure over towards B, but
Hold this down.
looking like Martin is confident enough to just hold this the whole time.
Massive commitment just yet, but as I say that,
Whoa, just so confident. What was the stun there? Astra?
Was that not just a
second
flash?
piece to this puzzle, but
I think it was a stun, right?
Well, I was going to say nearly didn't, but sort of force.
Good info though that someone's pushed through.
Back to even footing.
Yeah,
here
they
at a
just go
4v4.
together. Gonna re-clear this question mark. Fade eye clears that no one's pushed over towards door.
Here, but looks as if that's
Gonna get to 40 seconds. They're gonna late take A main. Do they use sound or not? That's the
necessarily
question.
reading into that too much. Martin,
We got wall. We got Fawns. They're gonna have a TP. It's gonna be relatively hard for BBL here.
KC has 2 on A already and a Yoru TP towards there. They have
Yeah.
all on B side of the map.
It should be impossible for BBL unless there's like a solid recon and
TP comes in.
Still.
3v3.
It is
Still not through the
Elite who's
choke.
going to be feeling the pressure, at least towards you. Kind of
It's a nice pop of the Fawns. They do it early and now they gotta go.
they've got
Dude, look at the Yoru luck at 15 seconds. Like he's really just hoping his team can get onto site and get a plant here.
KC making it look so
Yeah, but there's no way.
What was the plan
Oh
here
man.
for BBL?
This is the type of calling I'm used to.
You know when I used to say on the stream that EMEA can't play PAL? This is really backing it up heavy.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to go through one
It's a shocker.
choke point,
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You've got to approach this completely differently.
What is this game? I'm crying.
we know.
Crying as well, but I feel like for
know
different
about
reasons.
Been new. Have a timeout. I don't like seeing that sort of thing. Like that gives me weird feelings.
Yeah, whether or not, I mean, if there's something potentially that
Yeah, I'm just getting a little bit frustrated. So I think, honestly, if they have the op, I think just putting it over towards B is going to work for them. They should know that Martin has an op in play. Is this an eco? Oh man, this map's going to get
We might be
close.
getting a bit of mud here. We get like a Sugetsu masterclass, right? Where it's beautiful.
Where's
to
Pearl
witness,
located?
stunning,
Alternate
and
Earth,
then we're back in
Portugal. Any other questions?
So that's probably what's being relayed here for BBL. Again, it's a similar
Wait, this
question.
is an eco?
Making
KC
more
loses
use of
round.
this early round.
EMEA heard you say they were better than China and wants to
Could
prove
argue,
you wrong. That's a
again,
crazy
this is one
comment.
that's ultimately just decided off the first engagement, but
Yeah, they have
like I
won a
said,
lot of
you
ecos.
cannot
right?
leave that utility unchecked in the last 15 seconds or so. You'd almost rather just 30 seconds on the
But
clock.
I don't
grab
even
your
know
rush
what that
inside them.
means, mate, to be
Yeah,
honest with you.
That
This is
indecision just
yeah,
feels
not joke,
so
surely.
obvious at that point. But
Again, hindsight Harry, but we can obviously see the TP coming across from Martin. That's also something you have to deal with.
Alright.
If he's not notable,
They can at least,
he's obviously
on the
be in a
eco,
position to TP. You're
like you
never
don't
gonna
have to
get
plan
a
ahead for
favourable
these two, but you
engagement
can maybe
if
start getting a
utility
Yoru
and
ult
then
close.
you run into the side that
Right,
has 3
double orb default maybe.
now,
Go
I wouldn't say
aggro,
anyone's
try
played clean
push off
Valorant
towards
here,
B.
So if I'm seeing a
In reaction to them taking A main,
why not?
they go
And
aggro
BBL
over
are going at
towards
a bit of
A.
pace now. They find the wall early.
Yeah, that's nice. They find the wall. It's a big win,
Get that
and they
goal,
create
do
pressure,
the job.
question and pressure over towards Art.
He is going to be noted now.
Dude, all of the Vice utils pretty much out. They know there's not a wall over towards B now, so they want to go over towards B. This is looking good for BBL. It's a good default.
Much earlier for BBL to be pivoting
Yeah,
away.
and they're also just in a much better spot early on.
Ralston now won't know
They have to
anything.
keep 2 people towards A because
Kind
they
of
broke the
obvious,
wall.
but
We got Yoru TP over towards B, but
actually Sugetsu
unless the Fade is going to try clear over towards A,
mitigate this
I
risk
don't think they
will
can
be
take
spotted
it.
here.
Have they not done this wrong, Fade? Oh, okay, they double take it. Fair play. They got 4 people here.
Elite does get Yampy down. Now we're going to have the ult on top of this one. Levin turns on the dime and actually does get down the player, but we're getting muddy again. We're getting messy again.
Yeah.
We're down to Sheriffs. And they're
Dude,
winning
they lost
out. It's a 3v2.
They lost
Wait
like
for the
3
25
ecos.
seconds. That's going to be in play soon. War going to be dealt with early, but that's still just only to allow for this retake to get started. Martin and Sadak going to have to run this back.
Water rising. Waiting out the divide right now. Watching the former utility to fall back
Oh my god.
on here.
Actually nearly knifed him.
Bit of a throwback, but
It's
still
really
Martin
bold from Magnum.
dropped Magnum here. Prophet will respond, but Sadak found one.
Yeah, it's down to 1v1. Sociable sitting pretty, sitting patient.
You know about him?
Behind the water though, Sadak now drawn away. He knows what he's got to do here. Time's not on his side. He's trying to go for it.
Nicely done from Sociable. Dude, that's the 3rd 50 they've lost, by the way, in this map. Okay, 3 chances for BBL, and I do think they're going to have to close it out fine.
Yeah.
Buddy.
Well, there's
that's
enough
the
rounds for them to get
conclusion
another
here.
50.
They had 4 people on site. 4 people on site with a fade eye.
Disgusting shot from Martin, by the way.
Oh, okay, that's why they lost.
And also
That
from
Prophet
Prophet.
was crazy.
Nice! 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 Nice!
A big boom to the energy.
Just
Maybe
insta mute.
Find themselves map point.
1, 2, 3, 4 ults for K-Corp.
Surely
Plenty of ultimates available for Carmine Core here, though.
Hot flash. Oh,
Oh, Jesus.
get out of here!
God.
Completely and utterly, but
Well.
Sadak decimating 3 on the push through.
We're talking about the energy maybe increasing
They
a
say
little bit for
Euroflashes
BBL.
are
That's
OP.
gonna
Look at my
swing
goat.
the pendulum
I mean, he
back.
turned it.
Yeah.
Team rewarded elsewhere as well. Magnum will fall. Just Yampy left now. Carmine Core
Our
knocking on the
IGL,
door
damn right.
of double digits themselves. They'll still have the spike. 50 seconds left to play with, Lauren.
Yeah, mate, he's got to save.
wants
This is
to
actually going to get kind of, well,
before.
I say it's going to get kind of close, but there's been so many ecos that we have to pay attention.
Yeah, I'm saying 30,
I've
30
never-
cents, right here.
Why not be this?
We got 4 people that can't buy.
Have I told you about the Yampy one before?
30
the one
seconds
I'm all ears.
Oh, the
Oh,
flash
he
isn't
gets
going to
flashed.
help things. So that's what everyone
It's
said.
not- yeah,
The
that's
Here's a
what he
pig
said.
gun
Never
bunny.
gonna help
Does he
out.
actually have a pig gun buddy?
Oh, and then all the
No
flash
way.
That's so
utility,
funny.
no fun plants.
But they all came back through the same way.
Scanning ahead.
13
Yeah, he
seconds
does.
as well.
Oh my gosh.
Respects, man.
Can't
Mad
even
respects,
make it up.
Yampy.
Can't make it up, KC. Are
Okay,
gonna make
2
it up to
chances.
double digits, 12 to 10 now. Got to say as well, Sadak with an absolute beauty on those double doors.
Yeah,
this one for
dare I
years.
say,
He's
actually,
been calling
first round that
Sliggy
we've seen
Piggy
have
for years.
Huge
Yeah.
value like this.
Yeah.
Shutting
nice
down
shot.
a 3-man push through double doors. BBL, I
didn't
feel like
use a
there's
single
been so
hold
many
last round
situations
either.
where they got themselves back in
I
control.
mean, this is like a
The next
low,
round
low
is just,
eco. Like, they shouldn't be losing to this
Surely.
eco. Dude,
Purchase.
this,
Now,
chat,
hold on.
this should be
Wait, before it
overtime.
changes.
No,
I'm
no,
on-
no,
like,
no, no,
honestly,
no,
look
no,
at the
because I can just do
K-Corp's
this one.
ults.
Look at the right side
Look
of the
what's
screen, boys.
going on. Like,
Hey, girls.
it should.
My non-binary pals. Hell, I'll
Like,
run it
maybe
around, but
if
at this
Yampy
point-
gets a kill here and they can get an orb.
Snowball around, don't we? But then again, the sheriffs.
The sheriffs.
Which one is it? I can't tell you. I thought I knew Valorant, and I've been severely wrong.
Oh, God.
BBL did just get a thrifty a moment ago.
Yeah.
This time around, though, Elite will open up. Levin will fall. Still threat. Sociable.
Why do I feel like it's like in their favor? Okay, it's fine.
It's gone, it's
Sugetsu.
gone. Yeah, it's fine.
Sugetsu just like handles
shot.
nonsense. He's like, nah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
safe.
Sugetsu is aiming, though. We'll give him
that.
that.
Mate. And over to B. I'm coming.
I'm on A now.
I'm playing A.
Yampy in reaction.
Oh.
Whoa. Okay. Yampy and also reaction to this over towards A main took the orb, so they do think that Yampy's over towards A main, and he might be able to go get this orb
Magnum's gonna be
anyway.
able to lurk through mid as well here.
It's-
Right.
Oh, what have we
Yeah,
done?
he's going to get the orb, and no matter what, he's going to have ult, and they're going to have the combo for the last rounds. If they even need to get it there, because honestly, this 2v4, it's 2v5 even, it's looking super likely.
Just go. Come on,
They might have to use some of the ults that they wanted into the
10
the last
seconds
rounds.
on a reveal
Just go,
as well.
just go.
Please go.
Let's go, Yappy. Let's go get that spike down. There we are. They're like, surely not. Not ready yet. Even they.
They're like, surely you don't have a free site here.
Boys, I promise you.
I got to go for a safe plant because they must be around here somewhere. Fade. Oh, guys, you gotta use a Euro ult. I'll be honest. You gotta use a Euro ult.
Surely, if you're KC.
Avaz and Martin have ultimates.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
It's got to be, right?
Yeah. Martin's always good on these.
Yeah.
Martin's always good on this.
Yeah.
Oh.
Still don't know where the other is. Okay, they know now.
Elite's gonna find Magnum. Yampy
Okay,
is done.
but they got the Euro ult out of them, and Yampy managed to get his ult, so they got the combo.
Anyway.
It's a bit of a big win for BBL, especially in the 2v5. Okay, 3 chances to 1 last chance.
Okay, at the same time, KC still have 4 ults, surely.
Now they got 3 ults, right? Or did they get the other one?
4 because they got the last ult.
Oh, okay.
To the mud. Foot caught in mud.
Quagmire.
Yeah, Elite got his ult from the kill. So they still have 4 days.
It's been another weird map.
Dude, they're like big ults as well.
Sure, there is so much delay here, surely.
Yeah, but there's gonna be Euro ult into Sova ult.
Okay, so Levin and Yampy, lovely combined.
Yeah, but you can't follow your ult through a Harbor and the Fade and the Vice.
Not Martin's.
Sure, but the Euro Sova combo should get you a kill anyway. Let's see. Goes over towards middle. They spotted one. Oh, they might get 2. Oh god, they might get 2. Might actually get 2. There's 1. Oh god, they got 2. I told you, it's the killer combo, dudes.
Just need to push across the finish line. But the 3 against them, Sugetsu, Mr. No Nonsense, Martin still standing, and Elite with ult. There are chances here.
They are stacked up here. 11 will find Elite.
Yes, not.
Smoke.
Guys need to stop trying to fight in this one way, man. It's killing me.
Presented here for Sugetsu and Martin. Operator's going to be difficult to work back in on the retake.
So yeah, switch out for that. Do have the divide on Sugetsu. You got to use it. You got to just go for this now. They're leaving it quite late in the day. They're trying to use everything they can, just maybe try and get towards the back of the side. But I think we know how this goes. BBL.
Yeah, very nice, dude. I don't even know how K-Corp got 11 rounds, to be honest with you.
I don't even know what I saw.
Yeah, crowd goes crazy.
Drawing a blank there from the crowd, but all
That's
tied
funny.
up now as we go to the 3rd map.
How did they get ecoed 3 times and they still got 11 rounds and then they still lose?
Yeah. Yes.
What?
I don't know what to tell you.
If KC stopped playing Harbor, they would win champs. I agree, by the way.
That's a little bit too much, but sure.
No, but they looked great on the first map.
Boo, don't even be typing bag on map. Don't even give me that. Boo.
Boo.
I know he's just there smiling right now as well.
Yeah, if I'm Boo, this is a banger map. I'm happy. Both these teams look terrible. Oh, sorry. Exploitable.
Dude, yeah, honestly, that's ban worthy. I might take your mod out.
My bad. My bad.
Slash unmod.
No!
Yo.
I deserve that reminder.
Finally. Okay, chat, let me spam some ads. Yeah, honestly, Fio, you get a red card for that.
Yeah, I deserve it.
Wait, where are my ads? Oh, there. Stage 1, map 2. Dude, I'm interested to see what Fractal's gonna look like, to be honest, comp-wise.
I wonder if they're gonna change it, because I actually didn't mind their comp.
What did they play last time?
Let me for you. Fracture. They played Astra Breach, Cypher, Teo Yoro.
They'll probably keep that.
Yeah, it looked pretty good from what I saw in terms of strats as well. It wasn't too bad.
Okay, chat. I'll be back in a little bit, right?
Anyone know why there is no crowd? Not really. EMEA just made the decision to have no crowd on White Sticks. Casey tilted me so much, every season being a fan of this team make me lose so much weight. Okay, the being tilted part is bad, but losing weight is kinda W. At least if you wanted that. That's all I'm saying. So maybe it's a good thing you're a Casey fan. Who's winning champs? Apex. Or KC. Or G2.
We will be getting a map 3 in this series. BBL, what a comeback on that map. We are showing you a bit of a KC right now.
Okay, then maybe it's time to switch a team.
Bounce back here. I'm your hosting, so I'm joined once again.
Or Heretics, I wouldn't mind that either.
And Billy.
Or 2G.
It's such a KC
I don't know about that one.
Every single time they go to a map 3, it almost feels like it's because they could have 2-0'd. But you have to give it up for
Apex
BBL, Billy, to be able to close that out.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we know that Pearl is kind of BBL's bread and butter, right? And I was a little worried for them picking into Pearl, going up against someone like Eng, who could have easily anti-stratted a lot of the stuff that they already do, because of course they didn't make any changes. So I was a little bit apprehensive, and I think that we got to see a couple of flaws, but other than that, they managed to pull it over the line.
I also saw some nerves in some of the instances, but also let's take a look at how BBL started turning things around, because the beginning of the map was a bit shaky for them, but then they started finding solutions or finding new ideas to do on the map. And a couple of rounds were also due to this conditioning and them starting to push onto mid to catch Casey, that they were trying to play this set rounds that we've mentioned in the past down to a T, and then
Apex.
not
Yeah, let me just find
enabling them to do so.
Yeah, I think as soon as they started doing this push out mid and out A main as well, they were doing a couple of times, they were able to kind of catch Casey off guard, right? They weren't expecting it all of the time, and I
cannot say that.
After a timeout as well. So obviously the coaching staff really doing their
I
own
have to
work
beat
on
every
Casey
mod
and how
in the
they like
game.
to play, and
Which
kind
game
of
am I
just
picking?
saying, look guys, we need to start being more proactive rather than just letting them come towards us.
Guilty
Yeah,
Gear
exactly.
Strive?
And especially think about how the score turned out to be, a 13-11, so it's almost going into overtime. But when you have a shaky start, or it's so important to get this rounds, or even if it's just like, even for
I would
this
pick
couple of
Tekken,
rounds,
but
do
Tekken is
this
a
and
little
then
bit
put
too
them in a
dangerous to
comfortable
lose to
position,
random
and then we'll
button
see
mashing.
from there.
I'm surprised that
So
they were caught off
it's
guard,
guilty gear.
because it's just BBL doing BBL things, and I guess they didn't anticipate it in those
Your
rounds.
mic is too low, Motsan.
But
Unfortunately,
Perfect,
that is
I know,
only
not
something
the
Sliggy can
greatest
change.
performance on Clove, but going back on the Astra, this is his
Bob
bread
doesn't
and
know
butter,
Weave, that's
and
his problem. Who do I
fully
play in Strive?
expected him
Giovanna.
to do very well there, and he did, which I think was one of the reasons that they managed to even push it to a map 3.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like, look at the numbers compared to what he was
Top 3
performing
favorite
like on the
fighting
first
game
map
characters.
to the second one. There's almost no color.
Okay.
And I think it also has to do with
I will
the
say
comfort.
I've not been
To
fighting
some
games for
extent,
too long.
I want to know
Only
how
started last
prepare
year.
that Icebox composition. Because we know that we were so excited this year to welcome Profec into our league, because we knew that it was going to be one of the names that we would speak about. So I want to see more of what we saw on this map.
Honestly,
Even
I don't
though
know, but
this was pretty
the favorite
shaky
one
from
is
those teams.
Warren.
I understand that they're like,
and then the other two, I don't
because
know.
of how important, like, yes, they've had a couple of months to catch up onto things, but now everything's
Well, they're
like the
playing
moment
Tekken
of the
4.
exam, right? Like, you have to pass it. Everybody's looking at you. What did you bring? What did you cook? What is...
It got sloppy. It did get sloppy at points, and I think that's why there was a bit of back and forth. But yeah, Profec as a player, I think that, like you say, it was more about comfortability for him being back on that Astra. I think as well.
Mai isn't that 3 and move on.
Back to the Clove, like, why did they choose
If
to
I
start
said
on the
what I
attack?
thought about
the
Mai,
defensive would have been so much
I
better.
would get banned.
So yeah, I think the way in
And
which
not
he's able
for,
to use
like,
Astra and
being a
help
gunner.
support his teams is what we got to see more of on this Pearl.
Everything went back to normal, right? Like, you know, we have Martin going back to the Yoru, what we expected him to do. Levin going back to the Yoru as well. Very interesting head-to-head there for both players. But how do we feel about how it's going to look, Billy, as we head to Fracture?
I know exactly what you are.
Fracture is a little
I know
bit of an
exactly
awkward
what you
one,
are.
of course. Like, it didn't look great for BBL when we got to see them play in kickoff.
I
They ended
beat
up
you
going
every day.
8-13 against Fnatic, so
Not
it
wrong.
wasn't a strong point for them.
Get him,
and I
get
think
him,
going
Kosi.
into this, I
I'll
want
allow
to see what
that.
changes they've kind of made. I think previously they didn't really look to implement that Teho, which we see
Well,
a lot
you
of
know
teams
exactly
doing
what you are.
in kickoff. So I want to see if that's something
You know
that's
exactly what much you
that
are.
experience.
I don't
I
even
think
have
it
to
is
say
so
it.
interesting because we were speaking about the compositions for KC moving into the new maps that are coming in and the ones that are
This is
leaving.
bizarre.
And we were focusing
Okay.
on how much they love the harbor.
Fair
You're
point.
going
Yeah.
to see it in too many occasions sometimes.
Fair point.
But actually, when we were in kickoff and they were
What
playing
do-
that fracture, this is the map where they run the
Is
tempo.
that the guy
and I
from
expect them to
Solo
make
Leveling?
maybe
I
a couple of
haven't
changes
seen
or a
that.
couple of adjustments, but it is something that I want them to explore because even though they didn't win that map, I want them. Of course, I think that they've probably done this in scrims, but I want them to see themselves playing within this meta and how far they can take it because they could be a very good team in it.
I cannot believe I'm saying this, but I actually quite like the Harbor on Pearl. I don't want to see it on Fracture, I don't.
Jesus Christ.
But
Yinsu,
I quite
no.
liked it
Give me
on
Limbo
Pearl.
Never.
Yeah, I really did. I enjoyed it.
5
but I
big
don't think
booms
we're
for
going to see it
Brazil,
on
chat.
Pearl. I also
Not
think
from
both
me.
teams have had so much time, not only to work on themselves, but to
Maki for
watch
Street
what was
Fighter
happening
6.
at Bangkok.
Then
You
you go
heard
out.
it from Safe. There's no
Street
point trying to reinvent the wheel. We played against G2.
Fighter.
That Lotus combo was the best. We just yoinked
Oh,
it, we bring it back, and we're
Jesus.
going to do
Wow,
that.
you guys are
so I'm hoping
shameless.
some of these teams watched Masters Bangkok.
Thoughts
and
on Venom
maybe
and Stripe.
Billy get
Really cool
inspired by
design.
some of what the teams
Very,
are doing
very cool.
there on Fracture.
Both
Good luck making that
aesthetically
argument
and
with
in terms of like his
Sadak
game
and I
plan
don't
and
think
stuff.
that they would
Really,
listen
really
to
cool.
whatsoever. And I think as well that we shouldn't be disappointed if they don't take things from other teams because I love the fact that people can get so
Tomate
creative
is the best double
with this
initiator
game
coming
and
pretty
kind of
much every
innovate
Icebox.
with
I think
all the
specifically
different
for Chamber
compositions
and
that we're able
Clove,
to run. It's
Gepoteo
something I
works
keep
better.
like going in on, but
You
there's
think
so
too
much
much about this
diversity
game,
now that I don't want to be annoyed.
You hate
if
winning.
No,
Yeah.
Billy's
You
like,
meant
I hate
Maki from
winning.
Jujutsu
Yeah,
Kaisen.
yeah,
Okay,
I hate
you're
it so much.
based as
Like,
fuck.
I wouldn't be mad if they cooked
Based.
something up that they've come across
Oh,
themselves,
Sliggy is
that
back.
they've cracked through.
Fun ends.
I think that to me is not
Fun
only
ends?
about
What have
the
you been
compositions. I
saying?
like that we have this conversation.
Yeah, because
what
you
definitely has to
don't
be
let
had,
me talk
but
about Games
especially
Other than
thinking
Valorant.
about what we
Yeah,
saw
good.
on Pearl,
Oh,
I'd like
well.
to see. Oh,
Let's just throw
Martine
that all
on
out
the
the
Ooh.
window.
Two about one
Everyone's
play
out
games
the window
probably.
now.
A
Martin's
Jet.
playing Jet.
Ooh. Okay, but honestly,
I didn't expect
not,
BBL
not
to
super
move
against it.
away
It's not
from
the
that
best
double
map for it.
duelist that they were
But
running,
maybe they
where it
felt
was
like on attack they
sociable,
were
if I'm not
struggling to like
wrong.
enter
Playing the
sites.
Yoru and then
I don't hate
Levin
it,
playing
but
the
I
race, but
also
I
feel
actually
like
like
this
it. You know, it's a
really
competition that we've
changes
seen in
the
past.
game plan that they
Everybody's
had
going to be
before.
very
The
comfortable
Cypher
and
might
active with the Cypher. I think
fully
that
farm
this is
them.
very suited and
We'll
easy
see.
for
The
them.
salvos are
I
important to
wonder,
break
though,
this
why
stuff.
KC just decided
Although
to
you
go
are
for
onto
the
something
Jet
with the
in
comment about
particular,
them getting
because
the
what I
sides
was
being
going to
difficult.
say,
That
I'm
was
looking
something
at
I noticed
BBL,
watching
Yeah,
Icebox.
the
especially
solo
with
you're
that
on
side
this
of
map,
defense,
it's pretty
I
hard
wanna
to
see
actually
one
just like
with this change
get into
productivity
the
and
site.
also
This is
so
gonna be
important,
interesting.
the retakes.
I
When
thought
we
it
speak
was
about
more of
how
a problem of
shaky
them not
rounds,
knowing how to
the
put
retakes
pressure
are
on
the one
multiple
that-
map points
one
and
of the
forcing
things that suffer
rotations,
the
and then
most.
you're trying to hit
I
sides
think
with
as
3
well,
or 4
when I'm
defenders
looking
every
at
time.
BBL's
So that was
composition,
kind of
I'm really intrigued to see social
that was
ball
kind of the
that
problem
tempo.
I
That's
noticed.
something that
I
we're
don't know
seeing
if Jet really solves
at
that.
all. So seeing him jump onto that, I think Yampion
Should be
breach
interesting.
as well is like that's
Yeah.
welcomed. We enjoy watching Yampion breach.
The ciphers are going to be
sociable
interesting.
Taeho
So what should happen here is because K-Corp used to play the Yoru, they should know the common TP paths. And they should be able to put a trip where the Yoru normally goes to. You would imagine. Kesura, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
The Jet breach?
Yeah.
That's not something
They're an
you see
attack
very
first
often.
half.
Do you have a preference?
They like their attack
I mean,
more or their
I
defense
do.
more?
I
Let
am
me
a
check my notes.
Joro enjoyer. I think that there's too many things that you can do with it, and not only, yeah, I think that I'm gonna go for the Euro.
Yeah, and of course Magnum back on that cypher, rolling back the years. It is vintage Magnum, but this is it. One last chance. Whoever
Well,
takes this map,
I
has
didn't
the
love their
upper,
attack last
will be
time,
walking
so
away
let's
with
see
the
what they
win.
have this time.
Thank you, Yinzu. I wasn't sure how best of threes work, but now I know. Whoever wins now wins the game. Michael, your thoughts on this?
Groundbreaking. I can't believe this rule change has actually come into play.
It's
here
been a
this year
minute
in
for you,
VCT.
Michael. It's been a
I feel
minute.
bad for. Why have you've dragged me into blaming Sue?
We like you.
You've led me down a path. I
Is
have
Jet on Fracture good?
But anyway,
I think Jet, like traditionally,
Magnum on the
Jet has
side,
only
but
been
I
used on
actually
the
Oh,
top
really?
This is one of the
double
things we were talking
duelist,
about,
right?
obviously,
With
with
Rays.
whether
Not
it's
really
going to be a
solo.
role switch and and
Sure.
Magnum's
So the Raze is
comfort
normally a
levels,
lot better,
right,
but
coming into
Yeah.
maybe a bit of a question mark, and I don't think we're going to have all the answers today. Maybe we do.
okay, BBL1 defense, K-Cup on attack. We got last map here. We got 4 ghosts against 4 ghosts. And both comps are playing the B spam. Both comps are playing the B spam comp. They also don't have the Brim util for like being able to take Heaven 100%. They still kind of have the same presence in the afterplant with the Astra Suck that Brim has. Maybe you could argue a little bit better because you can lurk and do it from anywhere.
If their game plan is similar to what they played in kickoff, we should expect a lot of defaulting on the north side and focusing on arcade pressure.
Yeah.
On attack after KC.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's just how the breach Teo comp works. Everyone just prioritizes that.
Sort of argument with Salak and Aves.
Guess they get spotted topside the map. They all take the rope, so they know that there's pressure here. And once they hear the drone over towards A main, let's see how these three react.
Oh, this is so long, Jesus Christ.
Yampy stuns, we get swing, we clear this, so that we know that we can just heavy focus over towards here. And they gotta send it through this smoke with the cage. Damn, that's a lot of damage, bro.
I'm guessing someone is back from another smoke. The angle.
Ooh, still alive. Can't imagine for much longer.
Yeah. Just hungry for it in the end. Just
big Joe. Big Joe. Biggest Joe.
Magnum trying to buy time.
Huge Joe.
Yeah, he had to pick up the pace.
Sugetsu now isolated, but back against the wall. You could potentially.
Okay, very nicely done from BBL. 3-2. 3-2. I did think that Magnum did great to delay a lot of time here.
I don't think you can do those smokes as an attacker if you're not doing anything sans.
But this is the problem with Astra, right? You only have 2 smokes, so normally you have to have some kind of weak spot when you just XX solely from A main. It's like why most people play the Brim, because you can XX from A main, because you can smoke, and smoke. When you're the Astra, you got to pick one of these smokes to not be here, which becomes insanely rough. That's why you see most Astra comps don't really do what they tried to do on a pistol, which makes me worried for K-Cop, to be honest.
Like, basically in the line from
these ones
towards A main, and then that protects you from every single angle, but that doesn't give you any kind of post-plant space.
That's what most teams will do, they'll do these two.
Yeah, exactly. You have cages for all of the smokes, you need them to get out of the choke as well.
Going out on solo adventures.
Yeah, with a gun.
Surely we've learned from map 2.
Hi, Bacon.
I don't even remember it, honestly, at this point. Even on pistols, every team can seemingly win. No one can play clean.
And I mean, it's the worst of your inventory to give up as well. There is another Bulldog in the hands of Sociable, but
yeah, and honestly, the Astra's so big on this map that
you would justify
you want to have the Astra alive, and they're just taking a TP across, and there's a guy waiting for them. Oh my goodness.
Wow, help matters, yeah, no, keep going.
Wow.
Oh, lovely stuff. Okay, no harm, no foul, don't remember a thing. No Bulldog was dropped or harmed in the making of this round. Lovely stuff for BBL. Making up for, I don't want to say a mistake, but it's small things, and again, when it was so prevalent in map 2, I get nervous when I don't see people playing these rounds cleanly, or taking these sort of risks and going for these sort of fights. At best, you farm a couple of kills?
Yeah, exactly. It is a huge risk.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you want to put a Spectre in a position like that,
okay, here we go. Here we
a couple
go.
of ghosts or anything like that,
the buy against the bonus is great. Surely K-Corp use their best strat on this one to make sure that they get around.
Not going to matter too much. Sociable himself a slither to play with.
Uh-oh.
And unconsidered now, I don't think.
Oh, okay, nicely done. They were super aware that someone could be dodging that. I was a little bit worried for it. In reaction to this, we've got a big push over towards here, and we insert one in underpass as well, so definitely got to keep an eye on Perfect on this one. Not the best gun for it, but...
Okay.
Giants punished them exactly behind that box before on that exec, so I think
on the pause? Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly that position.
Especially on Fracture as well. It's something that can really spiral out of control with these first engagements.
The map's going to get a little bit tricky here, because Levin's right behind them. Beautiful! It's perfect to nab it, but it doesn't matter who gets it, because who gets it should be dead.
Oh, it's so unlucky. Bulldog there. The great trade, though, and he can pick up a gun. It still becomes a really close round. No way, what a stun that is.
He's just jumping around.
How
did that stun even hit? So confused.
What is going on here? It's gone
Nice shots.
topsy-turvy.
Tell you what, no matter what happens, it's a really good bonus. It's good damage.
You got the player with the spike earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, he might get 2 isolated 1v1s.
Martin, you're gonna hold this for your teammate, right?
For a second there, I wasn't watching the cross.
Yeah, for a second, I thought that Yumpy might have an incredible timing.
Fans feeling
Okay, now they got a good crossfire.
But Martin's on the case. They got a nice little crossfire. All good.
Martin at one point might have to worry about heaven, but...
Yeah, when does he look up?
He's got it.
Okay,
I mean, he
I
went
still think
down
that's a very good bonus from BBL. They also managed to get the Astro,
Close out the kill.
so good damage.
Gamba still open. Why are mods sleeping?
Kept in check early on at least. Okay, was actually an adjustment here.
It's like,
To be fair, that's
genuinely
usually my
quite
job.
surprised that
Come on,
they
Fiat.
cleared it that
No,
diligently, but
I'm
it makes
focused on
sense
something
now,
else
you
this
know.
time.
Does get spotted.
Wait, you can't multitask?
Yeah, okay, fair enough actually.
He's
I'll look
getting
in.
a bit more involved in that sort of stuff as well. He was quite talkative
All right,
on
let's
that
look at the money.
Map 2 as well.
Got everyone here.
Critical,
Got
but
3 people
again,
here.
he's kind of-
BBL with the ult difference at the moment. If Sugetsu can pick up an ult, then that's pretty even on this. Salvos for Heaven to make sure that you can take Heaven. In reaction to losing it, we insta drone down to see if we're getting split. Oh, this was kind of nice. We faked the fast B for them to have a reaction on Dish. That was cool.
That's new, and that's something they couldn't do with Ayoro because they can't just dash up into the tower.
Yeah, that's nice though. That is nice.
Profit from pushing anywhere near
And it
Dish.
felt like the comms of being able to go over towards here didn't really come out. Oh my goodness, what the hell's going on
You're not
there?
allowed to push Dish.
Swing.
They should certainly know that now.
You don't get spotted? Yeah.
Oh, I escaped the mud. We'd see some beautiful
Whoa.
Valorante.
Imagine.
Magnum, give me a vintage 1v2 here.
Oh, gives him a little bit of
Give me
space.
a little roll back.
Okay, nice shots from Sugetsu in the end. This was a cool strat from K-Corp, to be honest. I liked it a lot. Fake the fast speed that most teams do with this comp in terms of the split, and then was it a 3-person swing over towards Dish? That was cool.
Gone the same way.
Oh, that's really nice. This dry swing as well. Fast person's going out wide. The other 2 close.
At least now BBL.
Yeah, and it
gotta make a
fixes the
mental
thing I
note
said
rounds
where
like
they
this where-
weren't able to pressure 2 points of the map in the
Yeah,
previous
at the
games.
same
So you
time.
need to
Yeah.
fix.
It also really early on, like BBL are now going to hesitate for reactions. Right, so they potentially might not even push, or they might just be a little bit slower.
Yeah, and they played north side for all 4 rounds, and now they do a default on the south, so they're probably gonna hit.
Yeah, we got a camera to spot this though. Camera spots only 1. Camera only spots the Cypher.
Do we speed up? Yep.
Said no investment, but
And double smokes go down. And this is going to get a little bit weird.
I think KC with
It's
the
one of
correct
those that's
approach
going to
here,
get a
stacked
little
up, they
bit
don't
weird.
wanna let any of that nonsense
They might feel like they have to force with the ult onto a site here.
into the back lines,
Okay,
but
BBL have all of north control,
Mate,
so
they have-
only
they have
to care about the mains.
The whole map,
Levin
basically.
Yep.
locking himself in.
Under might become a
Does have
consideration in
Yampi
the
here in
build,
support as well.
but they just showed themselves on door.
Also, the Astra smokes can take a little bit of time to come back,
Stand
both
though,
of
so it
them.
feels super. Eleven's done great with the Sheriff before. It's not like Yampi hasn't had a time in the sun. The guy can certainly aim. Pressure feels like it's coming his way through sand. You can see the investment of Util trying to buy a little stall here.
Yeah, I feel like they have to all. So all the covers spawn, a little bit covers sight.
Too much. 11 does have to get out of there. Yampi.
Oh, the flash was almost incredible. It's in a good spot.
They have no idea about it.
Close, man. Nearly picked up the gun. Did they use that Ono into the eco?
Something totally different, but they can feel it in the water. This is close enough. This could be panic station still. 13 seconds.
Martin doesn't look like he's looking for it. 10 seconds.
Martin is down to 8 seconds now. We're running low on time. They are not
Just can get the plant. Wait, he didn't stick the plant? He didn't stick the plant?
Not again.
Oh my, where's my comms at? They both were pushing him. Even from dead comms. I got 4 players who can comm that to him.
Again,
I think it was miscoms. He probably expected someone either already pushing from sands or in a main.
Away.
He was swinging that way.
I say
Oh
backing away,
no.
coming off the plant here.
They got ecoed again.
Bro, they get ecoed more than EDG.
They
It's
get ecoed
crazy.
all the time. It was the same in kickoff, by the way.
You've got to wonder what it is that throws this into chaos.
I mean, they got the thing that throws us into chaos is the fact they got Astra smokes, and they use both of them, and they can't wait long enough for the Astra smokes.
And they only have 1 now.
It's strange.
Oh.
Like I said, you could almost justify Yampi's kill and to an extent Levin as well.
I feel like I'm watching China with me
They are changing
ecos.
quickly.
Yes.
Bro, honestly,
So what
been,
else is going on? Yeah, what else has gone wrong there?
some of the Chinese teams I think would beat some of the EMEA teams at the moment.
Not a good look to be seeing so consistently.
I mean, China is not bad.
Yeah, but like the middle of the pack teams, I'm talking about, not EDG
It
teams.
is just Uli.
Yeah, I know.
Uli's in the building.
We need to
You
get
can lean out of the window, see if we can spot him.
soundproofing on Uli's booth.
Who needs a crowd when you got Uli, right?
KC,
no, just
the
open it
EDG
up.
of EMEA. Okay. Look, I'd love to think KC are that
really-
good.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me
KC
back
are
to the
wolves of
Mesa.
EMEA. Yeah, that's more accurate.
It does.
When there was just one paper-thin wall separating us from Uli.
Now, if you do
I
hear
think
yellow,
The wolves? Can't be calling them the wolves.
it's Uli.
Stick a crowd mic up there.
Can
It's
we?
fine.
It'd be
Okay,
fantastic.
so
If you can't hear him,
lost the
big
eco.
sound, like we've
Money's
lost it.
gone.
We go
Martin
back
probably
through.
has armor to
KC,
back up his
couple
ult.
breaks. I mean,
We've seen
that
a
loss
timeout.
is not
And
impressive.
honestly, it
It's
might just
certainly
have a
not gonna
set
make you feel good
strat.
about how you're approaching the map, but we go back into this stunned.
Wait,
Martin,
was that?
the rhythm just doesn't feel there for KC.
Yeah, that was Sadak's stun.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
An opportunity here to
Yitzi,
punish
thank you
Levin.
so much, dude. Appreciate the 5 months.
Solo anchor here.
He's having such a tough time, but
Spike noted as well. Actually, he comes down, finds the second Sugetsu will fall, and
There is this
furthermore,
Nico.
Yankee finds Sadak
The
elite.
great run for BBL. They get a lot of money.
1v5 presented
And
with a Sheriff.
they have their ults online for this big
Unlikely
round
BBL will find their
that is
fourth
coming
hit.
up.
I don't want to say it because it sounds kind of
Place
like a
or not
flame,
even
but I
really
feel like KC's
having a say in
plans
this
to
round.
ecos are just let's get this round
But
over with
again,
as fast as
when we
possible most
put
of
the
the
question
time.
mark to the Jet, I was kind of hoping.
I mean,
like
they
they're
wanted
not
to.
really trying to win.
They got messed up by the
It
team
just
stun.
doesn't feel like it's playing
be honest.
anything.
Yeah, yeah.
It feels out of rhythm a little bit. I want to see it.
Yeah, it's a great run
Once
for
they get onto
BBL.
a
They're going to get a
decent
lot of
buy-in,
money.
German
It's looking good for them to
Force
just
for BBL.
clean this up.
Once they get into a decent buy,
Really
clear their
big.
heads,
Hey,
hopefully
we have
against
Dalibo.
that
Look,
horror show of a
if
loss.
nice peak.
Up
We have
against Sheriffs and Classics. I want to see what it looks like. You know, what's it meant to do in the system here? What's it meant to get past, breakthrough? How is it meant to help?
Yeah, you ask what then the benefit is of
Dude,
pulling
BBL
away
should be
from
winning
Euro
this
to
round.
play the Jet.
Look how many ults they got.
And that's
especially on a
One away
map like
from
this.
Sugetsu's, and it looks like BBL want to absolutely send this.
Ultimates that
They could
divide
try
They go all
far-
the way down.
Sadak's
It's like a
also
set
rolled
Yoru
thunder.
ult,
does
right?
have
No? Oh my goodness. Okay, it's like the Fnatic breach ult.
Rolling Thunder sent out by BBL here. Very proactive to clear the space. Can KC backfill this?
Sociable. 1, 2.
No, they can't sociable.
Dude, I thought he was
Down
going to
two.
get 3 there.
Abbott will
56 as
finally
well. He
trade
did
it
so
out.
much damage. It's a good reaction from K-Corp, but Sociable's just done so much.
And again, you're looking at that Elite just getting punished on this level now. Lingering right. Oh, he didn't expect the walk through the smoke, but Magnum and Yampi quickly there to make up
I'm
for
so
any
surprised
of
they
those
tried to
potential
just
threats.
force going
That
fast. They
starts
could have
with
played
a
Nah,
stuff or
that was fine.
I don't
It's
know
just the
how
fact that
he
they
did
went
that.
3 Heaven
Bailing
is like
him out as well.
interesting.
I thought he was absolutely caught there.
I mean, that is ultimately the best situation KC can find at the start of a round on Fracture. Getting this deep.
That's actually
I mean, Sadak caught with a flash in hand as well.
I mean, yeah, he doesn't need to peek the corner there to flash this. Okay, force him down to an eco again. Money's still incredibly good for BBL, and good news is they only use 1 ult for this round.
B main default this
Okay.
time.
Let's see what we've got. So, 2 Guardians, Aves and Martin with that, and then Sheriff. But by all accounts, that apparently is a full buy these days. So, with ult now ready for Sadak,
Okay, so
and
they're
Sugetsu,
actually
they've
able
got
to
a
force
couple of key
rotations.
pieces here. Now, Profit this time doesn't fancy lingering around by Dish. Good look here. There's 3 players potentially looking for a body to drop. And they are responding, reacting to just Martin, and that's it. Faith put towards Levin. He's already isolated Sadak, and now they've spotted the drop down.
God, they use Astro ult into an eco in a 4v5.
Everybody's creeping ahead of it.
Oh, Sociable.
Yeah, Sociable. Levin's still on the hunt as well.
He's in such an awkward predicament as well. Like, that position is so hard to clear out. He's absolutely doing him in. Sugetsu again. It feels like really one of the main players to show
Guys,
up.
I mean, it's really nice shots from him.
Oh, he's still
But the
so
overall
nasty,
4v5
it
using
doesn't get you
Astro
around.
ult
BBL
is
up to
madness.
6
You got
now
2
to the mid
4v5.
two
You
of
got 2
KC.
guns against the 5
And
guns.
this is the bit
Use
that
Astro.
hangs a little heavy, doesn't it? Because in reality, I don't want to see the
Well, a
likes of
good fake
Sugetsu
in
when
B
he's hitting
main.
prime
It
form. He's
pulled,
looking good.
I think
And
2 people at
KC
some
just
point, but
look
then
a
they were
bit
so
out
slow
of
going
it.
through Dish that BBL smelled it out and
Quiet
just came
down
back.
on that side of
They
the
were able
stage
to
as
fast
well.
flood.
You expect some problem solving, troubleshooting to be going on.
And again, when we talk about KC, Mike,
BBL looking pretty good apart from the first map. That's true. BBL are looking good. I do think that honestly, K-Corp probably should have closed out Pearl, but I still like what I'm seeing from BBL. I'm definitely more concerned about K-Corp than I am BBL by quite a considerable mile.
Yeah. Oh my god, finally, but Profek punishing Sugetsu on the back of that.
Profek holding this together. Aves, Martin, Elite trying to find some security on the site. Elite's going to get them a little bit of a step towards that, taking away the player who's up towards heaven, still controlling the space as well. 3v3, a fair and even post-plant finally, it feels like. Magnum back through from Dish.
Okay, that's an
Valuable
identical
information from that
post-plant to what they
position.
used to do. So
And
BBL
Aves,
watch them, they know where they're
cleared
playing.
out here, looking at the util. Not much to give it away, but Yampi just shoulder checks Elite. And now we're down to hoping the crossfire pays. What?
Oh my goodness.
It's on Martins.
Good kill, not a good plant for you.
But the plant ain't for you, and Yampi's going to get that to half every day of the week.
Oh, okay. Dude, he just wasn't expecting him to rush him. Close round though. Dude, did I just look at BBL's money and see it pretty low? I think I did. I think they might not even be able to buy this, but K-Corp losing every anti-eco anyway, so.
That
might be a good thing for BBL.
Yeah, Yampi won 2 draws, so I'm not sure he should be winning, but. Also, I have no idea why Elite's going. I have no idea why Elite's playing like that. I guess because the plant's banned.
A freebie onto Sugetsu.
He has some balls to do that,
They tend to leave one person's hands.
Bova _ Scottier with the 2 mums. Thank you so much.
Very close too.
Stop watching off the map when you see it was a mistake. Yeah, this one's getting a little bit close.
There is a split.
Okay, so they did manage to buy into this one, but money's really low. Dude, money's really low everywhere. One important round at 6-3. Either a good half or a close half. You would imagine with BBL's ults, it might be kind of close, but we'll see.
There is a KO ult. Oh, there's a counter
find information.
well.
Spots nothing towards A, so I'm waiting to see if someone does maybe move a little behind it. They are actually. Oh my god, he's going on it!
Oh my, dude, didn't even want to get out of there.
But he does get handled again. Sugetsu. It feels like where the buck stops for now. Can anyone else join him here?
All goes over towards side. Double kill trip on site and camera, and they have no control of the bot. And again, they only have Astra smoke, so this is just open the whole time.
Defenders are here super fast.
It's gonna get rough for K-Corp here. Yeah, they need something like this to be able to plant. It's nice. Keep an eye on the Astra. Ult for ult at the moment. It's pure chaos. Double smoke means that Perfect can't get a kill, and he's so aware of the fact that there might be someone under.
Still trying to work forward.
Still looking a little bit rough for K-Corp.
They've got to fight their way forward here. Aves doing well on Yampi. So Profek and Sociable trying to take that space back, but they just can't land the shots cleanly enough here.
Okay, not too bad in the end. Something that I really liked here from K-Corp was the ult to take space, though. It was looking really, really rough. Ult to take space at the same time they were managing to plant, and then Martin did a good double smoke to mean that they could actually join the rest of their team and actually take some space in Arcade. Like, their reactive util was good here, for sure.
Looking very sharp there.
They cleaned up their post plans a lot.
Yeah, unfortunate not to get the second kill.
The positions that they play are similar, but they're just more crisp with how they get their positions and how they take their space.
I mean, here was like here, honestly, the majority of the time they would have lost this if they didn't do anything.
Yeah.
BBL go down to an eco. K-Corp, they've lost 5 ecos maybe in the whole best of 3.
I think 6.
It can't be 6.
How many ecos was it this map? I think it was 4 last map.
It was.
Was it 2 ecos or 1 eco this map?
It might be 5,
loose hold of
honestly.
the stack over towards B.
It might have been 4 last map, 1 eco here.
Yeah.
Okay, but this one's looking nice. So this time, going over towards A, they kind of learn from the other round, and they go over towards Sands, and they cage this so they can have smoke so they can actually run out. So good covering up of the lack of smokes with the cage on Heaven. Definitely wishing they had done that earlier, but at least they land.
And it feels like KC.
Hold up.
Oh,
Hold up.
What have I said? It's still a 2v2. Sadak, he's down on 29 HP. It's on Aves, really. Suddenly got to step into the limelight and hold this together. They're trying to get a tricky.
My goodness, these rounds are always so close.
Holding it together. What is in the water today with these sheriffs and broken buys?
I mean, somehow this is the one we come out with.
They had the
6-6
cage
scoreline in the first half.
in tower, but they didn't put the trip there, which is something they used to do. So the moment the cage is over, they can just free swing, and they got punished from side.
Okay, yeah. No, I just they didn't take that much space though, right? I mean, honestly, maybe they had the chance to do it.
They had a
Clean
player
on
here,
either
but-
side. Sociable finding
Oh,
two
okay, that's what
shots here.
happened. Buff
Yampy
stance for
again
real.
finding one amidst the chaos. I think that's a key word. BBL again showing that they can constantly be a threat in those chaotic rounds, and it's KC.
What if it's KC not being bad at anti-Eagles, but BBL being great on ecos? BBL hitting some shots.
I guess bigger
The
picture
K-Corp are bad at anti-ecos.
in terms of stacking
I
up some of these
promise.
executes, but it's BBL to make them sweat time and time again.
And when I look at it, haven't really been impressed by the Jet. Hasn't really lit my world on fire more than anything else. Quite liking what we're seeing from BBL. Levin looking good. He sticks around. He's in the right place
They
here.
hit some they hit some lovely shots for sure.
VR
Okay,
is
Salvo's broke the
absolutely
trips.
drawn out of the sky
We
if
got
he
an
does try and
op
fly
now
into
in
this one.
heaven. Ooh, it was a great dodge of the stun. Okay, they cancel this though, but they're just going to be going back into the 3-person. What? Oh, did they just get chat? Is it this? Or have they had this for a long time? Okay, so then we want to fake. Wait, how are we faking with these two?
KC flip-flopping back and forth here.
I've never seen a fake with a Cypher and an Astra.
Tower, you still have Profect
Push them
holding
back over
A-main.
towards it. Nice shot. I mean, that's how we're going to fake it. Question mark created. Rotate gets pulled in terms of the Cypher. And Loon has to kill everyone.
Okay. The divide here though, Levin gonna have to play ahead.
What a shot.
He's gonna get down one.
A great trade though. They take that. Spike is down 15 seconds. What do you reckon? Yampy goes for it. Yampy goes for it. Hits the spike. Oh, what a shot from Martin.
Oh my god, Martin is saving the round.
There is still a chance though. Magnum's kind of silent.
Now. But do they know about Magnum?
Yeah.
They seem none
He
the
could
wiser.
time this.
Now they certainly know. But he's in. He's made it through his sociable, coming on over. It's a long way off, and now the trade out on the post-plant positioning.
The hard work almost done here to bring it to a 2v3.
They take spawn as reaction.
Now BBL can reset, stack up.
Big Joe.
So Elite looking to be the thorn in the side.
It's
Oh, Magnum! Super sharp! Now sociable. Can he get
no
across?
way. Not a good plant for you. And you pathed over towards here, and this was your plant.
Elite can't do anything, surely. Magnum's
Oh my god, they stole another round. Nicely done from BBL. Dude, K-Corp, man, some of the decisions that they make are insanity. Nicely done from BBL.
KC will be kicking themselves for that.
Dude, how did Magnum win that duel? Even went to check close left.
Drive it home to find a 7th.
I mean, with Elite going to Jenny, I would expect Sadak to play more like tucked in on side, do like a crossfire.
I did
for
it.
The player
They just
coming
didn't
to
play
lane.
together at all.
Yeah, but Sadak is just standing in the open waiting for the smoke to drop.
But he's scared of heaven. But
Yeah, I guess
yeah, I
it's
agree.
good. That's true.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sadak, yeah, he should be winning that duel. I agree. The Magnum POV is, yeah, it was a nice shot from him.
What's KC doing is a real question. KC has like 50% of their strats really nice, and then it's just pure chaos.
Saja is having a bit of a tantrum at the moment. I kind of don't blame him. Honestly,
Yeah.
it's hard to defend a lot of what his K-Corp is doing. I'm surprised it's so close,
Yeah.
if I'm fully honest. I imagine he's going in on K-Corp, right?
They're like halfway to being good at this attack half. But then the second half looks really...
I think when you have an Astra, you just need to make sure that you understand what your comp is rough at, and there's been a lot of rounds where it looks like they don't understand it.
Yeah.
Them to collapse at mid rounds. That's
And they do have
true.
ways to cover up Astra weaknesses, but they kind of don't use them.
They didn't on a couple of rounds later.
Close
But
half scoreline wise. The method in which we got here, I can't put my finger on. Right? We've seen
Blob.
some brilliance from the likes of Sugetsu in my mind, some beautiful work.
Yeah.
But BBL,
he's
girls,
rage baiting everyone because he doesn't remember Brimstone has a hat. Dude, how's he? I thought he'd be going mad at the game. He's angry because he can't remember that Brimstone wears a hat.
fundamentally sound Valorant.
The Hatter is
Right,
more like
regardless
a
of Cont,
beanie.
you know, maybe
I mean,
bring
it's
in a couple of questionable
beret,
changes.
isn't it?
We saw the Harbour again,
Yeah,
but
Like to the
it's
side.
another map, and I'll be honest, Icebox, we can kind of write that off now, seeing the other two maps in this best of three. Unless we come out here,
I did
KC
like
have a
what
very,
KC was
very,
doing on defense in their previous match.
comfortable
3-2 for
second
BBL
half,
in
but
terms of
bear
the
in mind
pistols.
versus
Can they get a
Giant
double
X, I think they
pistol and make
managed
this
4
one
rounds on the defense,
a
so
little bit
this
easier?
isn't really where you look towards
K-Corp,
KC to shine.
weaker side over towards A.
That's a very different setup than what we
I mean, as soon as you stun, they know you're here. Stun goes in.
Chance to get caught out, but
Oh my god, I thought he was going to get 2 there for sure.
It's unfortunate, it feels like they're
Yeah, they still have the trip to give them info, instant reaction, drone over towards top side, and then they took tree here, so heavy rotate can go in. And you got to imagine that Martin's kind of wrecked. He can one-shot Magnum though.
On his own, he is a mile away from anyone else here. He's doing so well.
Big dash. Oh, dude. See, it looked like he popped the dash, but then he didn't. Like, it looked like he felt like he popped the dash. Oh my goodness.
I think he got caught by dropping from stairs.
Damn, bro. Damn. 2v3, they go close. How many rounds did K-Corp lose when they have the man advantage?
Again.
Too many.
They said, and this time BBL putting themselves in a chaotic position. Now
All
looking as if
3
they're
behind
playing
the
into
smoke, ready to duel.
that and rewarded once more for it. It's just such a committed position here.
Because look, it looks like he popped the dash there when he looked over towards main, but it was just a little bit late.
Yeah, but just bear in mind here, Spike drops, by the way, when Profek falls, so this is the intention the whole way
Double
through. That's the
pistol on this
call
map, it's
when these
4-2
smokes are still
overall.
up.
Double pistol.
They sting those sort of choices and those sort of rounds. Martin, no TP to be had here. Slowly has to limp away as Aves does go down. BBL start taking steps elsewhere.
All the way back on the side.
These nice shots though.
Okay, perfect.
By Martin and Sadak.
Damn, really nice shots. He got another one in there at the end as well.
On top as well.
One
Okay.
of Astro.
Little bit concerned.
That's a good enough ult
if
to
this
win
trend
the bonus.
continues.
Astro ult? Dude, Astro ult's nice, especially when you have a Yoru like duelist only.
Yeah, exactly.
It really is tricky.
They could
Because
get
again,
one of
it's
the
not
4
like
orbs
BBL
on
have a
this map.
terrible buy here. We've seen what the Stingers can do these days. They're so good, mostly with North Americans, but you know, we'll see how it looks for stage 1 here. That one Vandal though with Profek, I wonder.
They've changed all of their defensive setups. KC.
K-Corp?
Yeah, they're not doing any of the stuff that they used to do.
KC
Yeah, I'm telling you, most of their stuff won't be similar to what they did at kickoff. It's just too much time.
From Martin there as well, really crisp. But good progress on towards Arcade.
Yeah, dude, Magnum's here early. I don't know. I think he might be able to get him.
Solid.
Yeah, and now what? Now you got an Astra that's solo over towards side. It looks like he's getting pinched.
With no call to the player up. I don't know what's just happened to Elite.
This is
I
not
don't
a pause,
understand how
right? You
that's
just see his
occurred,
gun
but
spam him.
They've been given almost too much space. Maybe the plans now change because
So much
there's
util getting
pressure coming
spammed
in
over
from A.
towards heaven.
That's on the way. So Martin
Keep
will
an
have
eye
that
on the
kind of
Astra
main
Jet
pressure, but
duel,
it looks like
even.
Profek's already looking this
That's
way.
going to be
Now,
pretty
whether he
important.
continues to, yet to be seen. But they're pausing.
Dude, Martin managed to
Profek
save
does
the
go
day.
down. That was that backline pressure on the rotate from Martin.
They're still stuck in tower.
Pushing out from
Oops.
A. Now they continue towards B.
Yes, it did let off a shot there, so.
Martin
so forced all the way out of that
Yeah,
position. Martin is
big round
third
from
on the round.
Martin because that was
saved this
looking
Putting KC on
kind of
his
scary.
But the unforgivable hole gets, I guess, filled at this point.
Dude, sociable
I didn't take note of it at
17
the
to
start,
8.
but where's the utility?
Not
What's
He's been
the
popping.
contingency on this B site hold? Definitely want to review, but
Yeah,
at
I mean,
least
you
it
can do some damage.
won't be
Sure,
around
really
boss
good
here.
from Martin. He's got his
Martin
ult for the next round
did
as well, so
incredible.
if he
I'm
wanted
sure
to
actually if
throw
we're
a
gonna see
gun
that,
over
so
an
we'll have a
ult, he
chance to see
could.
the mini.
Yeah, it's
There.
try and keep a
I mean,
tab
this
on
is
one.
it's the buy round that if
Because it
BBL
feels
lose
like
after eco.
If you are aware it's open, then fair enough, you'd be watching it,
Oh,
but he
what
got
a shot
completely
that
caught off
was.
guard.
Profek
That
wasn't
would've been
even
the difference,
considering
though,
it.
like, if Profek was able to live there, you could have seen a different outcome, but Martin, wondrous.
Leading the charge for KC.
They do have Astra and Teo.
This will
also,
keep
this could
things
be-
honest at the start.
God, I mean, they just got better
coming into
ults. They got better
round
ults and they bring up the
16-11
attack
on the
up.
operator.
Which is interesting because honestly, at one point he probably needs to throw this away because he's the
again
only entry.
Looking to get ahead of the
on
curve
this.
here moving towards A main.
Dude, kind of lined up.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's fast. Oh, dude, that's fast. You take away the X-ray on that, I'm telling you, that's really, really fast.
He's been a really big factor. So he's gone down, but Martin continuing his pathing. Has been good at disrespecting some of that utility for the flanks. This time around, it's being watched. Magnum's on it. BBL are coming back over.
Team obviously will be, I guess, noted here.
I wonder if Magnum's going to be holding this the whole time, because the last time they went over towards A, the instant reaction was to push A main. So Magnum might legit just hold this for the whole round.
Yes.
Tapping cam?
There is a TP sent out over towards A.
The counter to the counter, to a degree. They're trying to get him to do this.
Time is getting a little bit low, and that is the duel that changes everything. Aves is going to have to do a madness.
You've got to be careful here at Prophet, because he's about to make waves.
Yeah, it doesn't feel comfy swinging out. Do BBL do just look better. They just look like the better team overall.
Aves will fall, and yeah, it's going to force a very early save decision ahead of the plant coming through.
Prophet loves Dish. Couldn't get him away from him.
Yeah, no.
This is,
you've got to assume he's there.
Also, good to see Sociable and Loon just switching guns. This was a very fast shot, though. It was nice.
Right, that whole round felt like, okay, well, maybe we can
Magnum did
bait it out as well.
Yeah,
Cajun
pressure
tower,
a
and
bit,
then
see if we can get Martin to push. Yeah, got him, cool. And then the patience.
Is two chips and he's still watching it? I mean, yeah, it's just because they reactively pushed last time they saw them.
BBL, massive compliment to that round there in my mind. With them being isolate what went wrong in the previous and apply it so quickly.
He didn't pop jet knives, right? Or did he?
Here with the divide, but
Did he pop jet knives and then throw a gun over? I think no matter.
Good job. Yeah. It's a fantastic.
I think no matter what, they can buy into this. This is like the last round, though.
Another situation, we're not surprised to see.
I am kind of surprised that they have so much change on their defense, though, because that was the good half that they played,
faces.
And changing Yoru for Jet does not change their old setups that much, so it's not like it was forced for them to do that.
To redeem a hydration and a posture check.
So I'm a little surprised that they're playing.
The poor guy.
I don't know.
It
kind of, it does. I'm telling you, it does change quite a bit.
Some really frustrating
it does change quite a bit, but
and it's forgivable
they have
in kickoff, right?
most of the defense setups they had were like traps in one of the 4 extremities on Fracture, and they played them off of camera contact or either Yoru or Astra contact. They can still do that.
No, but that stuff's so obvious if they've done it before. That's the sharing.
And that's what I don't think we've seen tonight necessarily.
Yampy gets thrown the op, which makes me think that they're going to do a fast strat.
Which would have been my expectation, at least.
So it might be a fast B split, I would guess.
That was certainly for me coming away from kickoff.
Andy is saying they cannot show any Magnum replays because the POV is broken.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. Jay Faith for the Prime, thank you with the 17 months.
Yeah, we still have
again, though, I do think BBL were impressive during the
okay, change up in terms of Martin getting an op, and yeah, we thought this round was going to be fast B split,
reasonable,
and
but as it stands,
these fast arcade take.
Maybe there's recovery. I'm talking like KC are in there, great. They're not. It's just that
every coach has huge eye bags. Yeah, mate, they don't get any sleep. I'm telling you.
Easy, Tiger. This. Okay, Lever gets punished on that. Nice, quick positioning from KC just to surround it. And catching him in the middle of no man's land.
I mean that.
Go ahead. Prophet in a weird spot here.
Yeah, sure.
Huge, huge.
So he gets it falls, but Elite almost caught sleeping on the reaction.
It's a nice shot. They see Spike goes down as well. Dude, this is such a weird round. Boy, Martin missed. Big shot here.
Oh my god, what is going on?
God, these teams, man.
Determining the pace every single time, and it's chaos.
I mean, chaos is kind of expected on Fracture, but this is
come back
just
to an
not
earlier comment, which is BBL able to create these situations now to really make KC sweat. Like I said, situations here where it's
this
like
was a good setup,
somebody...
The little tuck in? No, the tucking into the tailwalk's nice. The tucking into the tailwalk was really good with the reaction.
Yeah.
Like that's actually pretty cool. I say these teams, that's actually unfair to BBL. But then again, the actual side exit killed me a little bit.
They both have rough stuff, but BBL definitely has more good stuff.
statistically, they convert the next.
Dude, he's fast, man. I'm telling you. He's very, very
How's
fast.
he gone and done that then?
He's good.
Give us that one back, please, replay team. Avez, I wouldn't go. Don't go near it. What are we doing with you till out? What are we doing? Lever's just gonna go in. Look at him. Look at this guy. Please,
I'm glad
someone
Pansy's
fight him
saying it, so I
properly.
don't have to say it.
He's just giving them the side. He's giving them the first 2 kills to get to an elite. Scrap it. Move on to the next one.
Who's in K-Corp's group? I think they're gonna struggle, man.
I mean,
There
just
is Liquid
another
there, there is Foot there.
Bizarre scenario created by BBL.
So it's Liquid, Koi, KC,
To
Gentlemates,
get to an
BBL,
elite
Foot.
left to try and recover something here, but
So they have to be Koi or Gentlemates.
BBL on the brink.
Well, they have to
finding
beat both.
Series point here.
Right, because it's the top 4.
Dude,
Just a minor
that's
blip
yeah,
in
it's
the
top
second
4,
half.
so they have to beat both.
I'm
This is what I mean.
amazed at this from
I'm.
BBL. And again, I want to give them a lot of credit. I know we've been quite critical of KC to an extent, but BBL, as you have rightly
I'm not sure they'll be
cause that chaos,
Gentlemates.
and then they thrive in it as well. They are doing really well at those individual
check this
flare-ups
the
where they
map.
look fantastic, find those little points to prove and manipulate the opposition.
Oh.
And it's just Sugetsu to survive with a Vandal. And 6 rounds to go. I hope we see this on the replay.
Okay, 6
Because
rounds.
it just felt ridiculous, didn't it?
He's fast, man.
Well,
That's...
It was an elbow at best. But I mean, yeah, basically, I mean, from the other perspective, 11
I like it
Vortex,
as well.
right?
Like
There's
they,
nothing poking
the good
out.
thing about BBL is it looks like they have a good idea about their win conditions. Like they get this guy an op on attack as soon as they can. Like it's coming out real early. Came out here, right?
Here we go.
I mean,
Like
some
that's a
positives to
good
pin
sign.
Your hopes to. Sanak
They know what their
and
win
Aves
conditions
with
are.
their
They got some
ultimates.
cool ideas with ults.
And that's about it.
They got
And Aves
some-
going to claim a kill. They've gone down. That's big.
Yeah,
Good
I mean,
scalp to claim.
but
A
it's
dangerous
like
player
there's
through
won them
and
so many
through.
rounds. Him just
can't
like he
fall
wins
here, though.
more
He has
rounds
been
than he
a
loses with
saving
attack
factor
op.
of KC.
Like this is gonna happen
Give them
sometimes,
big
but it's just
kills.
like
My word.
he wins more
All this
sometimes.
for me.
Oh, I love these kind of ults though. Breach ult to force them into the
Honestly, it's like,
that
and
forces
no
them
one
into
did
the wall
anything.
so that you can
Brilliant.
fight it.
I'm
It's just a
still here.
shame that like we didn't have anyone to fight it and the smoke was already down.
Magnum, he's got 3 players watching him. And Echo and B.
Dude,
All right, so what do we have?
K-Corp don't have
Aves
that
here.
much
Good stall.
team play.
And he's in the position
Yeah.
for this lurk. Could be big, right? But it's Sugetsu. He's been sharp. Yeah, he's still good for it. Sugetsu so clean with that. And they kind of paused for the possibility of that actually working out. Oh. Okay. This time, walking in 1 by 1 did not work. Oh.
Oh.
I've learned.
When you out clean Sugetsu.
That's mad. Isn't it? It's mad.
Jesus.
Yampy.
30 seconds
The one person fake
1v3 perhaps.
gets
I've seen
Yampy a
Yampy
kill
win before.
from the 1v4. Eats the stun, stuns back,
One
hits
back.
2.
Oh, util everywhere.
Kills the person that isn't stunned. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, Yampy, don't use the ult. You're okay, you're 12-6 up.
And actually, thank
I was
God
about to for heart
he's
attack.
not throwing the ult out there.
Yeah, I thought the ult, if I'd seen the ult there,
KC
man.
cling to
I mean,
life.
honestly, he might have won, but it's
Again,
just
all
not
things
worth it.
considered, Only 2 surviving there.
Yep.
This is a
So Money not gonna
2v5
feel
again, though,
comfortable
right?
just
That actually
yet.
got a little bit
What the
close.
hell was that?
No,
Yeah.
2v4, sorry.
What?
No,
It was
2v5.
like based
Yeah,
in the
2v5.
opposite direction as well.
I wonder how many man advantage,
Yeah,
like
that's
how
off,
many
yeah,
rounds K-Corp have
Thanks for
lost
running
when
it
they've
back
had
in
the man
slow-mo.
advantage.
Oh,
All the ecos on parallel, I can tell you that.
No, yeah,
And then a
yeah.
couple more.
I think it's really high.
round
I think
by
it's
round.
crazy number.
I think he called it a
They haven't done
reverse
anything
sweep. A map 3
aggressive
reverse
on
sweep.
defense.
That's a lies.
Even
Problem
that
is,
round was like
is
not
the-
really.
You'd be scared to now as well.
Replay
Yeah,
team's been
with
nice,
the
eh?
attack
Love
up, you
that.
kind of don't want to do it,
America's
right?
But it's also like the Cypher is like one of the better at holding like the defense, really.
Yeah.
Like it's more the
Just coming
vice stuff you want to go
online.
aggro against.
But it's an off day for them, so they're definitely not going to be here.
It's Tarek watch party.
I've also just noticed that they have exactly the same comp except the other way.
Who's the head coach of BBL? It's Powell, is it not? Or is it Bacon? I thought it was Powell that's the head coach.
Yeah, a
but
chance for KC to build back
It's
in.
the other way around.
Not a ton of positives to build it around, though. Like I said, this has been a blip.
Oh
on the
really? I've always
timeline in
thought
the
Powell was
second half.
the head coach. Yaltsin, thank you so much for the 19. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you,
Yeah,
thank
an
you.
opportunity to buy back in here, and also actually
Oh god, there's a Yoru and a retro.
Loose change in the bank behind us as
It's
well.
50-50 from what Pal has told you.
Levin, Profek, and Yampi with their ultimates.
Like a similar Heretics vibe,
Some
basically.
influential
The
ultimates as
Wazba,
well.
thank you with the prime as well. Appreciate the 5 months. Okay, 6 chances down to 5.
So Martin, who has been very good, needs to
The
be very
one
careful.
pass and fake keeps 3 here, keeps 4 here. TP's out as they're trying to clear it. Full pass and drone, instant reaction. Might see them on the camera. How many people there are? We'll keep an eye on it when the camera gets shot. He's going to see 3 when he checks it.
But there's no really getting out of jail here. Calling for support,
Astro
calling for help.
dudes.
He's trying to get
Martin
out
is
of
actually
there.
on the
He is dragged
moon.
down out of the sky, but he's going to make it into
He
safety.
did get out though.
Behind the wall, but he dips back in as a glance.
Oh my god.
Though. But they
Imagine
are
it
going
hit,
towards
though.
that side of the map.
That's what I'm saying.
Imagine it hit. Good afterplant positions already, especially with the Astro all up. They might have been tempted to push door heavy the whole time Profek was watching it.
Still with his ultimate to play with.
Here we go.
Trip, so he never has to worry about it. Behind, big duel here.
Good little spot up towards that drop down, but
Martin's
a flying Martin gets
nuts,
traded
bro.
out. Sociable still there. A 3v3 coming down
3v3.
simple in the numbers now.
Okay.
Down to a 2v2.
A great shot from Aves.
Back and forth. The Magnum goes down to
Damn,
Getsu.
some nice shots at the end here. Fair play.
Excellence again
Let's
when
keep
they
counting
need
this
it.
down.
Bit of a
Awesome down to a
team.
full bait.
As said, I thought it was on Martin at the start, but it was certainly Sugetsu by the end of it.
And it looked, it looked lethal as well on that second kill. Then another chance, a lifeline delivered.
See, the problem is this is
follow up
Fracture,
here.
so like until this gets to literally 12-12, there is no
Martin's
belief.
selfless here.
I mean, there's no belief from the stuff we've seen.
Yeah, also that.
A bit more energy now. Things looking
Okay.
very flat early
Yeah.
on the stage for
Like I
KC.
said, 4
Who's
chances.
that?
They got a Yoru ult. Do they wait for
Never
other
responded
ults
to
or do they
this
pop the
one. Wrap
Yoru
around,
ult?
guys, don't worry.
Martin
That's all they get.
with the
They're
op.
believers. They're on board. Martin again. Checked on early.
Drone
They go
info,
now, go the other
Yoru
side.
info,
Has a
trying to
look
make
towards
it
A, shows
look
bit
like
of
a
it, but he's
pinch
going
and then
towards
hit
that
over
B side of
towards
things.
B
He's found
site.
a very vulnerable
TP's
player
already
here.
here, stun
Stuns
goes
in,
out.
maybe.
Oh, this was
Surely,
nice.
surely, but it's
This was
switched
really
up.
nice. Oh, there we go. That's the game done. This is a nice strat. I tell you, they got some good stuff though.
Getsu's down as well.
BBL has some nice
So is
fast, like
Elite.
set
The
strats
site
as well,
is
especially when it's
open.
ult based.
A 3v5 now for KC to try and recover.
The game that I'm watching from BBL is the game that I
Final
would have
hurdle
expected.
here.
Expected from K-Corp? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Like,
BBL,
really nice ult
That's it, fast
combos, really good team play.
BBL is still like, BBL still, for sure the coaches are good because they look good in kickoff as well.
Time to go. You
With the
can't wait any
stand-in.
longer.
Yeah.
You got to make it count now. 5 against
Yeah,
you. So
looks
much to
legit.
do and so little time. Sadak with 1, with a second. Needs 3 more though, and that time is ticking. Magnum takes away Sadak, leaving just Martin and what feels unwinnable. Oh, and look at it. The Utes are just being smothered.
Okay,
on this
really
side.
nice from BBL. Lovely from them.
13 to 8 in the end.
Got a little
Not any
close.
chance of a
K-Corp,
comeback
I'm
from
really
KC.
worried for K-Corp. I'm worried for K-Corp
all
making
things considered,
playoffs,
like I
let
said,
alone
problematic
any kind
series
of
for both
plan
teams
this
to
year.
get a hold of, but
Yeah.
if you're BBL,
But yeah, nice from
what's
BBL,
happened so
especially
far this
especially
year
having
already
a
with
new
dealing
player
with
come in and have to change stuff
Chio
up.
obviously not being here, VAT coming in, Magnum coming out, to have that performance, being able to close out so confidently, actually, which is
yeah,
something
okay,
I
I
never
get
would have
this.
imagined me saying about BBL, but really embracing, being the kings of chaos here, especially on Fracture. It's something they definitely need to dial into, Lauren.
No, I'm really enjoying what we saw from BBL.
I'm very confused.
And when we talk about kind of wanting to see
Because
more
their
from KC when
fractures
it
somehow
came to,
got
like, their
worse,
steps of
and I
progression,
don't even think it's the
I feel
comp
like we've
change
seen
that-
it from
that made it
BBL when we were
worse.
talking about kind of kick off how they look dangerous, look good. We were talking about them potentially top
then-
ending that group as well. They had the, I don't want to say weak group, but the more
They looked really good in
feasible
Icebox,
group,
to be
you know,
fair, but
it
then
locked from here.
they've
I
just
think
shown
they
me
look
proof that they're
fantastic.
forcing
But
this
I'm
harbor comp
incredibly
on
excited.
many maps,
I think
and
it's BBL
that
a little bit
has me worried
breathing
as
room,
well.
right? It kind
I
of,
mean, they won the
eases
the
pressure a little
harbor
bit. They can go
map.
back to the
Well,
drawing board.
actually,
It's
I guess they
something
won.
else.
They
Something
lost
they
the
could go
harbor
back
map.
and
Yeah,
watch
you're right.
today
That's
to
true.
review, but
How's
to
Slimetry?
come
Hello,
out
mate.
with a victory, it's almost like
How's
a
the stream?
sigh of
Yeah,
relief,
stream's been going good.
right? With
This
what
game was a
feels
little
like
rough,
more
I'm not gonna lie to
comfortable
you.
format, especially with the benefit of being
But
in this group.
Yeah,
at
you're
least
spot on there
at least
with
BBL
KC.
looking nice.
It leaves me with more questions.
I've never
because
seen
when
a
they
team
do
get
come out very strong
E-code as many
early
times as
seasons, they
K-Corp.
kinda get to
Like it looked
display
like an
their
EDG
dominance
game.
early.
There was
But
at least
today
6
it
in
is
the
all
last
about
2
those
maps.
boys on the stage. BBL looking looking fantastic. They should be.
Yeah.
Yampi's hyping up the crowd. I love how they're all doing the digs about no crowd, man. It's so funny.
Yeah, I'm glad. Maybe you'll force Riot to do the change.
I don't think so.
I mean, I don't think so
never
either,
know.
but I'm glad that at least the players also agree that it's shit.
Yeah.
That is absolutely right. We will be joined
Post
in a
plant
moment
with
by
Mini.
Yampy and
Okay, we'll stick
Magnum,
around. Let's see what
from
Mini's
BBL.
going to be
Bit of a
asking. Because
reunion,
it might be
Mini.
Mini
When
and
was the last time you
Yampy.
saw Magnum?
Oh,
In
that would
person?
be.
Yeah.
It would have been when I came for assistant coaching. Last
Oh wow, a
year.
while ago. A while ago.
When we played him.
Oh my
The
goodness.
last time I played him.
When you beat
Yeah,
him.
I gave him a big hug and I said, "Are you going to win today?" And he got really confused and was like, "Yeah."
Oh no! Is that? No, I swear he was benched after that game. So.
No, okay.
Yeah.
KC?
After you beat a Fnatic beat KC. I have a very good memory,
maybe.
Mini. I have an extremely good memory.
Okay.
So this will be a nice little reunion. Maybe you can ask him in person about what he thinks about your coaching versus ends. You know.
Yeah, we can go there again.
For the people that didn't watch earlier, they're going to be very confused. But I
think
will
it's
make sure
Magnum
to give you
coming,
guys
actually.
context in just a moment. But what
Is
a
it only
win
one?
there for BBL. Wasn't the greatest start.
oh, I
on
don't know. Do
Icebox,
they do
but
yeah, they normally
bring
do
it back on
too.
Pearl, they bring it back on
okay.
Fracture. Are you feeling like they could be a serious contender? Maybe even as one to progress to Toronto?
No,
Yeah, I
crowd
think
only
as,
makes sense if an esport is
Lauren
running
likes it.
simultaneous
I'm not sure about
matches.
Toronto, but like a Amiga group first.
Sure, but at that point I
Let-
think you
let's
should be running
go
simultaneous
back
matches.
a little bit
Okay,
first.
okay.
In the Amiga group, though, they absolutely can win this group, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think the
Graphics
group is
at
wide
Magnum and
open for
Yampy,
them
okay,
at this
nice.
point. And after today, like after the first map, you're thinking, that's a bit, but the resilience was great. So
What
That's
about
true.
KC? Is there any worries that you might
Yeah,
have
he
for
might flame
KC?
him.
I've been planting those seeds, I feel like, all day. And
It is
I don't know.
for a reason. You know? Yeah.
I don't know where they, like, it wasn't terrible, but like, I expect a bit more, I think. I'm a bit worried that like they had a great bind in kickoff, and now they had a great Icebox. And I'm a little bit worried that maybe we're in a situation again where they've got one really good map and then like they're okay. On the
Icebox is their home ground again, it looks like. But as you mentioned here, Mini, of course, Liquid, they got 2 points because of what happened at kickoff.
Mini scared
The
to
other,
flame in the
teams,
official
you know,
broadcast for
BBL,
sure.
They got 1 point already. They're only one behind Liquid.
I wouldn't be
and
long
they
for
didn't have to make
Canada.
it all the way to finals. And speaking of BBL, we've got the players here in the
How many
studio.
champs points
Oh,
did
do I
Liquid
get
have?
one as well? Yay.
2 for
We've
what they
got
did, I think.
Yampy,
Look at his little
and
face.
we've got Magnum. Please take a seat. Congratulations to your victory. We were just talking about the last time you guys saw Mini. Now, when was the last time? This is a bit of a reunion for you?
No, I mean, we've seen somewhere each other.
Yeah?
Or
You
did we?
remember-
I don't remember,
Do you
to be
remember the
honest.
last time?
My schedule and remembering stuff is a bit crazy because, yeah, getting bench gets you out of the
Look at
discipline
Yampy, look at
sometimes.
himself in the mirror, in the
No, I
camera.
think last year we've seen each other.
Trying to get all the
Yeah.
sponsors
Yeah.
showing.
When was the last time you saw Mini? You don't know what you feel left out. Yeah.
I was casting right on kickoff, right? I think I saw.
Did he cast your game?
No, because I remember throwing it to
threw it to
Pansy and Mini, so I was on the stage here exactly.
Yampy said, I want him to get really hype.
Yes,
and you go,
exactly.
"Oh." I was like, I'm not going to
Just like the crowd today.
But you wouldn't dare say anything about BBL, right, Mini? You would never.
Did I today?
No, but I mean, if you're casting them in the future.
Oh, absolutely not.
You
Of
will
course
always say nice things about them, as you should, because at kickoff, as you're aware, you broke a bit of a curse because BBL, traditionally, the first game doesn't always go the team's way. Kickoff, when your way. Here, when your way. I feel like this is a new habit, right? A new era. You're always going to win your opening game. What was that like for you today to be back on stage?
I hope so. I mean, winning first game of course feels good, and yeah, I think it's an amazing feeling. And even though the first map didn't go that well, but we've been working, and I think we just got bored of practicing. So and it's also a good way because I mean, if you don't include Icebox, I think we played pretty decent. So it's a good way to start.
Yeah,
of
that's
course.
very true.
I don't remember what happened at Icebox. All good.
Definitely.
Yeah. Wait, what? It's in the pool. I didn't see it at all. And for you, Magnum, Mini and I were just discussing this. You have such a good track record against your former team. At kickoff versus Fnatic, you beat them. Now you leave KC, come to VBL. Game 1, you beat them. What's the secret? Because a lot of players don't have this record, you know. They struggle against their former teams.
Well, I'll just give recommendation, don't bench me, because otherwise, I'm here coming for you. No, but I don't know what's the secret. I think I'm very lucky to always join a team which is hardworking, and to be honest, I don't know what to expect coming to BBL, but I was very surprised by everything and by the system. And yeah, so it feels great to win today, especially after losing first map in such a fashion. Yeah, we just showed that we are capable of coming back, and big props to MP because I think he called fantastically the 2 maps, and yeah, it was very good.
Did it feel
I'm
better
lazy.
getting revenge on KC or against Fnatic?
KC.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think with Fnatic, it's, you know, like it was not so recent because with Fnatic it was like some years you were not already there, I think, so I didn't really care.
Oh, he was
like
there.
If I was there though,
No,
as like
you
head
were
coach.
there.
I was there as assistant.
Yeah.
But like if it was closer to
No, if you were a head coach, bro, I would just go crazy like after winning.
Uppercut you after the game, you know, no fist bumps. Yeah, yeah. But I'm glad you guys managed to pull that through. But let's talk about some. Okay, we're gonna talk about the Icebox super quick, but not about the game, just about the comps. Okay, we're gonna show you the comps. I'm sure you remember what you guys played, and we're just gonna go one map at a time. So let's start with the Icebox. Now, you said, Minnie, this was actually you actually preferred this one over the KC comp, right?
I said it was closer to what I would prefer, but I had a big question mark about Clove. So I guess the question to you guys is like, is the double smokes, is that like something you're seeing a lot in scrims with the Icebox? Because like both of you played Omen, Viper, Clove, Viper.
Yeah, and no
Duelist
too.
Duelist?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think even last year we saw the switch of Icebox playing without the Duelist, right? I think there was a lot of comps where people didn't play Duelist, and I think, yes, there are a lot of teams also play double smokes, and we were discussing between Omen and Clove, basically, but we just went with the Clove, and yeah, this is the first map nerves.
Is this one of those maps that like you never lost in scrims? It's super good.
Yeah, 24-0 every scrim,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
Profec on Clove, 36 kills every scrim, but, you know,
Just didn't work
blame
on
on him,
stage.
yeah, this game.
And
I feel
Magnum,
like
what are
that's
your
a trap
views
that
here? You were
could
playing the
happen
Viper here.
Of Clove going crazy in
I feel like
scrims, but
Viper
then
is
not
kind of
working on stage.
necessary on this map.
Mate, I reckon they've been
as well,
getting
to be honest,
banged in
I don't
scrims
think
from how
Icebox
Yampy's
really- You
talking.
can play any comp
Yeah.
On that
from
map.
around, but it's such an individual map. It's like they just snowball you like with the momentum, and I feel like we had the momentum on our side, but yeah, it's just
we
the
are watching
pressure
China tomorrow,
or like
right?
something. We just lost rounds.
Maybe,
which we
I don't know, it's not the
and
best
they
game.
got like momentum. They started being
Yeah, but
like
it's
so
the only
aggressive,
game.
especially ours.
Yeah, but I might go gym.
But we
That's
shut
the
them
problem.
down on second map, so yeah.
It started well, the Icebox started well. We won pistol, we lost 4v2 on bonus also, so...
Where's the dedication,
Yeah,
Sliggy?
it was so
So
funny.
it started
The
to
old
look
Sliggy
like
would
really
never
good,
pass up
but
a game,
yeah,
you could watch.
It was so
we
funny.
didn't get enough
true.
crowd support.
It was so funny. I
Just
got
not
to
the
like
best
first class,
game.
I'm like, I'm back. And then 8 rounds, I'm like, guys.
You already don't watch China.
We were trying to pull
That's
like
true.
lots of footage from it.
And we
Something
don't
went
have
wrong, we
Ryan
couldn't pull
this
it,
time
but
to
like
pick up the slack
we
for
were
you.
we were
That's
getting
Tell him what
true.
you said, Minnie. Tell
What
him
did I
what you
say?
said.
What did I say?
Because after Pistol, I was like, oh my god, let's grab like all of the Magnum
no,
highlights.
that's just like bad.
What did you say?
I think I said, don't
No,
worry,
I'm not gonna-
there might not be too many
Okay,
more.
afterwards. You can have us chat afterwards. I don't want to put Minnie on the spot.
Can I go to the Cypher over here? I want to ask you,
Yeah, go
Magnum.
for it.
Blaming him.
So like when it comes to, because this is like your kind of traditional role, the Cypher Killjoy, and like I feel like when I coached you, I kind of let you have a bit more freedom about what you wanted to do. Like how does it work with you in BBL?
Well, I think in Fnatic, I as well didn't have the experience, so I didn't really know what's good. The map came out, you know, in Fnatic as well, so I didn't like really understand the map. But yeah, I mean, it feels great. It feels way easier to play nowadays, you know, because I can kind of know when to play on-site, off-site, how to put trips, what trips are good, and yeah, it just feels more natural. And as well, I think after being IGL for 1 year, I kind of read myself what they might do, you know. So I think
When it comes to subs and stuff, are you like collaborating with the coaches or coaches?
yeah, like it's just like when I joined BBL, I just got like stuff, do this, I did it, but you kind of feel it out and you're like, okay, I like this, I don't like this, and you just sort it out like over a few scrims, and then you just start adding up your stuff as well. Props to Cheva, because
I was gonna say, is he still? Because he was helping
Oh,
back.
he might have helped him out.
He's still part of the team.
Yeah.
I was watching BBL to play like for 3 weeks, so I saw a lot of stuff, and as well, he's very different player than me, Cheva. So yeah, I took a lot of good stuff from him. So props to him.
Aw, that's not very wholesome.
He was
I wanna
watching
ask
him
you
for
though
3 weeks,
here,
so they thought it might have been a
Yumpy,
thing.
Because you
For a
had a
while.
go at the Tejo,
Well, he did
and
say
now a sociable
there
is
was
on it.
plan
What was
for
the
him to
reason for
play
this?
In kickoff,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's just because I have played Breach a lot in my whole career, right? So, and also I think with Breach, it's easier for me to IGL because I can kind of set up the tempo also with the breach stance and flashes and stuff. And yeah, I think it's just a better agent, like role-wise, because I have played breach a lot in my whole career, so I feel comfortable in it, and he feels comfortable on Teho, so that's just it, basically.
Yeah, and how do you who gets to play Yoru Chamber? Like, because on different maps, sometimes I'm like, oh, Sociable plays Chamber here. I'm wrong. Levin plays Chamber here, and then sometimes the other way around. So what is the system right now?
I mean, if you look at Sociable, he's amazing player, talented, incredible player. So I think he can play everything. And I think the biggest thing is that how flexible all of our players are. So we sometimes try exactly other way around, and then we might see that because they have two different play styles, in my opinion, Sociable and Levin. Sociable a little bit smarter, you know. It depends in a lot of reasons. But I think the flexibility is the biggest thing of our team.
All I'm going to say is we had a League of Legends server going. We kicked Mini for Sociable. And I experienced firsthand how smart Sociable is. So I know exactly what you mean.
I love how calm he is, you know, because I joined the team and I look at him and he's like, bro, don't hesitate. Bro, let's do this.
Is that your impression?
I'm picking one that, two that, you know, and he's just like super calm. And like, I think I never had so much respect like from someone, you know, and it's not like that he's not friendly or stuff. It's just he's so calm. It's like so inspiring, you know, like to me.
Can you do any impressions of the other players? Are you? Nah, I mean the social. You bust one out. You got to do a few others. I feel like. Well, go on, Profek. Do your Profek.
I think David is just funny. I think there is a little booster in him growing.
Wait, what does that mean?
I mean, it's just funny, you know, like making jokes all the time. But yeah, he's a good guy. And Burak, I mean...
Yeah, cheeseburger. Just say cheeseburger. This guy loves cheeseburgers. So
like, really?
Yeah, he's a big cheeseburger fan. So we just say that I want cheeseburger. Cheeseburger is theorem. I tell him all the time.
We need to bring him some cheeseburgers then. Would
definitely.
he enjoy that?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, nice.
I think he probably ate a cheeseburger before the match also.
Yeah, that's the funny thing, you know, like each team I went, there's a performance coach like checking what you are eating. And I'm today coming from the interview with you, sitting in the prep room, and he's like just McDonald's, you know. I'm like, you eat
That's
McDonald's?
the secret. That's the secret behind the performance. More importantly, Magnum, how much do you know about Finland now? Is Yampi being given
probably
you
a
some
lot.
Finnish facts?
We just been playing a lot of GeoCaster, so maybe from there.
Oh, you've been slacking,
Damn, Yampi. He used to give us
he's just not long enough yet. So.
a couple a day.
We will get at the end of the year, you know, he's knowing everything. You know, how many saunas we have, which mobile games are from Finland and stuff. So.
Yeah, you don't know that already, Magnum? Yampi, you need to step your game up.
I just know Finnish people are coffee addicts.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, we love coffee. Most coffee drinking country, Finland.
I
think it's true.
I think it's true.
Back to the game, like
It's
after
true,
winning
bro, just
today
spreading
against
misinformation
KC, 'cause
for
your group,
free.
It feels very wide open.
Actually, he's getting paid for this.
Where do you kind of rank KC in the group, and where do you see yourselves now?
Honestly, for me, I have no clue, because I didn't preg I never preg them. So, as well, obviously, scrims is something else than officials. But for me, I rated them way higher than I do now, because, like, I think
same. To be honest.
Like, I don't love them, but I feel like they're just playing too simple. Like, even though we didn't play on, for example, on Icebox, like the perfect, I think they play really simple. And I honestly, like, no hate or anything, I expected a bit more from Sadak because he replaced me. And I feel like
get in the digs
if it doesn't work out,
I respect it though.
Bye-bye.
Oh my god! Okay, I'm so
Bro,
wow. Okay, this time off has changed you.
You just come in as a sub and you're giving it this high.
I love it so much. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I love them both.
I just want to say that Sadak sat here and he said to us, he feels like the players in EMEA respect him too much because he's like, in America they beef me, you know, they don't respect me. I walk into a room and they don't give a you know, who I am. They just, you know, come at me. And EMEA, everyone, you know, they love me, they respect me. They don't give me the same beef. And you've just brought the beef. This is what he wants. This is what he wants.
Sadak is enabled now.
I really like
Magnum just unlocked KC.
But you can't take it out of this
Okay,
hole.
listen. I got myself here. I'll stay here. It's fine. But yeah, I think it's quite right because I traveled as well
How
for
was
many
BBL overall in
teams,
your opinion?
and it's like
good.
You expect
Very
Angels
good.
do. Like,
Just a
some
rough icebox, is it?
Yeah, some
I want to
roughness
find
to
them,
them.
but,
They're
you know,
not like
the expectations
the
are way
cleanest,
higher
but they're very
than when
good.
you play them, because like I think Yampi is the best IGL I played with.
Damn, both to give fucks.
You're not
What
the
the
only one
hell?
to say that. A lot of people that play with Yumpy really gas you
Is
up.
you mean because you were trialing NA teams this year?
Yeah, I trialed 2 teams in NA, and I trialed
VCT?
a bunch of EMEA teams. I think like 4 or 5. And yeah, Yampi for sure feels like he knows what he's doing, you know, and he does it because he wants to do it.
Okay, Yumpy, we love you.
Holy.
You're so wholesome, but
You
I
kinda
want
gotta
to
say
bring
that in
you
the team,
into
though.
this dark side.
Yeah, I mean, that is true.
give you
But
a
also,
reason
you
to
can
make
take credit for first trying Yumpy
yeah, but
IGL,
more
right?
importantly,
You
I
started
don't know
it.
if you were aware,
Look
but
where he's gone.
Casey
Look
were
at your son.
giving it to you a little
Jay.
bit. They were trash
Look
talking
at
you,
him
so
go.
we're going to show you some clips. Take a look at this.
Not the boaster hate in front of Yinso as well. God damn.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I know you have no aim. Yampy doesn't know how to move his mouse, bro.
The no aim
Yeah,
one is
it was
crazy.
a, you know, I don't know if you heard any of that. Did you hear that when you were on stage?
I don't care.
Oh.
Sorry, I just look at the scoreboard.
You want to defend him? You want to defend your IGL? Magnum, come in, you know, you were given a large.
Dog which barks don't bite, you know.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah. How do you guys react in these moments where if you do hear them talk at you, do you shout back at them? Is it wholesome or is it beefy?
I don't think it's anything personal. For me, also, I like to have fun. You know, I think it's emotions. I think there was one person who wants to. If you would put the microphone for football players, I don't think it's nice people what they are saying there. And then after the game, you shake hands like we do that. So for me, it's completely fine because of course sometimes I'm yelling also. So like it's nothing like I also like play with others sometimes with Duke, and there's nothing like.
So
for
it's
me,
like
it's
mind games. Mind games.
Yeah, and you don't like even if they're, you know, the crowd was maybe too loud, so I couldn't hear today. But yeah, maybe in future.
Yeah, you're not used to that. You're not
Yeah,
used
it's like
to
the
that. You're not
fourth
used
one
to
he's
that.
got in.
Okay, but,
No, but
maybe we'll mic
it's
you up
perfect.
next time.
Everybody
Yeah, we'll
should do
keep a
this.
close eye on what you're saying, Yumpy, on your next game. Minnie, you have another question?
For you, Yampi, was there any changes from kickoff to now? Like, what did you think of your kickoff performance? And like, did you change anything coming into the split?
Yeah, I think we changed a lot actually. I think we had a pretty straight plan during kickoff and what we're gonna do after kickoff, because of course back then we went back game we actually didn't have as much time to practice as we had with Magnum now.
How much time did you have with Magnum?
I think Magnum came like around 1 month ago.
Okay.
But he was, as he said also, he was watching our practices as first. And then he joined around 2 weeks.
Yeah, I played
like,
1 week, 2 weeks watching, 1 week playing. But yeah, it's just they've just great system, so it's very easy, you know.
Yeah, but we had like even like at the start of the year, like
But if
before
he's
kickoff,
watching
we had
it,
a straight
Yeah,
plan.
they're watching
kickoff
us.
and
Do,
from
yeah,
stage
yeah.
one to come and what
Watching
to
definitely
kind of
helps.
improve between.
Was that based on the idea that you didn't have much time for kickoff?
Kind of, yeah, but also just in general, because I think you need to look ahead all the time because you know the schedule, so you can pre-plan a lot of stuff because we know when do we have games, when is next game, blah, blah, blah. So it's very easy to plan what you should work on and when you should work on.
I like the approach. I'm going to ask
Lexi,
you
what
the
is that
million-dollar
command?
question before we close everything out, because obviously you guys would have seen that Liquid and Vitality went to Bangkok. Are you surprised that EMEA is still without a global trophy? You know, the last one we won was Tokyo 2023, because I think a lot of people expected maybe Vitality to go in and break that curse this time around. So what did you guys make of our performances at global events, and if there's anything the other regions are just doing better than us?
I mean, I think for me, I didn't win anything like major trophy, but I think you need to get as well quite lucky, especially like, with new rosters. Like, and if everything has to go in the place.
Oh my god! I just realized I have to.
As you can see, both teams made changes after qualifying to Bangkok. You know, so it's like more than just being
it's been painful.
5 superstars on the server, and
Oh
you need
my
to click
God.
together and stuff. So no, I mean, it's just about luck at this point, in my opinion. Like, it's how they click. I really believe that as EMEA we have a lot of talent.
Can you watch the map VODs?
Yeah, I think we are capable
Here.
of winning. It just
I'm using that to watch VODs as well. You should too.
Yumpy?
Nice.
Yeah, I mean,
Nice plug.
yeah, I think you need to get lucky, but also in some way, of course, it's hard work. Like, I think Heretics was so close to winning last year, so it's not like we are like, like I'm sorry to bring it up, of course, for Heretics, but like, it's not like that we are far away, you know,
Yeah.
like that. It's like Heretics made 2 finals last year, and I think at least Champs final was in the last map, right? I don't remember what happened in the Shanghai final, but it's not like we are far away, you know,
yeah.
like that EMEA is just a bad region or something like this. So
oh no, we're the best region.
Yeah, so I think it's just a matter of time. And as you said, both of the candidates that were in Bangkok made Insta roster changes, so you never know what's going inside their team. So
Bacon,
Alright,
you're
we're
not
still
even
the best
technically like
We've been on the
properly
home
EMEA.
champs.
Yes.
Do you have any
What does
hot
that
takes about the
Well,
roster
they're
changes
tier
that
2.
Because it's a bit of a
dude.
surprise that
I don't
like,
think anybody
it just means that you
thinks
kinda
about tier 2 when they compare
your
regions.
off season.
That's
Because
all I'm
you
saying.
had quite a many months to prepare, and then after first tournament you make roster changes. I mean, we made also, but it's different that it was not our decision technically to make. Like, of course we love Martin.
That's fucking
like,
just
if
saying the
you look at
truth.
the beginning, it was not so. I think it just means that all the teams that did roster changes, they just basically failed on their off season.
Thank you for bleeping yourself out. I really appreciate
Okay, Bacon,
that.
that's just like making pancakes out of
I think it's just because
waffles.
you have 3-4
like, that's not what I
months,
said at
so
all.
Usually you should see like problems or something
exactly.
like.
Minnie sat here like, oh, I remember those days. Yeah, the off season, so fun.
I think
Hey,
people.
Minnie's got the feet up now. He's only had to do an hour of
How is
work.
it still happening, but people still overlook personal issues. There are players which have this, like, the players trial for other teams, and they trialed last year, and there is a
Work.
like there is some known
Quotation
fact,
marks.
you know, like it's like I have my name in community, everyone has his name community, and if you have like personal problems and you get picked in team, there is high chance you'll get benched, you know, and I feel like the teams which actually made the changes, I think they really underestimate this fact, you know, and yeah, as I said, like in my opinion, the personal like relationships between players are one of the most important things, you know, because if you don't enjoy playing with each other, it's very hard to win.
The vibe's
Always
gotta be
happy,
good.
always happy. That's our team, you know, motto. That we are always happy.
Are you brain rotted on TikTok? The happy.
I don't own TikTok. So.
Okay, we're gonna get that done for you guys.
That's my boy, MP.
Very last. Let's take a look at the schedule for
Ace to
tomorrow
sell.
because we have
That's my
2
boy.
amazing games coming. I think we have the schedule. Here we go. Super quick prediction, you two. Who's winning those
Apex
games?
tomorrow.
You join in as well, Minnie. Why
Is
not?
Boost still in chat? Tell me
Just
he's
give
not.
me a
Them
name.
first.
Give me a
Them
team.
I
Do
need
it.
Apex to win that game.
What?
Martin decides.
Okay, he's not in chat.
All right. Okay. Magnum.
Well, I think
Look,
Heretics.
I've said at the start
I
of the
think
season,
Heretics should-
I
you should be
I
kinda
expect Apex to
very
get to
close.
one
Also, I don't know.
Also, because Apex
international
made roster
event.
changes, I don't
I think this
they
is the best
have
chance
too
they
much
have.
time.
They like
Like,
weekend.
It's not a good chance,
Yeah,
but
and
it's
that's
possibly the best
Koi?
one.
I think foot. I still believe in foot.
The bold one.
Turkish aim clears.
Yeah, I
Been
mean
on
their
the
group
team
is
for a
kind
day,
of
he's like, let's go
I will not lie to you.
but I think Zeus is just incredible player, and I think he brings so much to the team.
That was the worst
It
things
could
you've
be,
ever had,
Koi winning,
possibly.
Because
But I
don't
have to
know,
back it
I
up
just
now.
saw some scores on Twitter.
Yeah,
like-
incredible VCT, like those scrim scores that Koi has been owning there. So let's see.
So maybe they win, but
Are they
if
actually popping off in the
I
scrims?
guess I put foot.
I'm coming in with the last second clutch. When I tweet, I made like
don't
on
know.
stream, I was kind of talking nicely about you, and like one of the BBL fans kind of clipped me, and then a bit out of context said that like
Oh no.
they some of the fans were a bit skeptical about your joining the team. Like, is there anything you want to say about that?
They're not real fans.
Well, for me, it's like I respected the opinions because I think the opinions are very, I don't know how to say it. You know, they are very based on what others says, like their favorite streamer or stuff, and I don't think it really comes out of their head like most of the times. And to be honest, everyone has haters in every sport. It's everywhere.
as well.
That's why I don't go socials. Since I went 0-15, I stopped going. I just make necessary.
On Lotus?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Like. I don't know what happened there, but
I did the same in 2023.
Didn't he win that map as well?
Oh.
yeah,
It's a good
so
approach.
so I just stopped going
Yeah,
to
I remember
socials.
the map.
I
think they
tried
did,
to
yeah.
just check like maybe.
I think they won that
like
map with him
Boomer or
going 0
something.
kills.
I'm going Facebook because I have that like.
And I think the
real
same
friends,
day
so
had
actually
an,
this is
or like the day
content
after
that
had an
interests
APAC
me, you
player
know,
go 0
but,
kills
like,
and win the
going
map as
Twitter
well.
To read like some flame or
I
stuff.
want to say it was
I don't think
Vash.
it's healthy as well. if
Sodox,
you win.
thank you for
I
the
don't
prime.
think it's
Thank
very
you,
healthy
thank you.
to go on Twitter and like, oh, let's check this clip, you know, and then you go I don't know, you go to 10 and you are mentally broken.
Yeah.
I think it's
Yeah, just
the
see Fashion
socials
Fade.
are not.
It was like
not
the
good
day
thing
after
for,
or 2 days after.
Yeah, that was right.
But
Yeah.
everyone is different. So.
I mean, who needs socials when you have sociable? Am I right? Anyway, on that
boss.
note, sorry, I'm so sorry. Yeah, thank you for joining us. It's lovely to have you guys here. Congratulations on your win. We'll see you next week. Thank you very much, Minnie.
See you
as
next
well.
week on the couch also.
Thank you.
Yeah, we will see you on the couch. It's a
Okay.
promise. Thank you to you guys
Winners
for
talk.
sticking with us and watching. We'll be back with more Valorant action tomorrow.
Dude, look at him trying to get all the
Starting with
sponsors in, man.
versus Apex. Have a lovely night, and we'll see you
This
next
guy is so good for whatever brand he's playing for.
Yeah, he is. He's good for it.
He's so good. He seems like such a good guy.
Okay, chat. We are done here. Everyone say thank you to Fio. We will be... Honestly, I don't think I'm going to do the China game tomorrow. I think I'm going to go gym. I might. If I wake up at a reasonable time, I'll do it. But likelihood, not a chance.
Thank you for having me as well. I want to talk to you about something else.
Just mess me on Discord. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will see you all tomorrow. I'll see you all tomorrow for EMEA, and then there's a small chance I do China, but honestly, probably not. Okay, thanks so much, everyone. Thank you. I will see you all tomorrow. Appreciate you all being here. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for making a nice place, all the good stuff. And I hope you have a good rest of your day and start of tomorrow as well. Alright, peace, everyone. Peace. Wait, who are we raiding, chat? We forgot a key part of this. Who are we raiding? Go, you want to turn the stream on?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I'm about to go to bed.
Sideshow? Is he going to stick on? Sure, let's find out. Let's pressure him either way. Alright, peace everyone. Thank you. Enjoy the Sideshow stream. If he stays on for longer, pressure him to play like ranked or something. He'll do it. Alright, bye everyone. Bye. Bye. YouTube chat, if you can subscribe, then go for it. And if yeah, that's it. Pretty much. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Bye YouTube. Thanks so much, guys.